It was an elegant but austere room in a classical style, with dark walls decorated with decorative panels and intricate patterns, and a massive work table in perfect order, which seemed to reflect the restraint and calm of its owner. But something clearly went wrong in this relationship between the owner of the room and the atmosphere that reigned here, because the man to whom all this belonged was strangling the girl who was lying under him, asking if he had misheard the words she had said earlier. Without removing his hand from the girl's neck, the man asked if she, the flower of Duke Whitlow, had really proposed to him. The girl, named the flower of Duke Whitlow, tried to take at least a small breath, so that some air could get into her lungs. Thoughts flashed through her head that perhaps her decision to turn to this particular person for help was a mistake. The flower of Duke Whitlow, or Iris, looked into the cold blue eyes of the man, sparkling with an icy, furious light, and thought that this cruel man could become her protector. But in the end, it turned out that she escaped from one monster to another. Iris thought with a bit of despair that she had no choice anyway, but the man, placing his knee between the girl's legs, declared that she clearly didn't understand what she was talking about. Having finally stopped strangling Iris and running his thumb over her lips, the man said that this flower clearly did not understand the meaning of the word marriage that she had proposed to him. The man said that Iris had been too bold in telling him this, which meant that she should have known what married couples did. The man was clearly enjoying himself, thinking that Iris couldn't answer him, but he came across the girl's suddenly darkened gaze, who answered him absolutely calmly that she knew and understood everything perfectly well. Iris's gaze changed dramatically, became softer, and the girl kissed the man's finger, still remaining on her lips, explaining to the man that she knew exactly what a husband and wife did in private. With a soft smile, Iris pulled the man's hand away from her face and noted in a sugary voice that they were not yet a married couple, hinting that they had no marital obligations to each other. The man straightened up, continuing to sit on Iris's lap and not letting her get up, covered his face with his hand and laughed. The girl's reaction was unexpected for him. After laughing, the man looked at Iris through his fingers and ordered the girl to get out of his office, after which he got up from her and walked over to the table. The man did not look at Iris, confident that she would obey him. Iris thought that before she would definitely tremble and would not dare to raise her head from shame. But now the circumstances were such that she did not care about shame and embarrassment. Iris rose from the sofa where the man had laid her earlier, went up to him and said that her current fiancé, Alfred, had promised her father vast lands in exchange for permission to marry Iris. The man turned sharply to Iris, and the girl said that her father intended to marry her to Alfred, and asked what exactly would happen if someone else wanted to marry her. Confused, the man asked where Iris had lost her manners, to which the girl replied that he was the one who had broken etiquette first, which meant that she could respond to him equally. Iris ran her fingers up the man's forearm, explaining that if he offered her father the Bennett gold mine, her father would break off his engagement to Alfred and give her to him. Iris stated that the gold mine was definitely better than the simple lands Alfred was offering, to which the man asked how she could possibly be sure that she was as valuable as the gold mine. Iris pulled the man closer to her by his shirt and asked if the man didn't think that the Duke of Whitlow's flower was better than a mine that would soon run dry, especially since the flower had not yet withered. Iris looked at the man with a calm and soft smile, realizing that from his side, her words must have sounded strange, because if not for one circumstance, she could not have known about the imminent uselessness of the mine. Iris decided not to stop there and said that she knew exactly what the man, the king of the beastmen named Caveland, was planning. Caveland turned Iris towards the table, placing her hands on her sides, and the girl again felt a furious gaze on herself, which, however, was no longer so icy. Caveland, in a raised voice, declared that if Iris did not want to die anytime soon, she should keep her mouth shut and not blab about her knowledge and guesses. But even the man's rage and loud voice did not shake Iris's calm, who replied that if she was destined to die, then he would die too. Iris said with a serene smile that Caveland's plan was not destined to come true, and if he followed it, he would die a most miserable death, leaving his allies, the beastmen, alone in the same pitiful state they were in now. Caveland asked gloomily what else Iris knew, reluctant to trust her, but the girl replied that after her story, he would have no choice but to agree to her proposal. Caveland pulled away from Iris and took a couple of steps back, looking at the girl in surprise, because everything that was happening was quite unexpected for him. Caveland thought that Iris was a very strange and impudent woman. It was difficult for him to believe that she did not feel any fear of him, because he could easily tear her to shreds. The man could not understand what exactly she was thinking about. Caveland decided to change his line of behavior. He apologized to Iris for his behavior and asked why she wanted to marry him, a beastman living his life in a miserable situation. Iris answered honestly that she simply wanted to escape from the Duke's cursed family, which did not allow her to live in peace, and was ready to take extreme measures for this. Iris said that for the sake of her goal, she was quite willing to marry a beastman because she wanted to live a free and carefree life, and asked if such an excuse was suitable for Caveland. Iris remembered how she had recently been in a position where a completely different man had been hanging over her, and it hadn't brought her any positive feelings at all. Fat and ugly, her fiancé Alfred, just like Caveland, had Iris pinned down on the bed and was squeezing his hands fiercely around the girl's neck. Iris, due to her good intuition, felt that day that she would soon die, but still could not do anything. She could not even scream in the end to call someone for help. Alfred, unlike Caveland, did not stop. That day Iris really died, thinking at the end that she did not want to die like this, in the arms of a hated husband. Iris's wish was heard. A voice in her head asked if she was sure of her decision, and stated that if so, then she was obliged to live. And Iris did come back to life, but not at the same time she died, initially experiencing memory problems. It took Iris a whole month to come to her senses and understand what exactly had happened to her. The memories were painful. They didn't want to come back. Iris felt like her life was split into several parts that just wouldn't come together to form a single picture. These memories included her husband's cruelty and betrayal, her sister's wedding with the prince, which led to very terrible consequences, and the death of Caveland, whom Iris felt incredibly sorry for. By the time all this happened and the girl died, Iris was 40 years old. But she returned to that fork in her life when she was only 20. As soon as Iris realized that this whole future was not a dream, she realized that she urgently needed to do something to avoid repeating everything that had happened to her before. So she immediately went to Caveland, a man whose fate she knew and sincerely wanted to help. Iris sincerely hoped to escape from her home with his help, but one of the turning days was approaching, and Caveland still did not contact her to give his answer. Iris was looking out the window thoughtfully, trying to come up with a solution for herself as to what she should do if Caveland still didn't answer, when a rather unceremonious blonde woman, who was her half-sister, burst into her room. The blonde, whose name was Brittany, said that today was a special day when Iris's future husband was supposed to arrive, and the girl pretended to be trying hard to remember the man's name. Exclaiming that the man's name was Alfred, Brittany grabbed Iris by the hair roughly and rudely, and declared that Iris had to dress up for the occasion. Brittany shoved a strange white thing into Iris's face and said that the girl's mother was a slut, so Iris would be grateful to the family for hiding it and also finding her an influential man to be her husband. Iris replied that the same applies to Brittany's father, which caused surprise and misunderstanding in the girl, who did not expect that the usually submissive and silent Iris would suddenly start answering something. Brittany was already ready to start a fight, but the quarrel was interrupted by the appearance of the maid. The maid announced that the Earl of Caveland Green had arrived at their house, so both Iris and Brittany had to go down to greet the guest. Caveland stood below with the Duke of Whitlow, making idle small talk with him while they waited for the girls. Caveland said that he had heard about the beauty of the Duke of Whitlow's daughter, to which he replied that, of course, such rumors were circulating about Brittany. Caveland did not have time to answer when the one about whom the men were talking appeared in the room. Brittany said with a smile that she had heard by chance that the Earl of Caveland Green was visiting them, so she hurried downstairs. Caveland greeted the girl. Caveland headed towards Brittany. The girl stood with a satisfied expression on her face, because she was absolutely sure that the Count had come specifically for her. But Brittany was in for a disappointment, because, having drawn level with the girl and paying absolutely no attention to her, Caveland moved on to the one who was standing behind. Brittany's expression changed immediately as she realized that her hopes had not been met, and the Count had not come to see her. Brittany turned indignantly towards Caveland, a man who was under the protection of the Holy Kingdom, which meant that even the Emperor had no right to treat him with disdain. Brittany saw that Caveland's full attention was directed at Iris, but she couldn't find the words to express the depth of her indignation. Iris thought that, as an earl, Caveland had power equal to a duke, and was also the most famous and powerful man of that time. And it was this man, Caveland, who knelt down in front of Iris, kissed her palm, and asked if she would marry him, which was outrageous for Brittany. Iris's plan worked, which couldn't help but make her breathe a sigh of relief that Caveland had accepted her offer, as it made further actions much easier. This action by Caveland, however, did not cause the same joy in the rest of the Iris family. Duke Whitlow, upon hearing that Caveland wanted to marry Iris and not Brittany, was greatly indignant. Duke Whitlow said he thought Caveland was referring specifically to Brittany, but the man insisted he never said a word about Brittany. Caveland put his arm around Iris's waist, pulling her closer, and replied that it wasn't Brittany who was the girl he really liked and who took his heart, but Iris. Cavelin's words came as a strong blow to Brittany, who still could not believe that this man had proposed to someone other than her. Brittany looked at Iris with ill-concealed fury and thought that Cavelin simply could not have chosen this crap over her. In Brittany's opinion, this was just some kind of nonsense. Brittany hid her emotions by hanging her head down. Duke Whitlow, sensing his daughter's displeasure, told Cavelin that his eldest daughter was not yet married, so the proposal to his youngest daughter was premature. Cavelin smiled politely and replied that it did not matter and was nothing new in their country, since Earl Rodburn and the Marquis of Frunta had also married off their youngest daughter first. Cavelin's gaze suddenly turned cold. He said that even the third and fifth princes of the Gavarian Empire married before the crown prince. Cavelin asked Duke Whitlaw if he had any hesitation in marrying Iris to Cavelin because he felt Cavelin was not worthy of being his son-in-law. Duke Whitlaw swallowed loudly, realizing that refusing for such a reason could have a very negative impact on his future. Duke Whitlow even raised his hands in denial and assured that, of course, that was not what he meant at all. But while the man had enough experience to understand when it was time to back off, Brittany could not correctly assess the situation. Brittany ran forward, telling Cavelin that he must have forgotten, but he was the one who asked her to dance at the last banquet. Cavelin chuckled coldly and replied with impeccable politeness that the person whose memory had actually failed him in that room was Brittany herself. Duke Whitlow remarked that it was very rude of Keelan to say that, but the man explained that it was Brittany who had asked him to dance at that very banquet. Cavelin said he had to agree to Brittany's invitation out of respect for the Duke of Whitlow's family. Cavelin said he was very sorry that Brittany had misunderstood his consent and apologized to her for it, which turned out to be another blow to the girl whose hopes were quickly being crushed to their very foundations. Duke Whitlow stood there hesitantly, not understanding what was going on. He wanted to support Brittany, as he always did, and as the girl herself expected. But he understood that this was not the situation in which he could try on the role of a loving father in relation to his eldest daughter. Duke Whitlow looked at his youngest daughter, Iris, who showed no sign of excitement, and thought that if he could become related to Caveland Green, then great opportunities would open up for him, so the Duke did not want to miss such a chance. Cavelin did not wait for Duke Whitlow to collect his thoughts, and turned to Iris, asking what answer she would give him. Iris was surprised that the decision regarding the marriage had suddenly passed to her, but Duke Whitlow did not resent the fact that his answer had not been received, but enthusiastically agreed with Caveland and asked what Iris would choose. Iris looked thoughtfully at Caveland's hand, which he extended to her, expecting the girl's positive answer. A slight smile appeared on Iris's lips, because she understood that she had already managed to avoid marrying the man who would later become the cause of her death. Iris placed her hand in Caveland's and confidently replied that, of course, she accepted his proposal of marriage. Iris and Caveland looked at each other, quite successfully playing a loving couple in front of those present. But Brittany couldn't help but interfere with this idyll. Brittany said that it was simply impossible. She turned to Duke Whitlow for support, asking if he thought Caveland and Iris were rushing things too much, since Iris was still too early, in her opinion, to get married. But Brittany did not meet with the support of Duke Whitlow, who had already made his decision and did not want to retreat from it. She came across an unusually stern look from her father. Duke Whitlow yelled at Brittany not to say anything unnecessary and ordered her to go to her room, which shocked Brittany almost more than Caveland's offer to Iris. Agreements having been reached, Caveland decided to immediately take Iris from this house. So soon, they were both sitting in a carriage and heading to the territory of the Earl of Green. Iris asked how Caveland knew to come on that particular day, since Viscount Alfred was supposed to come to see her, after which it might be too late. Iris explained that she thought Caveland had found out about this from somewhere, which is why he had rushed to take Iris to his place. Iris thought Caveland would leave her, but the man, having signed the contract transferring the Bennett gold mine to the Duke of Whitlow, put his arm around Iris's shoulders. Caveland confidently told Duke Whitlow that since they had no more questions, he was taking Iris with him. Iris was really surprised at that moment, not expecting Caveland to come to them, fully prepared to take her with him, and she smiled at him with sincere gratitude. Caveland turned to the window with a satisfied smile, looking with increased interest at the landscape that was rushing past, and replied that he had no idea how such a lucky coincidence for Iris could have happened. And somewhere not very far from them, Alfred's crew was ambushed by bandits, which is why the man did not have time to reach the estate of the Duke of Whitlow. Alfred's guards were defeated, and the man himself, sitting on his butt, actively backed away from the robber advancing on him. Alfor was scared and angry because he didn't understand how this could happen to him, because he spent money on the most powerful mercenaries who promised to protect him from any danger. And these very strong mercenaries ended up easily losing to just two unknowns, one of whom was advancing on Alfred with clearly ill intentions. Alfred let out a cry of horror, seeing a sword raised above him. Iris did not press Caveland for an answer, although she knew that he had somehow contributed to the fact that her departure from her home had been so peaceful. Iris asked Caveland if they still had half a day to go, noting that she had gotten to Caveland's estate much faster before, but then the circumstances were completely different. Caveland did not answer, but looked closely at the girl, causing her a little confusion. Iris decided not to be tormented by guesses, and asked why Caveland was looking at her like that, to which she received the answer that Caveland seemed too calm and relaxed. Iris replied that she understood Caveland's wariness, because it really must have looked strange from his point of view. Iris said that, in fact, she had sold herself to Caveland, knowing full well what she was getting into, but he might be wondering what exactly had prompted her to do it. Iris said that while she wanted to leave the Duke of Whitlow's estate, she also knew that the Earl of Green's estate was not the safest place in the world either. Iris had said that living at that pace, not knowing when death would come for you, was what having a beastman husband meant, and she knew exactly what she was signing up for. Caveland placed his foot between Iris's legs, told her not to act all-knowing, and asked curiously what exactly could protect her at that moment. Such a question should probably have thrown Iris off balance, but the girl only looked at Caveland searchingly. Iris smiled softly, showing that Caveland's jab had missed her mark, and thought that Caveland was clearly trying to intimidate her, but it was absolutely useless. Iris said thoughtfully that even though she had told Caveland about the future, it seemed he still couldn't trust her, and that was quite expected. Iris took Caveland's hand, placed it on her cheek, and asked if Caveland needed to see the future for himself, to test on his own skin that she was telling him the truth. Caveland stroked Iris's cheek, moving his hand slightly higher to the back of her head, his movements smooth and confident. A split second later, Caveland abruptly pulled Iris towards himself, forcing Iris to end up on his lap, which left the girl a little confused. Caveland, bringing his face close to Iris's, said that he did not doubt his decisions, and was not afraid of the consequences that could result from the future predicted by Iris. Caveland said he was absolutely certain that Iris would come to deeply regret her choice in time. Iris looked into Caveland's eyes, confused, not knowing what exactly to answer him, and a little embarrassed by the position they were in. Caveland, enveloped in Iris's scent, clearly had no difficulty with the girl sitting on his lap, and with him needing to hold her by the hips so that she would not fall due to the careless movement of the carriage. Besides, closeness with Iris awakened certain desires in him. Iris, catching Caveland's thoughts, thought a little panicky that she hadn't planned on going that far yet, at least not right now, which is why she asked Caveland, who was squeezing her hips tighter and pressing her into himself, to stop. Caveland, running his hand over Iris's stomach, placed his hand on the girl's waist, leaning closer to the girl's ear, and said in a quiet voice that Iris herself told him that she knew everything. Iris felt like her heart was going to beat out of her chest, and Caveland, bringing his lips close to hers, told her that he was still a little worried that everything would go smoothly. Caveland was about to kiss Iris, but they were interrupted by the coachman, who announced that they were almost at Dakota, Caveland's estate. Caveland regretfully let her go without kissing Iris, and Iris felt only relief about this, because she really wasn't ready for intimacy with Caveland right now. Caveland, without giving any indication that anything could have happened between him and Iris just a few seconds ago, advised the girl to look out the window. Outside the window, a majestic Gothic building was visible with graceful spires reaching into the sky, with bright stained glass windows and carved details reflecting the soft light of the setting sun. And at the foot of the building, there was a lush garden with green tree crowns. Caveland asked Iris if this was the kind of house she wanted to live in. Iris didn't care what exactly her future home would look like, but the Caveland estate was impressive, and when they arrived and Iris found herself in her room, the girl couldn't take her eyes off the view from her window. Caveland gave Iris some time to get settled, but soon came to the girl and asked if she had any problems with the room. With a grin, Caveland added that now this room would be theirs to share, and they would live here together, expecting Iris to be indignant, but again not guessing the direction of the girl's thoughts. Iris asked if this was what it meant to be a married couple, and the girl's calmness once again confused Caveland. Iris smiled broadly and brightly, and suggested that Caveland call her by her shortened name, Eerie, in that case. Caveland bowed to Eerie, and replied that she had indeed managed to surprise him too many times, so she could call him not by his full name, but by Kay, to which Iris happily agreed. Iris thought that she was pleasantly surprised by Kay's actions. She couldn't help but notice that they had finally gotten to know Caveland properly, and she was also glad that, despite the fact that she and Caveland had an arranged marriage, he had still decided to live in the same room with her, because as Iris remembered from her past life, when people were in an arranged marriage, they usually lived in separate rooms. Caveland suddenly and firmly grabbed Iris by the waist, pulling her towards him, and asked what exactly she was thinking about so hard. Caveland had one hand on Iris's waist, and the other on her butt, and he noticed that Iris seemed to have forgotten something. Caveland nuzzled the girl's hair, and Iris noticed that Caveland was playing games with her again, to which Caveland calmly replied that he was not human at all, which, in his opinion, justified him. Iris calmly placed her hand on Caveland's face and pushed him away from her, asking Caveland to stop. This action of Iris shocked Caveland, who was prepared for the fact that the girl took all his advances calmly and asked why she suddenly decided to stop him. Iris explained that it was Caveland who had forgotten to show her something, and now was the perfect time to do it. Iris looked into Caveland's eyes and said that he had told her earlier that she should be afraid of him, and the girl asked if it wouldn't make sense for her to get used to the man's peculiarities beforehand. This request from Iris made Caveland tense, because he was not sure that Iris would be able to react to it calmly, but he did not find any reason for himself to refuse the girl, because she was right, she really needed to see it. Iris thought that she would never have thought that she would actually get to see the transformation of a beastman, which was now happening before her eyes. From the veil and dark smoke, a huge, majestic wolf appeared right in front of Iris. Iris looked at Caveland in his wolf form with keen interest, telling him that he was very big, to which Kay asked if the girl was scared. Iris buried her hand in the fur on the wolf's neck and told Caveland that no, she was not scared at all, after which she admitted that Caveland was actually very handsome in his wolf form. There was a bitter regret in the depths of Iris's eyes as she remembered that wolf lying and dying alone in a pool of blood. She honestly didn't understand why he had to die then. Caveland in her past was brutally beaten, his entire skin was torn, a sea of blood flowed down him, and this was the end for this beastman. Caveland devoted his entire life to protecting the sacred relic and died defending his faith and honor to the very end. Iris thought bitterly that this was terribly unfair and decided that she would never allow something like this to happen again. Iris stood on her tiptoes and tried to hug the wolf Caveland as tightly as she could, putting her promises that everything would be okay with him into those hugs. Caveland was clearly confused, not expecting Iris to show such tenderness and gentleness towards him, the great and terrible beast. He again tried to convey to Iris that later she would deeply regret her decision, but the girl did not agree with him. Realizing that Iris truly had no fear of him and was not going to run away, Caveland transformed back into a human, hugging Iris and proudly telling her that it turned out he had a completely fearless wife. However, Caveland forgot to take into account one tiny but very important detail when he turned into a wolf and back, and because of which he found himself in front of Iris in his most pristine form. It took Iris a moment to realize that Caveland was completely naked and standing too close to her, but when she did, she instantly turned red to the tips of her hair and let out a loud, frightened scream that must have been heard throughout the entire estate. That the scream had indeed been heard was confirmed almost immediately when a security guard burst into the room asking what had happened. Immediately after him, a second guard appeared, asking a similar question. Both were ready to take decisive action to protect the girl. Both men were dumbfounded when they saw the picture that appeared before them. Caveland was sitting in a chair. The only thing covering the man was a blanket. Iris was sitting next to him on the sofa, hiding her burning face in her hands. The guard asked what they were doing there, to which Caveland asked, somewhat embarrassed, why the guards had burst into the marital room without knocking. The guard indignantly asked if this was the only thing that worried Caveland, walked up to Iris, bowed before her, and said that he apologized to her on behalf of all the beastmen and sincerely regretted his master's rude behavior. The second guard was indignant that Caveland was walking around naked in front of his wife, while the first one told Iris that she had only recently arrived and asked if she wanted to look around the estate. The guards were embarrassed and tried their best to smooth things over in front of Iris. They even told her that Caveland was actually a very good person, which caused the girl, who had overcome her embarrassment, to smile slightly. Caveland was finally given a change of clothes, and the man was buttoning his shirt, but paying close attention to what the guards were saying to Iris. The suggestion of one of Iris's guards to contact him in case of any difficulties caused an incomprehensible pang of discontent in Caveland's soul. Caveland looked up from buttoning his shirt and glared at the guard's back, not understanding his sudden possessiveness, since he trusted all these people completely. Iris laughed heartily, thinking that she definitely wouldn't be bored in this place, surrounded by people like the beastmen. When Caveland finally got himself in order, or rather the guards got him in order, it was time to get acquainted with those who had come running. The first to bow was a short, reddish man, more like a teenager, who introduced himself as Nathan and said that he was an excellent fighter in close combat. So if Iris suddenly needed self-defense lessons, she could safely turn to him. Nathan introduced the others. The man who had defended Caveland to Iris turned out to be Eugene. Next to him stood a taller man, carefully hiding his tears, whom Nathan called Wallace. Wallace tearfully told Iris that he never thought that Caveland would ever marry, and asked the girl to take good care of her husband and never leave Caveland alone even if she stopped liking him, which caused indignation of Caveland, who said that he needed to show his beloved wife around the house, so all three men could go out. Nathan, Wallace, and Eugene said goodbye to Iris, leaving Caveland finally alone with his wife. Caveland leaned back on the sofa he and Iris were sitting on and called the guards who had left bastards, while Iris noticed that they were getting along very well with each other. Caveland straightened up and, leaning closer to Iris, replied that it was because they were all beastmen and therefore a pack, one single family. Iris felt a little sad, remembering the relationships in her own family in her past life. She had not had good relationships with either her relatives or her husband, who never happened, so she also wanted to believe that now this was her family too. But the girl was afraid to hope for this. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Whitlow's estate, Brittany was raging in rage, smashing dishes and cursing heartily at her father, asking him if he would really force her to silently watch as Iris, and not she, married Caveland. Brittany screamed at how Duke Whitlow could do this to her. The man slouched tiredly in his chair. His head was clearly splitting from his daughter's screams, and only one person looked serene. Brittany's mother sat calmly next to her and drank tea. Duke Whitlow once again, and without much hope of success, tried to explain to Brittany that this marriage was a very profitable deal for him, because he received the Bennett gold mines. Duke Whitlow said that, in simple terms, he had hit the jackpot, but this time, her father's excuses fell on deaf ears with Brittany, who said she didn't give a damn. Brittany clenched her fists in rage, imagining Iris's pleased face, who dared to take away from her the man who was such a perfect match for Brittany. Brittany sincerely believed that Caveland Green was already her property, which meant that Iris had no right to be near this man. Brittany's mother finally decided to intervene in the conversation between Duke Whitlow and Brittany, yawned, and said that Brittany was just wasting her time with such outbursts of rage. Brittany was shocked by her mother's statement, but the woman explained that everything was happening for the good of the family, and even Iris was useful, which meant that the woman had not raised her in vain, although she could not have imagined that Iris would end up being so useful in the future. Brittany calmed down a little, and Duke Whitlow managed to collect his thoughts and gave his daughter another positive thought, saying that she would be able to climb even higher than Iris. The Duke of Whitlow, with feigned disdain, said that Caveland Green was only an earl, and that this was insignificant compared to the Crown Prince, which could not help but cause excitement in the soul of Brittany, who immediately began to imagine herself as the Crown Princess. Brittany's eyes lit up. A happy and wide smile wandered across her face. The girl again mentally called Iris a piece of trash, and decided that she could give the Earl to her younger sister, but in return she would get the whole Crown Prince into her hands. Brittany's gaze turned angry. The girl imagined herself holding in her hands like small figures of the Crown Prince in Caveland, and Iris kneeling in front of her, having lost all hope and completely broken. But just marrying the Crown Prince wasn't enough for Brittany. She thought it was high time to write one important letter, because the beloved daughter was always she, Brittany, and not Iris, a worthless simpleton without honor and dignity who could not be allowed to forget her place. Iris had no idea what Brittany was up to behind her back. The girl was sitting at the table with Caveland. The couple were having a small talk. Iris noticed that Caveland had a very beautiful estate. Caveland asked Iris what place in the estate she liked best, which left the girl deeply thoughtful. Iris blotted her lips with a napkin and looked away thoughtfully, sincerely trying to find an answer to the question. Iris replied that she couldn't choose, because wherever she went, it was very beautiful. Remembering how Caveland gave her a tour of the estate, Caveland held Iris's hand, enthusiastically telling her about his estate, and the girl was very pleased that the man did not order, for example, the butler to show her the estate. Iris reflected that she had never imagined that Caveland would suddenly decide to personally accompany her and show her the estate, and also that a man could be such an interesting storyteller. Iris looked at Caveland, fascinated, noting the strangeness that did not conflict with her initial impressions of her husband. Now he seemed very sincere to her. Caveland didn't even notice Iris's admiring look, and the girl thought that in fact Kay was much kinder than it might seem at first glance. Iris smiled softly at the memory, and thanked Caveland for giving her the tour. Iris thought that before she had thought that such a warm feeling for Caveland had appeared only when she saw her husband naked. But even now it was vividly felt in her chest, especially when Kay gently touched her cheek. Without removing his hand from Iris's cheek, Caveland asked if her gratitude meant that she wanted to repay him in some way. Caveland took a strand of Iris's hair, running it through his fingers, and said that in that case he would have to try hard to live up to the girl's expectations. Cavelin noted that Iris could do with a change of clothes, as she was still wearing the same clothes he had picked her up in when he had taken her from the Duke of Whitlow's estate. Iris was a little embarrassed, but quickly pulled herself together, got up from the table, and replied that she had no clothes, because in the Duke of Whitlow's estate, she had nothing of her own, literally. Cavelin stood up after Iris and said that in that case the girl could wear his robe for now. Iris asked indignantly what nonsense Cavelin was talking about, blushing desperately from embarrassment because it was a very piquant proposal. Cavelin replied that he was absolutely serious, untied his belt, and began to pull off his robe to hand it to Iris. Cavelin asked Iris for permission to put the robe on her himself, remaining naked in front of the girl again, and, not receiving a refusal from her, he threw the robe over his wife's shoulders. Touching Iris' cheek again, Cavelin said that he would also like to take the girl's robe off himself later, because she was very charming. Cavelin moved closer to Iris's face and said to the girl's lips before kissing her that she was so charming that he was quite ready to eat her completely. Cavelin and Iris did indeed stay the night in the same room and in the same bed, but looking at his wife with a chuckle, Cavelin muttered that, apparently, Iris was so tired that she passed out as soon as they lay down. Cavelin thought with regret that he had only managed to kiss Iris once. The man had the feeling that he was being greatly deceived, but he only kissed Iris on the forehead with a soft smile. Cavelin rose from his bed, thinking that there was a very strange feeling in his chest connected with Iris. Cavelin looked at Iris and thought that he had never shown his true form to a person before, and this girl was not at all afraid of him. Iris didn't even flinch when Cavelin turned into a wolf, and that was very valuable to the man, even though he didn't want to show it yet. Cavelin couldn't help but kiss Iris again, thinking that she was now his wife and part of his family, so she could calmly allow herself to blossom next to him. Cavelin knew he wouldn't be able to sleep anytime soon, so he decided to leave the room so as not to accidentally disturb Iris. When Cavelin left the room, he bumped into Gillette, his personal maid, and it was rather unusual. She seemed to be bothered by something. Cavelin asked Gillette what had happened, as he had not expected to see her there at such an hour. Gillette looked at Cavelin quite calmly and intently, assessing the state in which he left the common room with Iris. Gillette noted Cavelin's half-open robe, but found no evidence that the couple's wedding night had been a hot one. Gillette was reassured by this. She smiled sweetly at Cavelin and said that she had come simply to find out if the man needed her help. The next day, Iris looked out the window in her and Cavelin's room. Cavelin himself had already managed to go somewhere. Iris was still wearing the robe that Cavelin had given her, since the maids had taken even the dress the girl had arrived in that morning. Iris thought that it would be nice to take a walk, and she suddenly wanted some sherbet. Such thoughts surprised the girl, because in her past life, she did not even think about such trifles. There was a knock at the door, and Iris asked who was there, receiving a response from Wallace, who said that he had brought someone to meet the girl. After Iris gave him permission, Wallace walked into the room with a satisfied smile, followed by a short blonde man. The unknown man bowed before Iris and apologized for learning of her arrival too late, which is why he was unable to organize a decent meeting for the girl. The man said he was the butler at the Caveland estate and introduced himself as James. Without rising from his respectful bow, James said he was very glad to finally meet Iris. Iris, James, and Wallace sat down at the same table and discussed the current state of affairs over a cup of tea. James told Iris that he had not yet had time to assign maids for her, so she should contact him with any questions. Iris asked James to call her by her first name, but James replied that this was impossible. He could only call her not by her title, but by mistress. Iris nodded, not too upset by James' answer, even though she was not used to being addressed so formally, and asked if he could help her find some suitable clothes. James politely replied that a tailor was due to come to the Earl of Green's estate that weekend, and that his services could be used. But this did not suit Iris. Iris slammed her cup down on the table and replied with embarrassment that she needed her clothes right now, ostentatiously adjusting Cavelin's robe. Iris said that she had met Nathan, who was about the same build as her, the day before, and asked if she could borrow clothes from him in particular. This request greatly surprised Wallace, who did not expect that Iris would want to borrow clothes from a man. Wallace tried to get this point across to Iris, believing it was wrong for a girl to wear men's clothing, but Nathan responded that there was nothing wrong with the request. Iris felt a little sad, remembering that in her family she was always called a useless child. Iris thought that she didn't like being called the Duke's flower. She wanted to live exactly the way she wanted. Therefore, she shouldn't worry about whose clothes she was going to borrow. Iris put her elbows on the table, rested her chin on her folded palms, and said that it didn't matter what she wore. The most important thing was that it was comfortable. James was a little stunned by Iris's words, and the girl thought that she wanted to use her second chance to live this life free. James smiled. He liked Iris's attitude, and said that in that case they would rob Nathan's wardrobe. Iris thanked James, and Wallace remained an island of saneness and could not believe that James actually agreed to this. James rose from the table to pay a visit to Nathan's wardrobe and asked Iris one last time if there was anything else she wanted. Iris answered with a smile, and honestly that she really wanted to walk in the garden in front of the estate, and she also wanted some sherbet, which caused both James and Wallace to smile back. But following Iris's innocent request, she became serious, which did not escape the eyes of James and Wallace. Iris asked Jamie if she could do whatever she wanted on the estate, or if there were restrictions she had to follow. This question and Iris's abrupt change of subject shocked James, but like a good butler, he didn't show it at all. James replied that, of course, within the estate, Iris could do whatever she wanted. There were no restrictions for her. Iris smiled contentedly, letting James know that she had taken his answer into account, which made the girl very happy, because the free life she dreamed of was getting closer. The raid on Nathan's wardrobe was a success, so soon Iris was enjoying the freshness of the street and the sherbet, hiding from the sun under a small umbrella. Iris sat down on the edge of the fountain, thinking that Nathan's clothes were a little big for her, but they fit her quite well, so it was quite possible that she could have done without a tailor. Iris's umbrella was slightly tilted, but the girl couldn't straighten it because her hands were busy. Iris tried to do something, but in the end decided not to pay attention. Suddenly help came. Someone caught the falling umbrella, intercepting it from Iris's hands with quick and dexterous, almost imperceptible movements. Iris looked at the man who approached in surprise, not expecting anyone to disturb her solitude. A smiling caveman stood nearby, holding an umbrella over Iris, and the man grumbled humorously that the girl was eating sherbet right before lunch. Caveman sat down next to Iris. The girl asked in surprise if anyone had told her husband that she was here. The man replied that James had revealed Iris's location to him. Iris laughed and asked if Kay was talking about the same gallant, handsome blonde man she had met that morning, which greatly surprised Caveland. Caveland asked in surprise if Iris was talking about Jamie. Iris calmly replied that yes, she was talking about the butler of this estate, who also brought her sherbet. Caveland's expression darkened sharply, turning away from Iris to hide his emotions from her. He wondered in his mind if it was possible that James had suddenly decided to hit on his wife. Caveland's sour mood did not go unnoticed by Iris, so she scooped up some sherbet with a spoon, handed it to Caveland, and asked if he wanted to try it. Caveland looked at Iris with interest, devils dancing in his eyes, subtly hinting to the girl that she might regret her noble impulse. Caveland touched Iris's hand, in which she held the bowl of sherbet, and drawing nearer, replied that he wished she would feed him with her sweet lips, and not with a spoon. Iris looked at Caveland in confusion. Thinking that the man was joking again, she couldn't take her husband's words seriously. Deciding that this game could be played by two people, Iris touched Caveland's cheek, which made him look a little confused. Iris wondered in her mind what she should do with this man, and she approached Caveland and gave him the kiss he asked for. Caveland didn't expect such an action from Iris, so he looked at the girl's face in confusion, trying to find an answer to what she was thinking. But very quickly, Caveland's desire to think about something was replaced by something completely different. So, putting his hand on the back of Iris's head, the man responded to her kiss. The umbrella, which both Iris and Caveland had forgotten about, fell to the ground, but at least the sherbet was saved by the man, and the couple kissed selflessly, not wanting to be distracted by anything around them. But the kiss couldn't last forever. When Caveland pulled away just a little, Iris asked how he liked the sherbet. Caveland replied that it was very tasty. Caveland, stroking Iris's head, thought that he had not expected the girl to put on someone else's clothes. He did not like the idea, so Caveland squeezed his palm too hard on the back of Iris's head, causing the girl a little discomfort. Iris let out a quiet cry of surprise. Caveland apologized and said that she needed to find new clothes, to which the girl replied that James had already invited a tailor. Caveland ran his fingers through Iris's hair, and she looked at him, unable to understand why he was looking at her that way. Caveland's gaze seemed unusually soft to Iris, since usually he was a little harder and harsher, and an almost peaceful smile was frozen on his lips. Caveland suddenly asked if Iris needed anything, which surprised the girl greatly. But Iris quickly pulled herself together and replied that she really needed a personal maid who would help her and teach her etiquette, the knowledge of which Iris sorely lacked. Caveland agreed to fulfill Iris's request as soon as possible, and the girl gloomily noted that Viscount Alfred Hooches was soon to visit the Green Estate. Iris added that Alfred would probably demand an engagement with her, and Caveland felt furious at the girl's words. Iris felt the anger that was almost physical coming from Caveland. Iris was still a little confused by Caveland's reactions, not quite sure how she should respond and what exactly she shouldn't say to avoid accidentally angering her husband. Caveland, with a slightly crazy look, asked Iris what he should do to keep Alfred from even coming within a meter of the girl, suggesting that a good option would be to simply rip Alfred's head off. Cavelin suggested that if Alfred's head was ripped off, he would definitely not be able to hurt Iris and would stop hanging around her. Cavelin said that in this case Iris would never see the man again, which made the girl smile and feel some gratitude. Iris knew Cavelin's words sounded harsh, but she was very pleased by such displays of concern on his part. Iris also realized that Cavelin was being completely serious, which also couldn't help but amaze her. But Cavelin had to be stopped, so Iris said there was no need to rip Alfred's head off. Kay shouldn't go that far. Iris said that she saw a more profitable option as taking away the vast lands of Lavent from Alfred, which would deal him a much more serious blow. Cavelin asked Iris if she was sure about this, to which the girl replied that she would like to receive these lands as a wedding gift. Iris thought sadly that Alfred, her husband from her past life, would definitely not give up so easily. Iris was sure that as soon as he had the opportunity, Alfred would come to the estate to the Duke of Whitlow to persuade him to give her to this particular man. Iris thought that her sister, Brittany, couldn't let go of the situation with her younger sister marrying Caveland Green. Iris understood that most likely, Brittany was already looking for a way to take revenge on her, and soon one could expect a visit not only from Alfred, but also from her older sister. Iris was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice when Caveland stood up, but the man laughed briefly and said that, apparently, Iris had misunderstood something. The softness left Caveland's face, and Iris could not understand what could have caused it this time, but the man said that he was not at all obliged to give any gifts to his wife. Caveland said that Iris promised to keep the information about the man's true appearance a secret. In exchange for this, he promised to take her from the Whitlow estate and make her Countess of Green. Kay asked Iris if he was confusing anything in the conditions set. Iris blinked a couple of times, completely confused about what was going on in Caveland's head, as it was such a radical change from what had been happening between them a minute ago. Iris also became serious and silently rose from the edge of the fountain, brushing off her pants. She didn't like that they were returning exclusively to the agreement. Iris told Caveland that she didn't think the man was so petty, which shocked her husband. Iris folded her arms under her chest and looked at Caveland with a smile, thoughtfully saying that she was surprised by the fact that he was one of those people who could not even give some measly lands to his wife. Iris approached Caveland, looking into his eyes, and said that the Green family was very noble. Caveland was respected by everyone, even if he did not have much money. Iris told Caveland that respect alone was not enough. The girl wanted the South and the West, the harsh North and the prosperous East to fall at her feet. Iris chuckled, clenching her fist, and said that it was for this very reason that she wanted to obtain Lavent's lands. Iris asked Caveland why he didn't invest money in his wife if he had any. Caveland was surprised by Iris's words. At first, he wanted to refuse the girl who, in his opinion, was crossing all boundaries. But soon, Caveland found himself laughing genuinely, which was a little strange and rather unusual for him, since it didn't happen often. After laughing, Caveland took Iris's hand. He thought that he could not help but admit that the girl's absurd words touched his heart. The man told Iris that he agreed to buy these lands. Caveland bowed his head, raised Iris's hand to his lips, kissed it, and said that he would give his wife the lands of Laventa if that was what she desired. Several days passed. Iris held documents in her hands with information about 2 maids. The girl noted to herself that, despite the hasty search, both girls should have become worthy workers. Iris had thought that Kay certainly wouldn't trust her with any work around the estate until suitable assistants were found, but that might finally change on this day. Iris looked up from the pile of papers and noticed a red-haired girl who had not been introduced to her earlier walking straight towards her. The girl was Gillette, who, not paying any attention to Iris and almost touching her with her elbow, silently walked past. It seemed that this girl did not like Iris. Iris looked after Gillette with displeasure, realizing that there could be big problems with this girl. Iris thought that she had been observing rude behavior towards herself from Gillette for several days already. The girl understood that there were servants who were very jealous of their master towards the new mistress, but she had never heard them show their dissatisfaction so openly. Iris, who had managed to make inquiries about the impudent maid, learned that Gillette was the Viscount's daughter, who had arrived at the Green estate as a maid. Iris couldn't help but notice that for some reason, she felt a strong dislike for Gillette, making a mental note that she would soon have a difficult conversation with this girl. Iris's thoughts were interrupted by James, who announced that he had already brought the maids, who were waiting for Iris in the living room, and asked if the girl would meet them. Iris, of course, hurried to meet the girls, the information about whom completely satisfied her, and she was already anticipating what good workers they would become. The girls were indeed very radiant, positive and welcoming, greeting Iris with a slight bow. The first girl, the dark-haired and more serious Christina, was from the Fernie family, whose reputation had grown greatly due to the many outstanding artists who had come into their family, and many of the works of art that adorned the imperial palace were created by artists from the Fernie family. The second girl, the red-haired and bright Irula, was from the Lutek family, a family known for producing many famous scientists. The recognition of the Lutek family never went unnoticed, so that alone was enough to hire Aruela. Iris smiled contentedly, genuinely happy that these two girls had come to her. She noted that both Christina and Aruela were from noble families, and thanked them for the girls coming to this estate. Christina calmly replied that Iris did not need to thank her, because she was happy to serve the flower of Duke Whitlow, since she had a positive reputation. These words of Christina caused a violent reaction from Aruela, who did not know that Iris was the flower of Duke Whitlow. Aruela was very loudly surprised, for which she received a slap on the back of the head from Christina. Christina squeezed Aruela's wrist painfully and said with a polite smile that she should behave more quietly and observe the allotted norms of etiquette. Iris laughed slightly at the sight before her and said that it felt like Christina and Aruela knew each other. Christina explained that it just so happened that their families were friends. James didn't waste any time and explained to Iris that Aruela was not married, so she could live in the castle, but Christina had a child, so she had to return home 2 or 3 times a week. Iris got up from the sofa, replied that she understood everything, said that this was the end of the conversation, and advised Christina and Aruela to give a tour of the estate before dinner. Christina and Aruela left the living room, and right outside the door, Aruela wanted to ask if Iris was really that flower, but she got another slap on the back of the head from Christina. Christina advised Aruela to watch her manners, to which Aruela replied that it was beyond her power, since the role of a noble lady was very difficult for her, and to be precise, it was not possible at all. Aruela became serious, thoughtfully touching the dagger in its sheath attached to the girl's ankle. Aruela asked Christina if they were supposed to protect Iris if something happened, which left Christina a little confused. And the Whitlow estate was in turmoil again. Brittany was raging again, this time about Alfred's clinginess, to whom she sent a letter so that he would take Iris for himself, and in the end, this fatso dared to flirt with Brittany herself. Brittany moaned desperately, rubbing her face with her hands, and thought that this whole situation was because of her little sister, that brat Iris. The maid entered Brittany's room with the news that Alfred was waiting for her in the living room, which caught her in the heat of the moment, because Brittany demanded that she shut up, since she already knew perfectly well about the arrival of an extremely annoying person. Brittany noted with fury to herself that this simply could not continue. She had to take urgent measures to change everything in her favor. Brittany walked into the living room to find Alfred holding a young maid close to him. The man was happy, noted that he had been waiting for Brittany for a long time, but clearly had no intention of letting go of the maid, who was clearly very uncomfortable. Brittany thought that Alfred was just a nasty bastard who would get what he deserved in the end, but she said out loud in an innocent tone that she understood how upset Alfred was about breaking off his engagement to Iris, and asked if he wanted the girl back. Alfred continued to hold the maid and asked how it was even possible to get Iris back, since he himself sincerely believed that there was no way. Brittany asked where Alfred got that from and asked if Alfred knew why everyone was so crazy about Iris. Brittany explained that Iris was loved because she was pure and innocent, untouched by the hands of men, just like a flower in the middle of a lake that not everyone could get. And Brittany was curious what would happen if people found out that Iris had already been in love and had long since lost her ability to think rationally, and whether Caveland would have tolerated such humiliation. Alfred understood where Brittany was going with this, but asked who would ever believe that Iris was not so pure anymore. Brittany chuckled and told Alfred not to worry, as the Whitlow family was famous for its ability to turn truth into lies and vice versa. But Iris didn't know that intrigues were being woven behind her back, so she laughed carefree with Christina, who was very surprised that Iris got along so well with Aruela. Iris spoke very highly of Aruela, appreciating the girl's easygoing nature, and Christina believed that Aruela would be very happy to know that Iris thought so positively of her. Iris noted with a smile that it had been several days since she had maids. Christina and Aruela had settled in well and were getting along well with Iris. But there remained one major problem, a reminder of which was heard from behind the door in the voice of Aruela, who was clearly arguing with Gillet. Iris and Christina had been watching this scene for several days now, and both were not happy about it, as the conflicts were becoming more and more acute and negative. Christina asked Iris, a little uneasily, if she should intervene, but Iris chose to wait for developments for now. Iris leaned back in her chair tiredly, feeling a headache coming on from everything that was happening. Iris complained to Christina that this happens all the time, thinking to herself that something urgently needed to be done with Gillette, otherwise there would be a lot of problems later. Iris understood that such conflicts were not the fault of Christina or Aruela. Gile initially took on the role of the mistress of the estate, so she constantly clashed with the new maids, considering herself above them. Iris closed her eyes tiredly. The girl had a feeling that with each passing day, the situation with Gillette was getting worse and worse. Aruela ran into the room, obviously driven to the emotional limit by Gile, and indignantly declared that she did not understand anything at all. Christina, who was the mediator for Aruela's emotions between the two of them, reminded her of the need to maintain decorum in front of Iris. Aruela immediately calmed down as soon as she felt Christina's hand on her shoulder, bowed to Iris, and said that she really needed to tell Iris about the whole situation with Gillette. Aruela regretfully explained that she had been calmly carrying out Iris's instructions, but at some point she had run into Gillette, who had started to interfere in every way. Aruela explained that she had managed to complete Iris's assignment, but it had taken more effort on her part, and Iris sympathized with the girl, saying that it was clearly not easy for her. Stars of admiration appeared in Aruela's eyes because of Iris's words. The girl was very pleased that her mistress was not only on her side, but also understood how much effort she put into her work. Iris asked if there was anything else Aruela wanted to discuss, and the maid replied that there was another point that had greatly embarrassed her in her conversation with Gillette. Gillette stated that she had previously done all the work on the estate herself, knew better how everything was arranged, so Iris's maids should turn to her for help and advice, and not to their mistress. Christina was outraged by this. The girl stated that this was incredible impudence on the part of Gillette. Iris's gaze darkened. She once again realized that Gillette did not perceive her as a person who stood above her and who should be reckoned with. Iris thought that Gillette was really incredibly impudent, but after thinking about the situation, she said that Gillette had put forward a very interesting and useful proposal. Christina and Aruela did not catch what exactly Iris had in mind, so they looked at the girl in surprise. Iris smiled sincerely, pushed a strand of hair out of her face, and said that she just needed another maid. So if Gillette was so enthusiastic, then Iris was incredibly lucky that she didn't have to search for the right person. Soon, Gillette was sitting in the living room, her hands folded primly in her lap, waiting for Iris, looking like a model servant. As soon as Iris came up with a way to teach Gillette a lesson, she asked James to invite the girl into the living room, saying that Iris was calling her. Gillette couldn't figure out what exactly Iris could want from her, and Iris hadn't shown up for 30 minutes, which made Gillette even more nervous, and worked herself up in an attempt to figure out what Iris could be up to. The door creaked, tearing Gillette out of her reverie. Iris appeared in the living room with an extremely polite smile. Iris decided to immediately show Gillette to her place, and without greeting, said that Gillette had finally arrived. The maid had to swallow the remark that she had to wait for Iris. Iris, noticing that Gillette didn't even plan to stand up to greet them, said with a grin that, apparently, Gillette's parents didn't have enough money to give the girl a decent education. Gillette at first indignantly asked what Iris was talking about, but then she realized her mistake, blushed slightly, got up from the sofa, and bowed in greeting to Iris. Iris repeated Gillette's question thoughtfully, but then replied more gloomily that Gillette was allowing herself not to show due politeness to her mistress. Then Iris put a wide smile on her face again, and said that this was the very reason she thought Gillette was simply not trained in this, and asked if she was right in her conclusions. Iris recalled with a grin the information she had learned about Gillette. Gillette was the daughter of Viscount Murdy, who had made the decision on her own to become Cavelin's maid and move to the estate. It wasn't usually the case that the daughters of Viscounts became maids, but in Gillette's case, she had a very obvious reason for doing so. Caveland was the object of Gillette's adoration. The girl admired him, and therefore, in the hope of something more, she decided to come to the estate to be near him. Iris thought that knowing this information gave her a better understanding of why Gillette was constantly so hostile towards her. On top of everything else, Gillette was quite a good-looking girl, so the girl had more than enough self-confidence. Iris tried to imagine what she would do in Gillette's place, but decided not to focus on it, and walked past Gillette to the sofa and sat down on it. Gillette didn't move, and Iris asked why Gillette had suddenly frozen, suggesting that she sit down too. With a soft smile, Iris looked at Gillette, who was clearly struggling with her unwillingness to obey, and the thought flashed through her mind that if Iris herself were in a similar situation, she would be very polite to her mistress. Gillette was in no hurry to sit down, and Iris did not hurry her, but she thought that with politeness one could dull the lady's vigilance, and this would be much more reasonable behavior. Gillette finally decided not to sit down, grumbling that she was being ordered to stand up and then sit down, thinking to herself that Iris was just a fool who pretended to be a noble lady, but was absolutely nothing. Iris heard the grumbling, but ignored it, telling Gillette the news that was supposed to take the arrogance out of the insolent girl. Iris said that from that day on, Gillette was her personal maid, which did not please Gillette at all, who indignantly asked how this had suddenly happened. Gillette angrily asked why Iris had decided that she would be her maid, since she was Cavelin's personal maid and could not be removed from that position. Iris coldly reminded Gillette that she had told her to sit down, and then told the girl that it didn't matter at all who she was in the past. In the present, she was appointed as Iris's maid. Gillette exclaimed indignantly that this was impossible. The daughter of Viscount Murdy would never become a maid to just anyone, and she would serve only Caveland. Iris stated that she saw no problem, since Gillette had previously served Caveland, so there was nothing wrong with her now serving his wife. Gillette responded with indignation that it was still just a marriage of convenience, but Iris said that whether it was a marriage of love or a real marriage of convenience, Gillette should not forget that marriage is marriage. Iris asked if she really needed to explain obvious things to Gillette, since she had previously thought that the girl was smart enough, but apparently her opinion was wrong. Iris brushed her hair away from her neck and said that from now on, Gillette would definitely understand what Iris meant. But Gillette decided that she didn't want to hear it. Gillette stated that there was no way she would suddenly start serving Iris. The girl stated that she would not tolerate such treatment. After that, Gillette turned her back to Iris and ran out of the room. Iris calmly thought that Gillette was either completely fearless or too stupid to turn her back on someone she considered an enemy. Gillette, in her rage, rushed through the corridors of the estate, wanting to be next to Caveland as soon as possible. She sincerely believed that Caveland would never give her to that bitch Iris, so she thought that she should calm down. Gillette stopped at Caveland's room, reassuring herself that she was beautiful. Her parents also called her their beautiful flower, and besides, she was the only woman who could enter Caveland's room. Having thus managed to calm herself down, Gillette thought that she would still show Iris who was the real mistress here, knocked on Caveland's room, and said that it was she, Gillette. But Gillette's hopes were quickly dashed when, from behind the closed door, the girl heard Caveland's answer that he was busy with work and that the girl should not disturb him, and even the conviction that Gillette had a very urgent question did not change Caveland's answer. To Gillette's great regret, Iris, who had come up, also heard the phrase that Caveland was too busy and therefore did not have time for a maid. Iris asked Gillette ironically if they were letting her in, then went to the door and calmly informed Caveland that she had arrived. Gillette snorted and said that Caveland was simply too busy, fully confident that if Caveland hadn't let her in, then Iris certainly wouldn't. But Gillette was in for another disappointment that day, as the door opened almost immediately, and a joyful Caveland appeared on the threshold. Caveland turned his attention to Iris, gently running his fingers through the girl's hair again, and asked if Iris had come to show him her new dress. Iris replied that that was not exactly the purpose of her visit, but Kay could well appreciate the dress, and Caveland tenderly kissed a lock of her hair. Caveland said that the dress looked great on Iris, and asked why Iris had come to him anyway, if not to show him the dress. Iris glanced sideways at Gillette with a grin, and told Caveland that she wanted to ask him to make Gillette her maid, since Christina and Aruella couldn't cope. Gillette was shocked by the picture that was happening before her eyes. The girl could not believe that Caveland treated Iris with such tenderness. Gillette wanted to try to get in at least a word about how she was absolutely against becoming anyone's maid other than Caveland, but the man had already managed to answer Iris that he was not at all against such a change, finally destroying the girl's hopes. Soon, Iris was walking in the garden with Aruella, who shared with the girl that she felt completely rested, and thanked Iris for saving her from daily squabbles with Gillette, and Aruella no longer had to listen to angry exclamations addressed to her. Iris serenely remarked that she was very glad that Aruella was pleased, but the girl complained that she was still not on good terms with Gillette, and it was at that moment that Iris and Aruella noticed that Gillette was right in front of them, and she didn't look particularly pleased with the meeting. Gillette curtsied to Iris in a demonstratively polite manner. It was clear that she did not like it, but Gillette restrained herself well. Iris noted that only a week had passed since Gillette had been appointed as her maid, and it had really helped make the girl more obedient, which Iris had not even expected so quickly. Iris also noted that Gillette behaved even worse with the maids, trying with all her might to show her superiority over Christina and Aruella. Gillette's commanding manner had not disappeared, nor had the subconscious thoughts that she was truly the mistress here. So, having made a curtsy, the girl silently turned around and left. This greatly angered Aruella, who exclaimed that Gillette was pretending to be a noble lady, who supposedly did not have the status to be next to simple maids. Aruella said that she was absolutely sure that Gillette was mentally pouring angry speeches on them all, to which Iris replied that Gillette did not seem like a person who would do such a thing without a special reason. This thought made the girl a little nervous, because it seemed to Iris that Gillette really was behaving too calmly and arrogantly. Iris thought that Gillette might well be up to something, which made her feel superior again, and Iris was worried about what might be going on in that maid's head. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading around the estate among the servants that Iris was not wearing a wedding ring. Gillette was very active in telling the servants that the marriage between Caveland and Iris was an arranged one, which meant that a lavish wedding was definitely not planned. They believed her, since they thought that she now served both Caveland and Iris. The servants noted that this was very rude on Caveland's part, since it was customary that no matter what the marriage was, the wedding had to be held according to all traditions. Another circle of gossips was dispersed by James, who heard the girls' laughter, their words, and asked if they really had nothing to do, since they found time for empty talk. The situation was very stressful for James. He liked Iris, he respected Caveland, and such rumors undermined the authority of both. James was unable to intervene and stop all this, since Iris told him not to pay any attention to this gossip. It was towards her that James was heading, carrying a pile of documents and scrolls in his hands, when he saw Iris Caveland next to the door. For some reason, Caveland hesitated near the door, as if he wanted to enter, but could not find a suitable reason for this. Seeing James and the documents in his hands, Caveland became inspired and asked if the butler was heading to Iris. James replied that Iris had asked him to bring something, glancing at the documents he was holding in his hands at the time. Caveland quickly took all the papers from James, stated as calmly as possible that he would take everything to Iris himself, and disappeared through the door, leaving James standing there in bewilderment at what had just happened. When Caveland entered the room, he saw Iris sitting peacefully at the table, attentively reading a rather weighty book. Iris rose from the table, asking in surprise why Kay had decided to visit her, and Caveland asked if the girl had a day off that day. Iris replied that not really, asking what exactly Kay wanted, to which the man said that he simply had not rested for a long time, and the girl herself was constantly busy, and handed her the documents that he took from James. Caveland asked Iris if she had had time to inspect the estate herself, to which the girl replied that, unfortunately, she had not had the free time to do so. Caveland pulled Iris towards him, putting his arm around the girl's shoulders, and asked why they didn't take a walk around the estate together then. Moving closer to Iris's face, Caveland said that they both could use some rest and relaxation, and the girl found no arguments to refuse him. Iris and Caveland were walking down the stairs when Iris decided to raise the topic of rumors among the servants. The girl said that James reported to her that a rat had appeared in the estate, and Caveland had not raised his servants well. Caveland asked in surprise what exactly Iris meant, and why Caveland was the one who raised the servants poorly, in her opinion, to which Iris replied that she was talking about Gillette, who was spreading rumors, and Gillette had served Caveland before. Caveland was very surprised, and said that this couldn't be true, but the next second he moved closer to Iris and asked excitedly if she thought that he had slept with Gillette, and if this was the reason why Iris had ignored him all this time. Ari rolled her eyes and responded that Caveland had gotten too close to her, invading her personal space, but Kay said he didn't see anything wrong with that. Iris didn't react. Caveland realized that, apparently, his wife was a little jealous, so he hastened to convince her that there was no reason for jealousy. Caveland took Iris's hand tenderly and said that no one but her could occupy his bed, because she was his wife and the only person who would ever be by his side. Iris asked why, in that case, Caveland gave Gillett such freedom of action, to which the man replied that the Murdy family was very useful to him, and kissed Iris on the cheek. Iris was not melted by Caveland's actions and did not feel calm, so she demanded that Caveland get rid of Gillette, because she was absolutely worthless. Caveland promised to think about it, and since he was unable to throw Gillett out at that moment, he offered Iris to reveal a big secret in exchange. Caveland led Iris deeper into the garden, where the soft rustling of leaves accompanied their steps. The girl noticed that they had been walking for quite a long time, and asked how much farther they had gone. Caveland replied contentedly that they had already arrived, pointing to the tower rising directly in front of them. Ari looked at the ivy-covered tower and noted that it looked quite frightening. Caveland replied that perhaps so, but there was something very valuable inside. Caveland suddenly turned into a wolf, no longer afraid that Iris would be afraid of him, and put his paw to the door, explaining to his wife that this was the only way to open the entrance. Iris realized that Caveland was leading her to a place where sacred relics were kept, objects that had remained in this world since ancient times, because in the present time, magic had almost completely disappeared. Finding a magician was comparable to getting a star from the sky, and the prices for magical items were fabulous and constantly rising. Caveland and Iris went down to the very bottom, and the girl saw those very relics, thinking that these relics are endowed with magic, but only special people can use them, whom everyone treats with great respect. Iris looked at the display case where the relics were, fascinated, and was very pleased that Caveland, who was their keeper, had brought her here. Caveland, who remained in wolf form, advised Iris not to try to touch the relics. Kivlin said that ordinary people couldn't control the relics, and Iris thought that it was a well-known fact that a person without magic could lose his life if he touched the relics with even a fingertip. There were even records of people dying. Kivlin said thoughtfully that there were people in the past who could use these relics. Iris wondered if such people existed today. Kivlin replied that perhaps such people existed, but no one wanted to risk their lives, since the slightest mistake in handling the relic could lead to eternal imprisonment in it, which was even worse than death. Kivlin said that the relics he kept were not so dangerous in their properties. There was a golden cup from which grain could pour out endlessly, a sword that healed all the sick if you stuck it in the heart, a rod that allowed you to control animals, and a cloak of invisibility that hid anyone who put it on. Kivlin suddenly listened, and then told Iris that it seemed that the one she had warned about earlier had arrived at the estate. Meanwhile, Alfred Hooches, who had arrived at the estate, was colorfully telling his love story with Iris to the servants. Alfred said that his first kiss with Iris happened on the shore of the lake. He remembered how the girl's eyelashes trembled. That day, she was especially amazing. Alfred declared that he did not need any girl in the world, only Iris, which greatly impressed the female servants of the estate, who considered it very romantic. Alfred confidently stated that he was completely sure that Iris loved him, which made James, who was also keeping an eye on the unexpected guest, feel irritated. Alfred smiled contentedly, wondering if he had managed to present the story of his love with Iris realistically. He thought it all sounded too old-fashioned, and it was strange that the servant girls had fallen for the story. Luckily, Kivlin soon showed up at the estate, making James feel relieved, as he was genuinely tired of listening to all the nonsense that Alfred was telling and the admiring whispers of the servants. Kivlin remarked that he had not thought his estate would ever receive such a visitor, to which James replied that it had been a surprise to him as well, both men ignoring Alfred's displeased look. And perhaps it was just as well for Alfred, because almost immediately, Kivlin turned his gaze on him and declared that he would have to teach someone a lesson for lying so brazenly. But Kivlin didn't want to have a showdown with Alfred in public, so soon they were sitting in the living room, where Alfred was no longer feeling so confident and was barely audible muttering about wanting something from Iris. Alfred's body was shaking, and he couldn't look up at Kivlin because he felt such terrible fear of the man. Kivlin, crossing his legs and putting his hands in his pockets, asked what exactly Viscount Alfred wanted from his wife Iris. The answer to Kivlin's question was silence, for Alfred could not think of a way to answer without losing his head at the same moment. Kivlin decided not to wait for an answer and offered Alfred to sell him the lands of Lavant, which were to go to the Duke of Whitlow if Iris married Alfred. This proposal outraged Alfred. He even forgot that he was afraid of Kivlin and responded in a raised voice that such a deal was absolutely impossible. Kivlin rose from the sofa, thoughtfully examining his fingers, and said that he would be very generous to Alfred and was ready to offer a very good sum. Kivlin was ready to pay for these lands only 10% below the market price. Alfred confidently stated that he had not given his consent, even slammed his hand on the table, but, meeting Kivlin's icy gaze, he again shook with fear, and Kivlin said that Alfred had come here to make a deal. Alfred exploded, calling Kivlin a bastard, saying that Erie belonged only to him, and that the young man that Kivlin was should have shown at least a modicum of respect for his elders. Alfred asked Kivlin if he thought he was allowed to do anything just because he had a higher title, and immediately realized that he had said all that in vain. Kivlin muttered to Iris that at least he had tried, and with a terrible face began to approach Alfred. Alfred had nowhere to hide, so soon Kivlin had him by the lapels, and it was a very powerful grip. In desperation, Alfred declared that he would never remain silent, and that Iris could only suffer next to such a terrible person as Kivlin. Alfred stated that Kivlin had a terrible temper, so Iris would be a martyr next to him, while next to Alfred she could be happy. Kivlin merely lifted Alfred up, surrounding him with his furious aura, and with a polite smile said that they should change the location of their conversation. Soon, Kivlin dragged Alfred into a room that looked more like a torture chamber, an impression reinforced by Kivlin thoughtfully examining the knife in his hands. Alfred cowered in front of Kivlin on the floor, and the man asked curiously if Alfred thought Kivlin would be punished or convicted if he accidentally cut off the Viscount's hands. Kivlin squatted down to be level with Alfred. The knife was closer to the Viscount, which made him try to press himself against the wall. Kivlin said that he wanted to buy Lavant's lands in a good way, but Alfred's filthy mouth began to say things that were too offensive. Kivlin plunged the knife into the stone floor and said coldly that Iris herself said that she felt happy next to him, and besides, Kivlin would never resort to violence against the girl. Alfred's tears and nose were running from horror, but the man, trying to cover his head with his hands, declared that he would definitely take revenge on Kivlin, the Earl would not get anything from him, and as soon as Alfred got out of his estate, he would file an official complaint against Caveland. Caveland looked at Alfred as if he were a curious insect. Alfred declared that it was only because of his power that Caveland was able to take Iris away from him, decided to humiliate Alfred in his estate, and all this only because he was some pathetic keeper of relics. Tired of listening to Alfred, Caveland calmly said that he talked too much, and was also incredibly stupid if he thought he would be let out of the estate so easily. There was a sound of footsteps, and into the room came those whose faces Alfred immediately recognized, which made the man's horror even greater. Nathan, Wallace, and Eugene looked at Alfred with calm smiles, who was in hysterics, as he clearly remembered the actions of these three in the past. The trio had already managed to beat up Alfred and his guards when they needed to stall for time and intercept him on the way to the Whitlow estate, and they were ready to do it again with great pleasure. Alfred stammered that these were the very same robbers who had attacked him, and Caveland rose and said that since they were all acquainted, he could leave them alone. Alfred panicked and demanded that Nathan, Wallace, and Eugene stay away from him, but of course his demand was ignored, and screams of panic and pain were soon heard from the dungeon. But the goal was eventually achieved. Alfred conditionally voluntarily agreed to sell the lands of Lavant, which James soon reported to Iris, who was delighted with this news and asked the butler to take care of the paperwork. Iris was very surprised that Caveland managed to persuade Alfred to give up the lands. It seemed to her that it would take much more effort to do this, but the girl was glad that she could begin to implement her plan. Iris thought that the mines in the lands of Lavant had long since lost their value, but in her past life, Duke Whitlow had become very rich with the help of the treasure he found in the depths of these lands. And now, Iris wanted to take this treasure for herself. Iris asked James to find someone for her. James did not show his surprise, and only clarified whether this someone was human. Iris replied that the man had previously worked for Duke Whitlow, but had been exiled and had gone wandering around the country, so she was unsure where to find him. Iris explained that she really needed this man to implement her plan related to the lands of Lavant. Meanwhile, Gillette listened with pleasure as everyone around her told the love story of Alfred and Iris, thinking that, thanks to this idiot, she had a chance to get rid of Iris. Gillette reflected contentedly on the fact that nothing could be stronger than the rumors that Alfred had started with his appearance at the estate. Soon, the word about how much Alfred loved Iris became known throughout the city, not just within the estate. The rumor quickly grew with additional details. People said that Iris had managed to sleep with Alfred and then chose a more advantageous match for herself. This rumor also reached the girl, who would have been better off not knowing that Caveland had suddenly decided to get married. Caveland had a sister, Henrietta, who was now seething over the rumors she had heard, genuinely outraged that Iris had dared to marry her brother when she already had a lover. Meanwhile, Brittany's friend ran into her room asking if the blonde had heard the latest news circulating around. Brittany turned to her friend with interest, asking what had happened, anticipating great news for herself. The girl plopped down next to Brittany, opening the newspaper she was holding and pointing to an article that Brittany was sure to like. The girl decided to read the article out loud, starting with what it said about the Duke's flower, known throughout the country, asking Brittany if she meant Iris. The article stated that reporters had managed to uncover the secret life of the Duke of Whitlow's flower. Iris had married Caveland, receiving the protection of the Sacred Kingdom. But before that, she had been seen with another man, meaning she could no longer be considered as pure and innocent as everyone thought of her. Brittany's friend asked her in surprise if Iris had always been such a nasty person who played with other people's lives. Brittany smiled and said that the rumors spread very quickly. Her friend asked if it was true and if Iris really married Caveland. Brittany's friend was very surprised that Iris did this, because Brittany herself told her that Iris was crazy about her previous fiancé, Alfred Hooches. Brittany replied that it was just the way things were, but she clenched her teeth in anger, thinking that she would never admit to anyone that Caveland had proposed to Iris himself. Brittany thought that the best option for her would be if everyone around her thought that Iris was actually madly in love with Alfred. Brittany believed that in this case, absolutely everyone around would consider Iris a slut, she would be disgraced, and Caveland Green would definitely drive her away. Brittany's friends said it was terrible for Iris to cheat on Caveland right after she got married. Brittany pretended to defend Iris and said that it might turn out that these were just rumors and not how things really were. Brittany's friend responded that it couldn't just be rumors, because Caveland's younger sister, Henrietta, knew about everything. Plus, Henrietta was close to Countess Nalani. Brittany's friend saw that Brittany did not understand what this was about, and was outraged that the blonde had completely dropped out of life. Brittany's friend said that Nalani got married, but before that, there were rumors that she was madly in love with Caveland, who rejected her feelings, so she always kept a close eye on him. Meanwhile, Iris left the Green estate with Caveland, grumbling that the man had no obligation to accompany her. Cleveland replied that he alone was much stronger than Nathan and Wallace. Iris said that she understood, but was worried that Kay already had a lot of work to do, and because of her, a lot more work might appear. Cleveland looked thoughtfully at Iris, wondering how he could reassure his wife so that she would not waste time worrying about unnecessary things. Gently tucking a strand of hair behind Iris's ear, Cleveland replied that he was newly married and believed that a husband should accompany his wife, asking the girl if she thought that caring for her was a burden on a man. Iris blushed furiously, feeling a little insecure alone with Cleveland, and replied that it wasn't that she thought so, but it was unusual for her. Cleveland asked why Iris was dressed in Nathan's men's clothing again, to which the girl replied that she simply did not want to stand out too much, since she was very annoyed by the false rumors that were circulating about her. Cleveland said thoughtfully that if Erie hadn't wanted to stand out, she had absolutely failed, touched the girl's lips with his thumb, and added that it was absolutely impossible to take your eyes off her. Cleveland gently ran his fingers down Iris's neck, then down her collarbone, said thoughtfully that he remembered the girl not giving him something on their last trip, and yanked Iris toward him so that his wife was once again on his lap. Iris blushed and was embarrassed and indignant at the exact position they were in. Once again, it was a rather racy position. Cleveland, hugging Iris and looking confidently into her eyes, said that this time he would not let her go anywhere. Gently holding Iris close to him, not letting her fall, Cleveland kissed the girl's collarbone, while Iris felt with her butt that her husband was extremely interested in her, and she understood that this time there really was little that could stop him. Cleveland's lips moved from her collarbone to her neck, causing Iris to exhale, the girl saying that she was very ticklish because of the man's actions. Cleveland abruptly laid Iris down on the bench, which made the girl even more confused. Everything happened very quickly and added to the awkwardness. Iris tried to appeal to Cleveland's reason, telling him that they were in a carriage now, and that it was not exactly the right place to do what Cleveland had in mind. Cleveland asked if Iris really thought that it should and could stop him from doing what he wanted at the moment. Cleveland's hand found its way to Iris's stomach, carefully beginning to unbutton her clothes, his movements gentle but very insistent. Cleveland kissed Iris gently but firmly, forcing the girl to distract herself from thoughts about the awkward place and her shyness. Thoughts flashed through Iris's mind that Cleveland's hands, lips, and touches were making her burn, and she was no longer at all sure that she should push him away. Iris thought she really liked what Cleveland was doing, but memories from the past flashed through her mind, causing Iris to immediately freeze. In Iris's past life, her husband Alfred was disgusting, cruel, never cared about the girl's pleasure, and even strangled her right in bed. Cleveland noticed that Iris's mood had changed dramatically, and the girl's body was shaking slightly, which was clearly not evidence of her arousal. Cleveland wondered what exactly could have scared Iris so much, since he himself clearly hadn't done anything to cause it. Stopping but holding Iris tightly, Cleveland said that everything was fine, gently and soothingly stroking the girl's back. Holding Iris even tighter, Cleveland confidently said that he would never do anything against her will, so she had the right to simply tell him no. For Iris, this position of Cleveland was very valuable. The girl thanked her husband and thought that, having started a new life, she made an absolutely right choice when she decided to turn to this man. Cleveland, holding the girl by the hand, helped Iris to move to the carriage seat and explained that his sister Henrietta always said that only trash could take a woman by force, because a woman was created to protect and defend her. Iris eagerly seized the opportunity to change the subject from what was happening now, and noted with surprise that she had not known Cleveland had a sister. Cleveland looked away and replied that he did indeed have a younger sister, but noted that Henrietta had a rather difficult character. Iris was surprised by this reaction to Cleveland's question about his younger sister. There was something strange about it. Meanwhile, at the Green Estate, Henrietta's difficult character was felt by Nathan, Eugene, James, and Wallace, whom the girls scolded on the threshold of the estate. After calling them lion, panther, eagle, and deer, revealing the true nature of the beastmen, Henrietta asked with the utmost politeness if they wanted to tell her anything. James tried to smooth things over and said that, like Henrietta, they had only learned of Cleveland's marriage after the fact, when they saw the documents, but this only angered Henrietta further, who said that they should have told her about it immediately as a member of his family. The men felt fear because they clearly sensed Henrietta's rage, but the girl declared that if they did not want to see her in true anger, they were obliged to immediately call her brother to the estate. Cleveland did not yet know what troubles awaited him at home, but he was very surprised because he felt that his ears were burning very badly, as if someone was remembering him with an unkind word. Cleveland and Iris's journey was soon over, Cleveland offering his hand to his wife, helping her out of the carriage. Cleveland remarked that he did not think Iris would want to be in such a place, as there was little of note there. Iris replied that she was extremely curious to see the man they had come all this way for, so it was time for them to introduce themselves. Iris and Caveland entered a slightly unkempt house, inside which there was an unpleasant smell of alcohol. In a small room sat a long-haired, red-haired man, resting his head on his hands and clearly dozing. Awakened by Iris and Caveland entering, the man raised his head and looked at them with displeasure, ready to burst into abuse. But upon seeing the girl, his face changed dramatically, recognizing her as his old acquaintance. Iris happily greeted the man, whom she called Gauger, and introduced him to Caveland. Gauger was a man from her childhood. The man used to serve as a steward for her father, Duke Whitlow, and they had a good relationship. Gauger was genuinely glad to see Iris, and he and the girl sat down at the table, while Caveland chose to remain standing by the wall, and the man admired how beautiful Iris had grown up to be, and that she had married the keeper of the sacred relics. Iris thanked Gauger for being one of the few people in her father's estate who were kind to her and treated the girl well. Iris admitted that it had always bothered her greatly that Duke Whitlow had so callously driven Gauger away, but the man remarked that it was to be expected. Gauger said that Iris herself had been treated much worse, which made Caveland darken, wanting to protect Iris from everything that had ever been or could be unpleasant in her life. James, having received the task of finding a person from Iris, immediately reported this to Caveland, telling him exactly who the girl would like to find. Caveland noted that, based on the conversation between Iris and Gauger, Duke Wallace had fired his steward when Iris was still a baby. It seemed strange to Caveland that after such a long time, Iris decided to find Gauger, and when the search was crowned with success, she immediately rushed to him. Caveland decided to leave Iris and Gauger alone, the thought flashing through his mind that he was curious about what Iris could be thinking when she did this, and Iris told Gauger that she was very glad that he was okay, and explained that she had something to ask of him. Iris told Gauger outright that she wanted him to become the manager of the Laventa mine, which greatly surprised the man, who noted that the land belonged to Viscount Alfred Hooches. Iris replied that the land was now hers, and she would very much like Gauger to take care of everything, from finding employees to managing the minerals. Gauger swallowed. He said that he was very pleased that Iris trusted him, but unfortunately, he could not take on such responsibility, because he was just an ordinary drunkard. Iris stood up from the table and replied that it didn't matter at all who Gauger was at that moment in time. What was more important was who he could become, and the girl believed that only he could entrust this matter to, so he should accept her offer. Gauger looked at Iris with admiration in his eyes, remembering that she used to be a completely frightened girl who could do little. Now Iris looked at him with such confidence that it gave him faith that he could really handle everything. Gauger bowed before Iris and told her that his life was in her hands, and he would do exactly as she asked him to do. Iris walked out of the house, looking around in confusion in search of Caveland, who had disappeared somewhere, which made her start to worry a little. Caveland appeared at Iris's side almost immediately and reproachfully said that she should have told him about her plans for this man. Iris asked in surprise what exactly Caveland was reproaching her for, to which the man replied that he had no desire to let any of the Whitlow family into his estate, where there were already enough of his own people. Iris chuckled and said that Gauger would not be working at the Green Estate. She had hired him to be the manager of the Lavent mines. As Iris approached Caveland, she said that there was something else important. She explained that there were indeed people in the Green Estate who were loyal to Caveland, but that did not mean that they were loyal to her. Iris told Caveland that these people would probably never betray her husband, but they could easily betray her, and that could be a problem. Iris thought that Gauger was exactly the person she needed, because in the past, even the Emperor recognized his merits, but fate played a cruel joke on this man. Iris touched her palms to Caveland's face and said playfully that a man who poked his nose into his wife's affairs immediately lost his attractiveness to her. Caveland was shocked by Iris's words. He couldn't find what to answer the girl, as it was very caustic, witty, and sudden. Iris walked forward, and Caveland smiled softly, noting to himself that Iris was right about some things, and he should take some things easier. Caveland caught up with Iris and said that in that case, from now on, her husband, who so loved to poke his nose into his wife's affairs, would only be an outside observer, which suited the girl just fine. When Caveland and Iris set off on their return journey, the man was in a gloomy mood, and when asked about the reasons, he replied that he had received a letter informing him that Henrietta had arrived at the estate. Caveland explained that he believed that Henrietta had decided to come so suddenly because she had heard rumors about Caveland and Iris's wedding, and she decided to check it out for herself. Iris remembered again that in her past life, not only her own family hated her, but also Alfred's family, who were no better than he was. Relatives insulted and hated Iris. Especially she got it on the topic of the fact that she could not get pregnant. Iris sincerely wanted to believe that all this hatred was in the past, and that she would have a much better relationship with the Caveland family. Iris was indeed very concerned that history might, at least partially, repeat itself. Caveland noticed Iris's depressed mood and clapped his hands, attracting her attention. Caveland said with exaggerated cheerfulness that Iris probably didn't know who exactly had started all these rumors and how long he would have to wait for everything to calm down, complaining that the gossips had turned him into some kind of very pathetic husband. Iris asked if Caveland had suffered much from the rumors, and feeling guilty for starting it all in the first place, the man replied that his power had been shaken somewhat. Iris smiled conspiratorially and said that the longer all these rumors circulated, the more Caveland's reputation would suffer, which is why the girl suggested trying to find the culprit of what happened. The Green Estate was in full swing, but very stable life. Gillette, without changing her habits, commanded the servants, who were preparing for the return of Caveland and Iris. Gillette had once again become so immersed in her role as hostess that, ignoring the observers behind her back, she promised that if the servants did not have time to properly prepare for Caveland's arrival, then everyone would receive a blow with the rods. Henrietta and Nathan were watching Gillette, and she asked the man who this impudent girl was who allowed herself to command everyone. Nathan was embarrassed and explained that this impudent person was actually Iris's personal maid, which is why she behaved the way she did now. Henrietta asked with genuine indignation why an ordinary maid was suddenly behaving like the mistress of the castle, to which Nathan replied that they could not do anything with Gillette, because she was Iris's personal maid. The only way out that Nathan could offer was to kill Gillette somewhere around the corner of the estate. Henrietta noted with displeasure that Gillette irritated her greatly, primarily because he was completely incapable of managing staff, but was trying to do so. Henrietta thought that the rumors that were going around were very out of place now, and she wondered what Caveland had been thinking about when he decided to marry. An answer, however, she could get very soon, because Wallace appeared and announced that Caveland had returned. After the announcement of Caveland's return, Nathan and Wallace rushed outside to meet the man and caught the moment when Caveland was helping Irie out of the carriage. Nathan and Wallace were genuinely happy to see both Caveland and Iris, but behind them stood a very disgruntled Henrietta, who was not at all happy about the whole situation. Henrietta thought it would be worthwhile to take a closer look at Iris as the girl Caveland had decided to bring into their house so suddenly. Iris got out of the carriage, holding a newspaper in her hands, and said with exaggerated cheerfulness that during her absence, she had managed to become a very popular person. Iris said that, apparently, someone had decided to defame her name and that someone was clearly in the estate. Christina and Eruella crossed displeased glances at the pale Gillette, who was the first to be suspected. Still with the same smile and cheerfulness, Iris said that, of course, there were no idiots here who could risk making fun of her like that. Henrietta was surprised by Iris's behavior. She decided to intervene and hinted to Iris that there was a guest in the estate. Iris smiled sincerely and calmly said that she was very pleased to meet Caveland's younger sister. And in Caveland's office, a not very pleasant conversation was taking place with his inner circle, to whom the man had to justify himself for not telling them in advance that he had married Iris. Caveland noted that marriage cannot be concluded alone. Marriages for love are possible, but basically, they are fictitious. And if you ask him why he did not tell anyone anything, the reason is very banal: he simply forgot. Nathan, James, and Wallace were shocked that Caveland could forget to inform about such an important event in his life as a wedding. James asked indignantly if Caveland was serious about all this, to which the man replied that his head was already spinning from everything. Caveland thought that when he saw Iris's face and the girl agreed to his proposal, he could no longer think of anything else. This attitude of Caveland infuriated James, who, no less terrifyingly than Henrietta had before, asked if this was really the reason for Caveland. Caveland replied that it had indeed been very awkward for Henrietta, and admitted that he should talk to her a little later. James, still furious, asked if Caveland really thought the situation was merely awkward, but then, calming down a little, said that he doubted Henrietta would want to talk to him. James told how angry Henrietta was that Caveland had not informed either her or her parents that he had brought his wife into his home. James handed Caveland a piece of paper and a pen, and with a polite smile and bow, asked the man to be prudent and inform his father of the fact of his marriage himself. Caveland sighed heavily, but admitted the necessity of this. After some time, Caveland walked with Iris, heading to meet Henrietta. The man apologized to the girl for the fact that all this was happening suddenly and without any warning. Iris asked in surprise what Caveland was apologizing for, since she didn't see anything wrong with the situation, to which Caveland told her a little nervously that he had to tell her that he also had a younger brother, and that Henrietta was a little capricious and could sometimes go too far. Nathan, who had quietly crept up behind Caveland and Iris, noted that Caveland was definitely right about Henrietta going too far. Iris turned to Nathan in surprise, and the man, crossing his arms over his chest, asked Caveland if it wouldn't be better if he went with them to meet Henrietta, since it was unknown what the girl might do to Iris. Iris noted to herself that usually nobles did not like to see servants around them, and such an offer from Nathan meant that everyone here got along well with each other. Caveland did not refuse Nathan's help, and Iris became interested in why everyone was so nervous, and the general worries were passed on to her, so the girl became a little scared. Nathan advised Iris, in all seriousness, not to take anything Henrietta said too seriously and not to let herself be offended. The girl smiled nervously and said that she would try. The next second, it dawned on everyone what exactly Nathan had said, and it caused great surprise in Caveland and Iris, and panic in Nathan, who decided that he had no right to talk about Henrietta like that. Caveland was embarrassed, and deciding to smooth over Iris's nervousness, said that Henrietta only looked a little stern, and in fact everything was not so bad. When Caveland, Nathan, and Iris found themselves at the same table with Henrietta, and Iris sat directly opposite, the girl partially understood what exactly the men meant. Iris smiled nervously as she met Henrietta's cold and commanding gaze, and thought that if she hadn't known about Caveland, she would have certainly decided that Henrietta was the mistress of the estate. Caveland tried to introduce Iris, but Henrietta very sternly ordered him to shut up, clearly taking over the reins of power, after which Henrietta's mood suddenly changed, and the girl with a wide smile declared that she really wanted to talk to her daughter-in-law Iris. Iris swallowed, wondering what exactly was going to happen, but tried to introduce herself as friendly as possible, and said that it just so happened that she and Caveland had recently become engaged. Henrietta very kindly told Iris that she could call her Rhea, which surprised the girl, but she asked her husband's sister to call her Ari in return. Henrietta made a cute face and asked if Iris would mind if she called her sister. With exaggerated cheerfulness, Henrietta said that she was very surprised by the whole situation, especially the fact that she had not been told anything. Casting an instantly changed and very dark glance at Caveland, Henrietta said that she did not think that her brother would ever marry. Caveland asked his sister not to joke like that. The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense, and Iris, sensing the mood of her relatives, very embarrassedly and quietly asked to stop it. Henrietta turned her attention back to Iris and said that she was very curious as to why the girl had chosen Caveland as her husband. Henrietta said that Caveland was a terrible wolf who didn't even warn his parents about the wedding. In fact, he had a very difficult character, so Iris's choice seemed very strange to Rhea. Caveland and James were outraged by Henrietta's words. James asked the girl to watch her words because she had already crossed certain boundaries. Iris smiled, and ignoring everyone else's indignation, replied that the reason was very simple. She really liked Caveland. Such an answer shocked everyone at the table. Iris said she liked Caveland's sky-blue eyes, his masculine features, his sharp, straight chin, and his deep voice. Iris said that Caveland's laughter was like balm to her soul. She was ready to listen to it every day, so her choice was quite obvious. Iris said that she liked Caveland so much that she was ready to live with him her whole life, which surprised the man himself. Caveland blushed and looked at Iris in shock, not fully believing what the girl had just said about him. Iris smiled sincerely, remembering a situation from her past life when a stranger helped her treat a wound on her leg, sincerely worried that the girl might have a scar, and thought that perhaps it was then that she liked Caveland. Henrietta was also very embarrassed, and stuttering a little, said that she understood such an answer, although she thought that Iris had an extremely strange taste in men. Henrietta said that Iris's taste was obviously unbearable, and asked if Caveland and Iris really loved each other so much that they decided to get engaged so quickly, a question that made Nathan choke on the tea he had just sipped. Henrietta noted that Caveland should at least warn the family, but she saw the strange looks that Iris and Caveland gave each other. Nathan felt that a storm was about to break again, and Henrietta asked the clearly confused Iris and Caveland why they were suddenly reacting like that. Caveland, after a slight hesitation, explained to Henrietta that he and Iris had not yet performed any ceremonies. Caveland also explained that he and Iris are not engaged yet, as they have only just signed the marriage certificate, and this is not quite what Henrietta herself thought. This enraged Henrietta, and the whole estate heard the girl scolding Caveland, calling him a disgraceful dog, and asking if her brother had gone completely mad. A little later, Henrietta was sitting in Caveland's office, drinking cognac, somewhat calmer after the emotional shock of what an idiot her brother had been. Caveland joined Henrietta in drinking, and seriously inquired what exactly his sister had in mind, since she could not suddenly be nice to Iris. Henrietta asked Caveland if he was really against her becoming friends with Iris. Henrietta said that she just wanted to see if Iris was suitable for Caveland as a wife or not, and that was why she was behaving the way she was. Henrietta did not wait for Caveland's answer, and said that she was not entirely sure about Iris, but she saw the problem rather in the rumors circulating around the girl. Kavlin looked away from Henrietta. He knew that his sister had heard the rumors, but he still felt a little uncomfortable that she could even partially believe them. Gentrietta continued and said that there was no truth to any of this, but that Iris's half-sister had a hand in all of these rumors, and she clearly didn't plan on stopping there. Kavlin asked, a little surprised, what Henrietta proposed to do in that case, to which the girl replied that they just needed to prove that it was all a lie, and she could not abandon her brother in trouble. Henrietta said that Kavlin had gotten hold of the Duke of Whitlow's iris flower, and there were too many envious people around them. Henrietta explained that it was necessary to make sure that all these people did not look down on the Green family, so it was worth holding the most luxurious and grandiose wedding. Because people always liked that, Henrietta promised to help Kavlin with this. A little time had passed since Henrietta's arrival. Iris was spending a pleasant time in the garden with a book in the shade of a tree, thinking that she never thought she would be able to rest when Henrietta was at the estate. Henrietta devoted all her attention to Caveland, which made Iris feel a little sympathetic to the man, but she saw no point in interfering in their relationship. Iris turned her attention to the book, which was dedicated to the history of the Holy Kingdom. Long ago, the Holy Kingdom drove out the beastman. Saint Benedict, who was supposed to be the next pope, was accused of conspiracy because the people did not know that Benedict was a beastman, and that was when the Beastman Rebellion began. At that time, the beastmen were the same inhabitants of the kingdom as people, but the attitude towards them depended on their position. Benedict became a mouse, and he was hated for it. People simply could not accept a beastman as pope. Iris was very surprised, not understanding what the fact that Benedict was a mouse had to do with human suffering, because he clearly could not stand, for example, the plague. Such an attitude towards the beastman seemed complete nonsense to Iris. Saint Benedict was a decent and honest man who brought order and peace within himself, but because he was different, he was not accepted. People were sincerely afraid that mice were carriers of various diseases. People believed that a dirty rat could not be a servant of God, especially since Benedict hid his true nature from everyone. Everyone turned away from him. Benedict was left alone, in misunderstanding and sadness. People and priests already openly despised him, but the worst thing was that even Benedict's mentor betrayed him. Iris read with sadness that, ultimately, having gathered his like-minded people around him, Benedict began an uprising. Iris was saddened to realize that so many lives had been lost because of some prejudice. At that moment, Caveland approached her. Caveland was happy that he finally found Airy. The girl asked if he had finished his business, which made Caveland a little embarrassed and replied that something like that. Caveland, clearly feeling out of place and rubbing his neck, suggested to Iris that they go for a walk. Iris, wanting to start a conversation to calm Caveland down a little, said that Henrietta very sweetly called her older brother a wolf. Caveland asked if Iris really liked it, to which the girl replied in the affirmative and asked where the nickname came from. Caveland explained that this had been going on since childhood. He could transform into a beast from birth, unlike everyone else who could only change their appearance as they grew up. At first, Caveland felt like his parents accepted him for who he was, but over time, he began to realize that there were many things they simply didn't care about. Caveland said the realization came as a huge shock to him, and at the time, he thought it was the most terrible thing that had ever happened to him. Iris thought with sympathy that Caveland, too, had had enough of those pages in his life that he would have preferred to burn from his memory and never remember. Caveland explained that due to his disorder, he preferred to be a wolf almost all the time, just eating and sleeping, and eventually became so fat that everyone around him began to tease him. Iris immediately darkened, realizing that she probably shouldn't have brought up the topic, and apologized to Caveland, but Caveland replied that she was absolutely not to blame for anything. Caveland explained that he was a beastman, which meant that danger would always be near him, and that he and Iris were now in the same boat, so the girl could ask him about everything that interested her. Caveland said that Henrietta had thought up many nicknames for her brother over the years, but in any case, nothing could offend him unless he wanted it to. Caveland handed Iris a peach he had picked from a tree and asked her to marry him, which left the girl dumbfounded. Having mastered her emotions and looking away from Caveland, Iris asked why he suddenly started talking about marriage. Iris said that marriage was not something that interested her at the moment, but looking into Caveland's eyes, she realized that this answer was wrong. Caveland squeezed Iris's hands in his and looked into her eyes too seriously. This was an important moment for both of them. Iris thought that she had learned a lot about the Beastmen after spending so much time with them, so if she could choose which of her past offenders to take revenge on, the first in line would definitely be the one who had caused Caveland's death in that life. Iris touched her thumb to Caveland's lips, erasing something invisible, and replied that if he really wanted to perform the ceremony, then she was willing. Iris was the first to reach for Cavelin's lips, the peach falling from the man's hands as he held the girl tighter to him, kissing her with genuine gratitude for having such an understanding wife. Iris was quietly reading a book in the living room when Henrietta jumped up behind her and, taking Iris by the shoulders, happily asked if the girl had really accepted Caveland's offer. Iris asked how Henrietta had already found out about this, to which Rhea, sitting down next to Iris, replied that it was a secret and promised to organize a luxurious wedding for Iris and Caveland. Iris asked if Henrietta was sure she wanted to do this, to which Rhea replied that there was no one else here to do it, so yes. Iris thoughtfully told Henrietta that she had never been married before, and therefore it would be difficult for her to arrange a grand wedding. Henrietta assured Iris that there was nothing to worry about, because the girl had a married friend who would definitely help to make the ceremony the most incredible. Henrietta asked when the next guest they were expecting was supposed to arrive at the estate. Iris replied that the priest from the kingdom, with whom they needed to explain the rumors, would arrive very soon. And the priest did indeed arrive just a few days later, and he immediately began his conversation with Caveland with the news that the Pope was very worried about all the events that were happening around Caveland, because if the family is the custodian of the relics and receives full protection, it should not spoil its reputation. The priest said that in addition to Caveland's sudden marriage to Iris, strange rumors were spreading throughout the country about his wife, to which Caveland replied that the decision to marry was his own business, and he was not obliged to obtain permission from the Pope. The priest was outraged by such neglect on the part of Caveland. He asked if the Pope had been helping the man all this time, and if it was thanks to him that Caveland became the keeper of the relics, to which Caveland gloomily replied that the priest should stop talking all this nonsense, because it was the beastmen who sacrificed their lives to guard the sacred relics. It was for this reason that the Green family would be the eternal guardians of the sacred relics, and not because of the Pope's help, and Caveland did not want to hear any impropriety in this. The priest was frightened by Caveland's cold gaze, but he found the strength to say that he was speaking on behalf of the Pope, so Caveland should better watch his tone, especially since the Pope would definitely not tolerate such an arbitrary decision about marriage. The priest stated that the Holy Kingdom was against Caveland's marriage to Iris, since the Pope did not approve of it, and besides, all the rumors about this terrible young lady defame the sanctuary of relics, so the Pope was determined to annul the marriage and urged Caveland to marry the girl who follows the faith of the Holy Kingdom. Caveland, who had an almost tangible black aura about him, asked if this was really what the Pope had told him to convey, and the priest, feeling growing panic, replied that it was. Caveland replied that he understood, taking a sip from his cup of tea, and the negative energy around him disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, causing the priest to breathe a sigh of relief. Caveland, however, was thinking that the Pope, that old man, would certainly not dare to say something like that, and there was clearly some deception involved. Caveland thought that there was clearly someone else behind all this, and he was sorry that no one realized it. Caveland came to no conclusion in his thoughts, since it was difficult for the man to even guess who could be involved. Caveland stood up, placed his hands on the table, leaned closer to the priest, which made him feel afraid of this man again, and asked in the most friendly way what would happen if it turned out that the rumors about Iris were just a blatant lie. The priest tried to say that there had been newspapers about Iris, and so the rumors could not be false, but Caveland interrupted him and said that they had not yet realized that these newspapers were only profiting from their innocent beliefs. The priest said that Caveland was too fascinated by Iris, for which he received a light blow to the Adam's apple and began to cough. Caveland, with a friendly smile, but the aura of a demon, said that marriage is an oath before God, and before the Pope he only has to take an oath. If suddenly the rumors turn out to be true, then he will accept his punishment. The priest shrank back on the sofa, trying to make himself as small as possible, and Caveland said that if the rumors turned out to be false, it meant that someone had dared to slander his wife Iris and the entire Green family, and therefore the Pope would be obliged to personally apologize to Caveland and Iris. The conversation between Caveland and the priest was immediately reported to Iris, which caused the girl to plunge into deep thought. Iris was genuinely surprised that Caveland had responded so calmly to the priest and given the Pope an ultimatum. Not everyone could have done that. Iris thought that the Pope had not even attended the Emperor's wedding, having sent him only a congratulatory letter, and that he would not only come to their ceremony in person, but would also be forced to apologize. Iris thought that this was a very bold move on Caveland's part, which meant that it was time for her to take action too. Iris decided to throw a banquet where even commoners could attend. News of this quickly spread around, and people seemed to want to take part, but were wary of the rumors that were circulating around the girl. At the estate, Iris's idea was taken more calmly. The servant girls believed that they should definitely go to this banquet. The girls were especially motivated by the fact that Gillette was also supposed to be present at the banquet, and they could always learn something interesting from her. Christina even had to disperse the girls so that they could start working, but nevertheless, she was very tense about what they were saying about Iris around her. Aruela was in the room with Iris and was very loudly indignant about the fact that Gillette had taken a day off on the very day when the entire estate was actively preparing for the banquet. Aruela very accurately conveyed the intonation of Gillette, who declared that she was going to attend the banquet not as a maid, but as a marchioness, which made Iris laugh a lot. At this time, Christina entered the room. Iris's laughter died down, and the girl said that she had managed to follow the maid's reaction to the news about the banquet. Iris asked what Christina had found out, and the girl replied that everyone was very happy, but was behaving rather reservedly and cautiously. Iris, seeing Christina's worried face, asked if there was anything else, and Christina replied that she had also heard news from the maids from the city, where they were also actively discussing the banquet. Christina said that, unfortunately, due to the noise surrounding the upcoming banquet, old rumors about Iris began to spread even more. Aruela very emotionally stated that she did not understand how people could believe rumors without any evidence, which is why Christina, more out of habit, asked the girl to be quieter and more polite. Iris said that these people were just too arrogant, so she decided to throw a banquet. Iris explained, getting up from the couch, that it was always better to pick fruits when they were ripe. If they were not picked at the right time, they could spoil too quickly, causing the fruit to rot. Iris asked for James to come to her so that he could help her prepare for the perfect evening at the upcoming banquet. Aruela was very nervous about the upcoming evening, so while thinking over the details of what Iris should wear, she had been periodically clutching her head for a long time, complaining that everything had to be perfect, especially Iris, and she didn't like anything at all that they could offer their mistress. Christina advised Aruela to be calmer because her screams could distract Iris, to which Aruela, almost in a panic, stated that she simply could not calm down. Aruela said that it was simply impossible because that day was supposed to be Iris's official appearance as Countess Iris Green. Aruela began to nervously rush around the jewelry counter, trying to choose what would suit Iris best that evening, periodically grabbing jewelry and making Christina worry that she might accidentally break something. Aruela once again grabbed some jewelry, and Christina finally managed to stop her, but the girls' activities were interrupted by Caveland entering. Caveland sincerely praised the girls for the work they did, because there really was a lot of it, and they put their hearts into it. Caveland asked Christina and Aruela where Ari was. The girls replied that she was changing clothes, to which the man said that he himself would help her choose jewelry, and the girls should also go and prepare for the banquet. Aruela wanted to refuse, believing that she was much more important here, but Christina clamped her mouth shut and said that they would both follow Caveland's advice, after which Christina literally dragged Aruela to the exit, wishing Caveland, who was very surprised not only by Christina's action itself, but also by her physical strength in general, to have a good time. Iris's preparations were soon finished, and she came to the room where, in her opinion, Christina and Aruela should be waiting for her. Seeing Caveland instead of Christina and Aruela, Iris was surprised, but sincerely glad that the man was able to break away from his business early. Caveland said sincerely that Iris was especially beautiful that day, and the girl replied that she was very afraid that the dress would not suit her. Iris asked Caveland where Christina and Aruela had gone, rather surprised that something could distract Aruela from her duties, to which Caveland replied that he had sent them himself to prepare for the banquet. Caveland tucked a strand of Iris's hair behind her ear, revealing her earlobes, and said he was perfectly capable of choosing his own jewelry for his wife. Caveland said that he had already picked out something for Iris and showed her a box with a pearl necklace and earrings. The girl immediately tried to take the jewelry, but Caveland did not let her do this. Caveland turned Iris around and complained that the girl wasn't telling him anything anyway, had completely taken over James, who was also playing the silent partisan, so he at least had the right to put jewelry on his wife himself. Iris smiled, picking up on Caveland's playful mood, and said that she must be learning from her husband because James quickly folded his wings in front of her. This answer alarmed Caveland, and he asked tensely how Iris knew about the true form of James, who turned into an eagle, and the girl realized that she had clearly said something unnecessary, because in this life it really should not have been known to her. Iris froze, the playful mood evaporated, and the girl did not know what to answer Caveland. The man, fastening the necklace on her neck, said that, in all likelihood, he would not hear the answer now, but would be very glad if someday Iris could open up to him. Iris asked herself bitterly if she could ever really reveal the whole truth to Caveland, because the truth was too complicated. Iris thought that even if she told her that she had already been born once, had lived her life and died, and then started all over again, hardly anyone would believe her. And even if someone did believe Iris, The girl didn't know what kind of reaction it might cause, and she didn't yet have enough power to be able to protect herself. Kayvlin kissed Iris on the neck, tearing the girl out of her sad thoughts, and told her that she should not think about anything that day. Kayvlin decided that one kiss was not enough, so he licked Iris's neck and asked if she really had extra time for extraneous thoughts. It really helped, and although the girl blushed, she stopped thinking about sad things. A voice came from behind the door, announcing that the time for preparation was over, and it was time for Kayvlin and Iris to go and open the banquet. Kayvlin kissed Iris's temple tenderly as a final encouragement and said that it was time to go out into the world and that they should not stay here. And in the square, prepared for the celebration and serving as a banquet hall that day, sat an absolutely satisfied Gillette, who praised herself for having prepared so well for the banquet. Gillette noticed with interest that even the local nobles had decided to come to Iris's banquet, but she immediately convinced herself that they were only there to check out the rumors. Gillette smugly noted that all the supposed nobles gathered were not even ladies, and convinced herself that she was the most beautiful girl at this banquet. Gillette's reflections and self-admiration were interrupted by the opening of the gates and the announcement that Iris and Kayvlin had arrived. Gillette rose from her seat and walked closer to the road along which Iris and Kayvlin were traveling, noting with displeasure that it was too noisy around her. Gillette sincerely did not understand why they were screaming like that. The screams were really irritating her, but it didn't get any better, and soon she was deafened by even more powerful, enthusiastic screams around her. The next second, Gillette saw the reason why everyone in the square had suddenly perked up, and her eyes widened in surprise. Kayvlin and Iris stood at the foot of the carriage, the man holding the girl's hand, both smiling tenderly at each other. And, what was a real tragedy for Gillette, Iris was so beautiful that it seemed as if the girl was radiating light. This feeling was especially intensified when Iris smiled broadly and told Kayvlin with genuine joy that she had never imagined that so many people would come to the banquet. Iris's efforts bore fruit. A lot of people really gathered, and when people saw the girl together with Caveland, their only emotion was admiration first of all, because they looked very harmonious together. Gillette, in whose soul the blackest envy had settled, could not reconcile herself to the fact that the attention she so craved was riveted on Iris and Caveland. Gillette gritted her teeth in anger and thought that there was nothing special about Iris next to Caveland, and she, Gillette, simply could not lose to some upstart. It was for this reason that she decided to forget all the rules of decency, jumped forward and addressed Caveland, deliberately ignoring the presence of Iris, with whom he walked arm in arm. Gillette put on the happiest smile she could and told Caveland that she had been waiting for him here for a very long time, but was extremely glad that he had finally shown up. Whispers immediately began to spread in the crowd, but no one admired Gillette's beauty, as she had hoped. On the contrary, people were outraged by the girl's impudence. In addition, her dress looked too vulgar compared to any other, since it was a flashy shade and revealed too much of the girl's cleavage. Even her parents were shocked by the way Gillette appeared at the banquet. Iris, fully aware of the light in which Gillette was presenting herself with her behavior and attire, said with a soft smile that the girl looked great, which caused Gillette to chuckle and say that it couldn't be otherwise. After all, it was the banquet of the flower of the Duke of Whitlow. Gillette rather condescendingly thanked Iris for inviting her to this banquet, which made Iris smile, because Gillette gave her a great reason to put her in her place. With an absolutely calm and friendly smile, Iris answered Gillette that she did not remember inviting anyone to this banquet personally. Gillette looked at Iris in shock, not expecting her to dare to object to her, but Iris explained that anyone had the right to be present at this banquet. Gillette's self-confidence was very difficult to shake, but nevertheless, an expression of uncertainty about what exactly she was doing flashed across the girl's face. Gillette decided to retreat, realizing that she couldn't object to Iris in any way, so she hurried to merge with the crowd, which didn't really please the people she approached. Iris decided it was time to announce the start of the banquet, so she clapped her hands to get everyone's attention, thanked everyone for coming, and was about to say that she really wanted everyone to have a nice time here, but was interrupted. Iris was shouted at by a short young man wearing a cap, a vest, a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves and rolled-up pants. His clothes, like the notebook in his hands, hinted that this not very polite man was a journalist. The young man did not stop at just one shout, so immediately, as soon as a puzzled silence formed, he asked Caveland if he was aware of what rumors were going around in society about his wife Iris. This did not bother Iris in the least, and she was only glad that the journalists, whom she had been counting on at this banquet, had appeared so promptly. Caveland lunged forward, either wanting to respond with some not very polite words or wanting to punch the journalist in the face, but Iris stopped him, saying that she was quite capable of dealing with this situation on her own. Iris said it was quite rude of the journalist to interrupt her, which caused the young man to become embarrassed, apologize, and say that he thought the banquet was arranged precisely because of the rumors that were circulating around Iris. Iris replied that the journalist was wrong about this, which greatly surprised the young man. The girl asked why she had to organize such an event just because of some minor rumors. Looking tenderly at Caveland, Iris explained that the rumors in the newspapers were believed by people around her, but what was important to her was that her husband, Caveland, and his family knew the truth and believed it when it came to their family. The journalist, having overcome his embarrassment at having really been too brazen in his attack on Iris, more professionally stated that even the Holy Father had been drawn into this story, and asked if it made sense to sort out the whole situation right then and there, which displeased Caveland but did not embarrass Iris at all. Iris calmly asked the journalist which newspaper he represented, to which the young man finally introduced himself as Whitnick, said that he represented the Elbro newspaper, and declared that he would very much like to interview Iris. Iris was lost in her memories of her past life. Elbro had always been one of the largest newspapers in the country, and Whitnick's name had always been on everyone's lips as a journalist who was chasing the biggest scandals. Iris had always been impressed by the man's talent. He was truly an excellent journalist. In Iris's past life, it was Whitnick who wrote a poignant article about how the Earl of Caveland was brutally murdered simply because he was a beastman and was sentenced to death for his article. Iris understood that a person like Whitnick simply could not miss the banquet that she organized and remain a silent spectator at this banquet, which clearly did not please Caveland, but only played into the girl's hands. Iris thought the reporters were too pushy to really leave the whole rumor thing alone anyway, so she smiled genuinely and told Caveland that everything was fine. Whispers and jeers went through the crowd. Those around clearly did not believe that Iris was really going to reveal the truth, but this did not bother the girl. Iris, without even trying to listen to what was being said in the crowd, answered Whitnick that she would be happy to tell him what really happened. Gillette, who was partly to blame for the current situation, became noticeably nervous, fearing that Iris had found out that she too was the person who was happily spreading rumors about the girl. But before Iris could begin to say anything, the girl was interrupted by James, who stepped forward and said that it was time for him to intervene and express his opinion, in which case it was quite possible the tense atmosphere would disappear. James bowed to the crowd in greeting and introduced himself as the Knight of Light, known as the Raging Flame or the Fiery Fighter, Baron James Russell, which caused more whispers in the crowd. People believed that since he was a servant in the House of Caveland, he should know about everything that happened there. James stood up so as to cover Iris with his body and declared that the girl was not obliged to justify herself to anyone. It would be quite sufficient if he himself dispelled all the ridiculous rumors that were circulating about her. Without changing his impassive expression, James asked all the reporters to raise their hands, and they obeyed without objection. James smiled and pointed at the reporter, whom he obviously recognized, and asked if he had been the one who had first written the story about Iris and Alfred Hooches. The reporter became nervous, but confirmed that he was indeed the one who wrote about it first, to which James asked the reporter where exactly he heard this news. The reporter hesitantly replied that it was just rumors going around. That was the reason he decided to write the article. James snapped his fingers and pointed out that the article was written because the reporter believed rumors without any evidence, which was considered libel and was a criminal offense. The reporter drooped and tried to blend in with the crowd, but admitted that he was indeed wrong in this situation. But James did not plan to stop there and turned his attention to another person. The man turned out to be a reporter for the newspaper that had first published the story about Iris and Alfred's relationship, causing James to ask if the newspaper was supposed to fact-check the material it published. But the reporter just threw up his hands in confusion and replied that he had been given an interview. James asked the reporter who the person who gave him the interview was. The reporter pointed at the girl standing next to him. James very politely approached the girl and asked if she had personally seen Iris ever meet with Alfred Hooches. The girl replied that she had only heard gossip and immediately pointed her finger at the plump woman in the crowd. A chain reaction began in the crowd. Everyone who was pointed at had only heard something about Iris being a cheater, but no one had any evidence other than what other people said. Gillette wanted to sink into the ground. She understood that the crowd was getting angry, and sooner or later they would point a finger at her, and she had no one to shift the blame onto. It was the girl standing next to Gillette's turn to answer James' question about whether she had ever seen Iris with Alfred with her own eyes. James asked who told the girl these rumors. She looked in confusion at Gillette, who stood with her head down, hoping that some miracle would happen now. But the miracle did not happen. The girl said that it was from Gillette that she heard these rumors, which is why Gillette seemed to turn to stone, trying to find an excuse for herself. There was a moment's silence, but pulling herself together, Gillette straightened up proudly and declared that the maids had told her about it themselves. James, with his usual equanimity, replied that it was impossible for the maids to have told Gillette about this, which caused Gillette to become indignant, declaring that she was telling the truth. James remained extremely polite and reserved, but Gillette felt a chill from the grave when the man stated that he was absolutely certain that what Gillette had said was simply impossible. James asked Gillette if she wanted to know why he was so sure he was right, but the girl only indignantly declared that everyone had set her up because they were too jealous. A brilliant idea suddenly came to Gillette's mind, and she looked at James with more confidence again, saying with a smile that she learned about everything from Viscount Alfred Hooches. It was he who told her that he had a relationship with Iris, and the idea would have been truly brilliant if James had not, with a magician's gesture, pulled out of the crowd Alfred Hooches himself, who was very pale and frightened. James explained that he personally invited Alfred so that they could confront each other and sort things out once and for all. Gillette looked at the man in front of her with horror, while Alfred looked at the girl with irritation. The whole situation was quite humiliating for him. James didn't even have to raise his voice for his next question to be heard by everyone in the square. The man asked Alfred if it was true that he had had a romantic relationship with Iris in the past. Alfred wanted to deny everything, but was interrupted by Gillette, who stated that, of course, it was all true, because as soon as Alfred arrived at the mansion, he began telling his love story with Iris from the doorway. Alfred had to raise his voice to interrupt Gillette. The man stated that this could not have happened, because he was not crazy enough to say such things in the mansion of Iris's husband. Gillette turned hopefully to James and said that Alfred was lying. He had definitely told her that. All the maids who had heard his story could confirm that. James replied that he understood this perfectly well, and for this very reason, he had already questioned all the servants of the house, and surprisingly, absolutely everyone answered him that Alfred had said nothing of the sort, which was a blow to Gillette. Gillette said in horror that it was simply impossible. The servants must have heard it, because Alfred himself told it all with great pleasure. Gillette's excuses were interrupted by her parents, who fell on their knees before Iris and Caveland and begged Iris to forgive their wayward daughter. Father Gillette said that, unfortunately, he was a terrible father and raised a daughter who was too stupid, hanging his head lower and again begging Iris for forgiveness. Gillette looked at this picture in horror, unable to believe that her proud parents decided to kneel before some upstart Iris. Iris also looked thoughtfully at this picture. She was somewhat surprised that instead of Gillette, her parents were now apologizing to her. Iris smiled slightly, and seeing no reason to hide her surprise, asked why her parents were apologizing instead of Gillette, silently hinting to the girl with her gaze that it was her responsibility now. Gillette looked at Iris with horror, knowing full well that no one would be on her side now, and, unfortunately, some simpleton had managed to outplay her so that Gillette herself had not noticed it until it was too late. Gillette clenched her fists and hung her head down, thinking that everything was supposed to be completely different, and that she should be the one walking happily with Caveland on her arm, and that everyone around her should be protecting her. Iris extended her hands to Gillette's parents, asking them to stand up with a gentle smile, and then the girl cast a very cold glance at Gillette, and bluntly stated that it was not her parents who should apologize to her. At that moment, Gillette's world seemed to crack and shatter into small pieces. There was nowhere to wait for help. Gillette rushed forward and fell to her knees, lowering her head so low that she would have hit the ground a little more. The girl told Iris that it was she who defamed her name, so Iris should punish her for it. There were angry voices all around, condemning Gillette for slandering Iris, thinking that she would get away with it. But Iris, after a moment of silence and thought, replied that she was not going to do it. Iris smiled very softly. The girl seemed to radiate an inner light. She explained to the surprised Gillette that since all the misunderstandings were resolved, and Gillette herself apologized, then there was no point in punishing her. Wintic looked at Iris in a little confusion. Admiring voices were heard around. People thought that Iris was very merciful, and this earned her respect from the crowd. Wintic admired not Iris's supposed mercy, but the girl's thoughtfulness, who really had absolutely no need to punish Gillette. Instead, Gillette would receive full public condemnation. Iris had set the stage for everyone to hear who was really to blame for this story. The headlines would be full of Iris mercifully forgiving Gillette for all the rumors she had spread behind her back. According to Whitnick, this could not be considered forgiveness, because, in essence, Iris set society on Gillette, who, along with her family, risks becoming outcasts, while Iris herself emerged from this situation as an absolute winner. Iris scared Whitnick a little with the way she handled the situation, but nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire her and be interested in her personality. The banquet was over. The newspapers were full of headlines about how the flower of the Duke of Whitlow was merciful to her offender. The journalist made Iris look like an almost innocent saint, although they understood that Iris had started all this specifically to expose Gillette in front of everyone. Iris understood that until she had enough power in her hands, the attention of society was only to her advantage. But nevertheless, Iris really did not like that she was again called the flower of Duke Whitlow. While Iris was indulging in sad thoughts about how she couldn't get rid of the mentions of her previous family and past, a joyful Caveland came into her bathroom, holding a bottle of champagne and a plate of fruit. Iris snapped out of her thoughts and covered her chest with her hands in fear, trying to sit down so that Caveland couldn't see anything in the clear water. Iris blushed furiously and asked Caveland what was wrong, to which he replied with unperturbed enthusiasm that he really wanted to take a bath and have a drink. Caveland, however, did not undress and climb into the water. He simply sat down on the edge of the bathtub and poured wine into Iris's glass. Iris asked if Caveland would like to make a toast, to which the man happily agreed and said that the rumors had finally stopped, and they had the opportunity to have a grand wedding. Caveland noted that Iris had also caught Whitnick's attention, which could work to their advantage in the future, and asked if such a toast was appropriate for the girl, to which Iris replied that it was not only appropriate, but that she really liked it. Caveland and Iris clinked glasses, Caveland noting that James had done a very good job at the banquet and had already sent out invitations to their wedding. The problem with the Pope was completely solved. The priest, trembling in horror before Caveland, himself admitted it. It only remained to receive the blessing from the Pope. Iris swirled her glass thoughtfully and relaxed, watching the wine splash, and said with a smile that, finally, everything was decided. Caveland seemed to have just noticed that Iris was completely naked in front of him, causing the man to freeze a little. Caveland jerked away from Iris, spilling some wine, and turned away in embarrassment so as not to be tempted by the naked sight of his wife. Caveland coughed into his fist to clear his throat, which had suddenly become dry from the sight, and asked Iris if she had ever been to a wedding. Iris answered in the negative, which prompted Caveland, handing the girl some grapes, to say that weddings were always very tiring events, so the girl should get a good rest before the event. Iris chewed on a grape, thinking that Caveland's concern for her was very sweet and touching. Iris looked up at Caveland with gratitude, and the man hesitantly reached out to touch her face with his hand, the gesture soft and unobtrusive. Caveland's palm gently rested on Iris's cheek, and both of them felt very hot, not only because of the hot water, but also because of the internal shared feeling of tenderness and desire for each other. Caveland reached out with the same tenderness to Iris's lips, leaving a kiss on them, still unobtrusive, but quite noticeable. Iris didn't mind, so she overcame her embarrassment and responded to the kiss with the love and gratitude she felt for Caveland. Iris wrapped her arms around Caveland, pulling the man closer to her and deepening their kiss, full of tenderness and reciprocity. Iris and Caveland both didn't want to break this kiss. Iris thought that she missed this man madly, especially at this moment. Caveland broke the kiss. Iris opened her eyes and asked the man, somewhat incoherently, not to stop. Caveland looked at Iris with regret, also not wanting to let her go, but realizing that if they didn't stop now, then later they both might regret it greatly. Hugging Iris tightly, Caveland muttered that they should stop and wait until the wedding, which was coming up soon. Iris hugged Caveland back, thinking that she didn't mind being even closer to him, and that she was already quite ready to open her heart to this man, Iris thought, trying to remember at what point she had become so attached to Caveland, a meeting from a past life coming to mind. When Iris needed someone to support her the most, it was Caveland who took her hand and gave her the feeling that things might not be so bad. And thinking back on it now, Iris was surprised to find herself thinking that she really loved this man. Iris's past life was dark and very painful, mostly due to Brittany selling her sister's body, telling her that selling herself was what Iris was best at. When the lips of another of Brittany's acquaintances slobbered on Iris's neck, the girl remembered her sister's words that when a man brings money, in return, you need to please him. They are all the same, so no one will need special treatment. But Iris was obliged to try hard to satisfy the next client. Iris would have liked no one to ever know, but news of her giving her body to others quickly reached the ears of Alfred, her husband, which enraged him. Alfred hit Iris in the face so hard that the girl fell to the floor, but this did not cause a shred of sympathy in the man. The man called his wife a slut, saying that she betrayed him because she cheated on him. Alfred then didn't give Iris any chance to justify herself, beating her legs with a rod so that the girl could barely walk, throwing more and more insults at the girl. Immediately after this, Iris was ordered to appear before Brittany, who was the empress at the time, so the girl could not allow herself to contradict her, or even just show dissatisfaction. Brittany took genuine pleasure in the fact that she was able to humiliate Iris, and the girl did not hesitate to use physical force if Iris did something wrong. When Iris couldn't force a smile onto her face because of the wild pain in her legs, Brittany grabbed her hair, pulling it painfully, and with a calm smile declared that with such an expression on her face, Iris would not be able to seduce anyone. Brittany said with a grin that seducing men had become completely normal for Iris, so she had no reason to complain about anything. Brittany noted with great satisfaction that Duke Whitlow's innocent flower had finally disappeared somewhere far in the past, which made Iris always wonder if she was worth living at all and for what purpose. Brittany pushed Iris aside and ordered the maids to tidy up the girl, because that day too she was destined to play the leading role in the hands of yet another of Brittany's acquaintances. Iris wondered if anything in her life could change if her sister's latest acquaintance simply didn't like her, but she could never risk checking. Iris always showed up at Brittany's banquets. People around were discussing how wonderfully the Empress arranged everything. There were whispers about her too. This time, Iris decided that it would be better for her to go home before it started to rain. Her legs hurt terribly. It felt like the wounds from the whip had opened up. Iris knew that Alfred wouldn't give her peace at home either, but it was still better than staying in this place. Suddenly, outside the window, Iris saw a kissing couple. It was Caveland and Brittany, who seemed to be completely oblivious to everything around them. Iris looked at this kiss with some sadness, but quickly hurried to hide. If Brittany noticed her, the consequences could be dire. By the time Iris left the palace, it had started to rain, but this rather made the girl happy, because there was not a soul around. Iris walked to the stone bench, lifted her dress, and settled down so that the cold drops of rain ran down her legs, soothing the pain a little. Iris knew she might look crazy from the outside, but it was very important for her to relieve this burning pain. The girl thought that she needed to get home as soon as possible, but she couldn't force herself to move. Iris's loneliness was soon interrupted by other people's voices. This frightened Iris. She turned sharply towards where someone else's conversation was coming from. Caveland and James were standing on the bridge, discussing the fact that a certain Paimon needed to be followed. Caveland said that this was the reason he had come to this banquet, and asked James if he had managed to find the earrings that Caveland had spoken of earlier. Iris, having seen whose conversation she was unwittingly eavesdropping on, was horrified, because being here and now promised her trouble. Iris quickly hid behind the bench so as not to give away her involuntary presence. She mentally asked herself what they were doing here, because she was absolutely sure that she was alone here. James, meanwhile, handed Caveland the earrings he had asked for, noting that they were unlikely to be a relic. Caveland thanked the man and said that he could leave. Iris cowered behind the bench, praying she would go unnoticed by Caveland and James. But Iris's prayers were not answered. After a few seconds, Caveland sat down next to her, saying that he knew that she was hiding here. Having examined Iris's face, Caveland was extremely surprised that it was her, because initially, he thought that it would be a completely different person. Iris was about to try to justify herself by saying that she had not wanted to eavesdrop on Caveland's conversation, but he only noted that it was raining outside, which could cause the girl to get sick, especially while sitting on the ground. The next second, Caveland's rather good-natured mood changed to a darker side. The man, noticing the wounds on Iris's legs, furiously asked who exactly dared to do this to the girl. Iris exclaimed that she was perfectly fine, asking Caveland not to worry about this trifle. Caveland did not agree with this, saying that such a thing was not a trifle at all, and he should call a doctor here as soon as possible. Caveland wanted to get up to run for the doctor, but was interrupted by Iris, who grabbed him by the clothes and with tears in her eyes said that she was completely fine, asking Caveland to just pretend that he did not see her. Caveland looked at Iris with pain and replied that if he did not do something now, the girl's situation would not improve in any way. Iris looked away from the man and replied that she understood this perfectly well, but there were certain reasons for her behavior. Iris said that some people could only survive if they carefully concealed the truth, which resonated in the man's soul, who could understand such a position very well. Caveland sighed heavily, but agreed not to go for help, instead taking a bottle of ointment from his pocket and handing it to Iris, asking her to apply it to the wounds. Caveland said regretfully that if Iris didn't apply ointment to the wounds, there might be scars on his legs, which he didn't want at all. Caveland finally got to his feet and told Iris that he would not tell anyone that he had seen the girl there. Turning around and without saying another word, Caveland headed towards the entrance of the palace. Iris looked after the man in confusion. Having collected her thoughts, Iris apologized to Caveland's back and thanked him for treating her like that. Caveland froze abruptly on the spot upon hearing Iris's words. He could almost physically feel the mental pain that Iris was in, so he simply couldn't bring himself to leave. Caveland turned around and walked towards Iris again, who at first didn't even realize that there was someone next to her again. When Caveland sat down next to her, Iris looked up at him in great surprise. sincerely not understanding why he didn't just leave, when he had already done more for her than anyone else. Caveland took Iris's hand and placed the earrings that James had given him into it, explaining that they were Teresa's earrings, which brought good luck to their owner. Iris became even more confused and asked in confusion why Caveland decided to give these earrings to her, since she was nobody to him. Caveland tried to put as much warmth into his voice as possible and replied that he felt that Iris was in dire need of luck right now, so these earrings would definitely come in handy. Iris's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that Caveland was showing concern for her now. Iris's heart sank when she realized that this was not a dream, and tears welled up in the girl's eyes, which even the heavy rain could not hide. Caveland held Iris's hand, telling her that he wished her luck, and Iris gave vent to her emotions and tried to cry out all the pain that had settled in her soul. It helped Iris start to want to live at least a little, even though it was her only conversation with Caveland. But this conversation meant a lot to her. Iris occasionally met Caveland when she was with Alfred at the palace, but they could only exchange fleeting glances. Caveland always passed by without giving away that he had seen Iris in an extremely vulnerable position, for which the girl was very grateful to him. Iris watched Caveland with a smile and thought that although they had not been able to remain alone together anymore, that one time in the pouring rain, Caveland had warmed her with a kind gesture that would forever remain in the girl's memory. It was also hard for Caveland to forget that day and pretend that nothing had happened to Iris, but he respected her request not to tell anyone. Caveland felt an almost uncontrollable desire to help Iris, for whom he felt very sorry. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do in this situation. Iris hugged Caveland tightly and thought that it was from that moment that she began to like Caveland, because he was the person who wanted to save her life. Iris looked at Caveland's face with aching tenderness and thought that he had become the only ray of light in her life, which at that time was complete darkness. Caveland was wrapping Iris in a towel when the girl emerged from her thoughts and memories. Caveland looked questioningly at Iris when she suddenly turned to him, but the girl only thanked him with a wide smile, thinking that she was very glad that she could spend this life next to this particular person. Caveland was taken aback by Iris's sudden gratitude, became embarrassed, and quickly retreated from the bathroom. Caveland's face was completely red. The man thought that sometimes Iris was driving him crazy. The man's heart was beating very fast and could not calm down. Caveland put his hand to his mouth, sincerely trying to calm down, thinking that he had hoped to make fun of Iris, but in the end, the girl herself had managed to catch him off guard. Caveland was in such a confused state when James and Wallace found him. Wallace, with his characteristic straightforwardness, asked Caveland what he was doing near Iris's room and why he was suddenly so red. Caveland asked Wallace not to come over and to leave him alone, since the man had no desire to explain why he was standing outside Iris's room in such a state. James, who was more sensitive to Caveland's mood, put his hand on Wallace's shoulder and advised him not to touch Caveland, which seemed like support from a friend. But James continued with an unperturbed smile and said that Caveland was simply going through a very hard time. Caveland wanted to be indignant at such a playful betrayal of James, but the butler's mood suddenly became serious, and without joking, the man said that he had received a letter from Caveland's father. Caveland's father had received an invitation to the wedding, but was very unhappy that his son had only informed him about it after the fact, without even introducing him to Iris first. So Caveland urgently needed to contact him and clarify the situation. He headed to the communications room, but heard Wallace's question behind him about why he was suddenly having hard times, and he thought to himself that sometimes his subordinates and friends were very slow-witted. And so, Caveland stood at the large green sphere that the mage engineers had created for communication long ago. This device could be owned by state-owned institutions, as well as individuals of particular importance in the country. Caveland still did not dare to use this sphere, rightly fearing a scolding from his father, but he no longer had a choice. The sphere was activated. Caveland looked at the green glow, waiting for his parents' answer, which did not take long to come. His father's voice was heard in the hall. Caveland's father addressed him by his full name, which subtly hinted to Caveland that his father was extremely angry, which caused Caveland to quickly explain that there were certain circumstances in his life that made it impossible for him to connect with his father before. Caveland's father complained that Caveland had started making excuses even before he had been accused of anything. The man said that he and Caveland's mother had read the newspapers but could not believe their eyes and did not want to, waiting for their son to explain everything himself, because they could only believe him. Caveland again tried to explain something, but was interrupted by his father. Caveland's father asked if his wife was really the Duke of Whitlow's flower, which the Duke kept secret, explaining that he did not want to show Iris to just anyone. But suddenly, Caveland's mother's voice came from the sphere. Cavelyn's mother was concerned that her son, even though he had grown up and was able to choose his own wife, had not considered it necessary to tell his parents about it. The woman said that she had sincerely tried to understand her son, but she had not succeeded, especially given the character of the Duke of Whitlow. Cavelyn's mother believed that the Duke of Whitlow was a very greedy man. His first daughter, Brittany, even debuted too early. But at the same time, Iris, his second daughter, he hid for too long, which raised suspicions that the Duke needed Iris only for sale. Cavelyn's mother asked her son point-blank what exactly he had done to make the Duke of Whitlaw agree to give him Iris, to which Cavelyn replied that it was not at all as his parents had imagined. Cavelyn's mother reproached her son for lying to them because she knew that on the day Cavelyn took Iris, the Duke of Whitlow received one of their mines. Cavelyn, with a nervous smile, asked who was reporting all this information to his parents. He really wanted to know. Cavelyn's mother turned to his father, tearfully saying that their son had become a big liar. His father replied that it was his fault. He had raised his son incorrectly, should have taken better care of his education, and in the end, this led to their son buying up women. Such words outraged Cavelyn, and he hastened to remind his parents that he could hear everything perfectly well. Cavelyn's father said in a didactic tone that buying women was a very wrong move on Cavelyn's part, and asked if Lady Iris Whitlow had ever consented to it. Cavelyn covered his face with his hand, thinking that he couldn't tell his parents that this whole situation was Iris's idea in the first place. It would make the conversation even more difficult, so the man simply replied that this was the way things were, and that Iris was staying with him of her own free will. Exhaling and removing his hand from his face, Cavelyn decided to express his dissatisfaction to his parents regarding one small but very important detail. The man corrected his father and pointed out that Iris's last name was now Green, not Whitlow. There was a tense silence in the room, and a minute later, Father Cavelyn's voice was heard, declaring that he and his mother were getting ready and would arrive at Green's estate in 2 or 3 days. Cavelyn's father warned his son that if Iris suddenly turned out to be against the marriage, Cavelyn should be prepared to become the first divorced person in their family. Meanwhile, Brittany sat with her friends, drank tea, and listened to their joyful words about how, finally, the situation with Iris was resolved, because Brittany was so worried about her younger sister. Brittany kept a smile on her face, but her fists were clenched tightly, and the girl herself was thinking that she was actually furious that the situation had been resolved in Iris's favor. Friends said that Brittany had been through so much stress because of the rumors surrounding her younger sister, but Brittany reflected that she was too disappointed with this outcome and was now choking with rage, which she sincerely tried not to show to anyone. Brittany's friend said she was not very happy that those who slandered the Whitlow family got away with it, even though the common people were happy with Iris's decision. Brittany's spirits were lifted by the fact that she had another reason to make Iris look like a bad person. Brittany said it was great that things worked out this way, but noted that it was unlikely that Iris would just let the situation go, since she probably hadn't really forgiven those who had hurt her. Iris's friends noted that the one who spread all these rumors was the Green family's maid. The girls could not believe that all this could be done just because of jealousy. Brittany demonstratively drooped her shoulders and said that of course she was also a little jealous of Iris, but she couldn't even think of doing something like that, which caused exactly the reaction the girl expected. The girls felt guilty about upsetting Brittany, but their wonderful get-together was interrupted by a maid who brought Brittany a letter. When Brittany picked up this letter, a vague anxiety settled in the girl's soul. Even before the girl opened the envelope, the girl understood that there was something in there that she would not like at all. And Brittany's premonition did not deceive her. When she opened the envelope and read the text, she realized that she had in her hands an invitation to the wedding of Iris, that bitch whose life she could not destroy. Brittany looked around for the name of the person who was supposed to officiate the wedding, but she couldn't find it. Brittany's friends noticed that her appearance had become even more gloomy, and they quickly asked what exactly had happened and what news was contained in the letter that had so excited the girl. The girl's friend, sitting closest, noticed that it was an invitation to Iris and Cavelyn's wedding. The girls noted that this was good and quite expected news, because the misunderstandings were resolved. One of the girls noted that in any case, it would be stupid for Cavelyn to turn a blind eye to rumors, and he should seriously talk to Iris about it. The girls continued to discuss that such a quick wedding, after all the rumors, was a rather strange decision. But Brittany was just wondering why the name of the person who would conduct the wedding was not written in the letter. The girl sitting closest to Brittany asked why she had such a gloomy expression on her face, and when she received no reaction, she took the letter from her to find out the reason herself. The girl carefully read the letter and was very shocked by who was listed as the host of the banquet. The host of the wedding banquet was Countess Nalani Janal, whose attention everyone who was somehow connected with high society tried to gain. The girls were surprised to note that Nalani was a very popular figure in high society, and that she had previously been thought to be in love with Caveland. Brittany stood up from the table, keeping a smile plastered on her face. The girl asked why her friends were suddenly cackling, because it turned out that even Nalani Janal herself had accepted Iris. Brittany felt hysteria rise in her throat and burst out laughing, because for her, the situation that was developing was extremely absurd and did not fit into her head. Trying to laugh it off, Brittany said that Iris and Caveland's wedding was a great reason to celebrate, so they all simply had to be happy, and the girl's face was frozen in an unnatural mask of joyful smile. Meanwhile, Nalani Janal was busy planning the most grandiose wedding for Iris and Caveland, and she was choosing fabrics at that very moment. Having selected only the ones she liked from several options, Nalani asked the maids to send these options to Iris so that she could stop at one. Henrietta was nearby, watching with pleasure the pre-wedding chores that were now on her friend's shoulders. Leaning against the back of the chair Nalani was sitting in, Henrietta noted that she was trying very hard, which surprised Henrietta greatly, because before that, she had not wanted to do all this at all. Nalani replied that she simply could not refuse Henrietta, especially since Caveland had said he was prepared to spend a fortune on the wedding. Nalani remarked that it was very strange that Caveland, who was famous for his stinginess, decided to turn to her for help in the end, but Henrietta replied that this wedding was too important, which is why Nalani's help was needed. Henrietta explained that, as Nalani had probably read in the papers, there had been a great deal of fuss about Caveland and Iris's marriage being only on paper, and the green name had been tainted. Nalani asked if it was true that Caveland had married the Duke of Whitlow's flower, to which Henrietta confirmed that it was indeed so, and noted that she understood perfectly well the men who were enchanted by this girl, because she was truly so beautiful that even in a portrait, it was very difficult to convey it. Henrietta smiled and said contentedly that she did not know where the rumors came from that Nalani liked Caveland, but these rumors only increased the attention to the wedding, which was clearly to their advantage. Nalani, however, was not very happy with such news, since she did not have romantic or even positive feelings for Caveland. Nalani replied that Henrietta was saying terrible things and asked why such rumors had even started. The girl said that she had only agreed to organize this wedding for one reason and one reason only. Nalani wanted to be a part of the Green family's greatest event, to have her name remembered as much as this grand wedding would be remembered. Nalani chuckled and asked Henrietta to tell Iris that she should be prepared for some pleasant surprises at the wedding. Iris didn't know what plans were being made behind her back, so she followed Caveland's advice and simply relaxed, reading the book carefully. Iris found this book and started reading it with only one goal in mind, to better understand Caveland. But the further she got into her reading, the more she got immersed in the situation surrounding the Beastmen, and the more uncomfortable she became. The first Beastman rebellion failed, but Benedict did not give up. Barely surviving, he hid in the shadows, quietly gathering people who could help him. Benedict said that Beastmen are also people, and turning into a beast is not a curse from God, but a blessing. And the Pope persecutes Beastmen out of a sense of inferiority because he did not receive God's gift. The magicians also received God's gift, and could well have become the Pope's victims after the Beastmen. The Pope had no magical talent, so the fall of the magicians was a predetermined future. The magicians without faith agreed with Benedict's words. Benedict, who incited the gifted, started the second rebellion of the Beastmen. It was a war to the death, and the eastern sea of Amas turned blood red. Such a story greatly upset Iris. Iris knew that if things continued to go as they had in her previous life, Caveland would have to start a third Beastman rebellion. Iris bit her finger thoughtfully, thinking that she understood Caveland's motives perfectly well, but in her past life, his death was completely meaningless, which meant that in this life she could not allow it. The only way out that Iris saw was to stop this war and turn the situation to her advantage. But the sound of the opening door did not allow her to immerse herself in her thoughts for long. Caveland entered the room, and when Iris asked what exactly had happened, he replied that it was nothing serious, and asked Iris not to be distracted from reading her book. Iris blushed furiously as Caveland came closer, as the man's robe was half open, revealing a perfect view of the man's chest and abs. Iris's gaze strayed a little, and she thought it was very easy for Caveland to tell her not to get distracted when he was standing in front of her like that. Caveland sat down next to Iris, noting to himself with satisfaction that his latest playful provocation had worked this time, and innocently asked why his dear wife suddenly had such an expression on her face. Iris asked not to laugh at her. Caveland, instantly losing his joking mood, softly kissed the girl's shoulder, not rushing to move away from the girl. Iris asked worriedly what had happened. Why was Caveland in such a mood? The man replied that he and Iris had a problem. Caveland embraced the girl and said with regret that unfortunately, his parents were very worried and angry about the upcoming wedding. Caveland said that his parents were due to arrive in about 2 days, but he had no idea what to expect from them as they had never been interested in their son's affairs before, so their reaction was very strange to him. Caveland had never dated girls before, so he didn't know what his parents might say to Iris. Iris's reaction to this news was very unexpected for Caveland. The girl took his face in her hands and exclaimed in surprise that he was a liar because it couldn't be that he had never dated anyone before. Caveland asked in surprise why he would deceive Iris on this subject. He spoke sincerely and only the truth on this matter. Iris replied that she found it very strange because Caveland was too handsome for a man who had never dated anyone. Caveland took Iris's hands and excitedly asked her if she really thought he was handsome, to which Iris replied that she had always thought it was obvious. Caveland looked at Iris with hearts in his eyes. The girl's words echoed warmly in his soul. With a happy smile, because what was happening was so pleasant, Caveland pulled Iris closer and honestly said that he really wanted to kiss her. Iris said in surprise that she would like that too, after which Caveland asked again if he could kiss a girl. Iris thought that it was very strange. She had a feeling that something had happened to Caveland after their last kiss. Iris noted that Caveland had never required permission to kiss her before, to which Caveland happily replied that if so, it would be done, and kissed the girl. Caveland laid Iris on the bed, the man's kisses moving lower to the girl's neck, becoming more and more sensitive. Iris thought that since Henrietta's visit, Caveland had somehow changed imperceptibly, but the girl did not have time to finish her thought, because she became so hot that she even felt dizzy. Caveland noted with concern that Iris had gone limp and apologized for not noticing it immediately because he had been too excited. Caveland said that when Iris called him handsome, his head just shut off, and the girl assured Caveland that everything was fine. Caveland looked anxiously at Iris's face, afraid to find any signs that the girl was not well. When he still did not find any, the man took Iris by the hand and said that he would try his best to make sure that his parents did not hurt the girl. Caveland kissed Iris's hand and said that his parents could still hurt the girl, and he hated the idea that Iris could get used to such rudeness towards her. Iris replied that she was already used to it, to which Caveland replied that all wounds heal with time. He just had to make sure that not a scratch remained on Iris's soft skin. Iris buried her face in Caveland's chest and asked if he would be willing to do the same if she suddenly became a fragile, perpetually crying lady. Caveland sincerely replied that Iris could cry as much as she wanted, be as weak as she wanted, but he would still remain on her side. Iris darkened a little, thanked Caveland, but said that she could not simply rely weakly on her husband because she never again wanted to live like someone's flower. A couple of days passed. Iris and Caveland were standing in the courtyard of the estate, meeting Caveland's parents, who, as promised, came to visit their son. With impeccably polite smiles, the green couple looked closely at Iris and Caveland, trying to find even a hint that something might be wrong with their couple. Caveland led his parents into the living room, offering them tea, neither of them eager to start a conversation, continuing to study each other's mood. Caveland's mother was a truly terrifying woman, and it was immediately clear whose strong character Henrietta had inherited. It only took one look from Caveland's mother for James and Wallace to tremble in horror, expecting to be scolded for doing something wrong. Caveland's mother did not stop to look at them, and the next second she was looking in a completely different direction. James and Wallace exhaled, but now they felt guilty, although they didn't understand why exactly. Christina and Aruela. Eventually, Caveland's mother's gaze landed on Iris, studying the girl carefully, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Caveland's mother thought that the Duke of Whitlow's flower was indeed very beautiful, as if God had paid special attention to her appearance. Caveland's mother thought that it might well be true that the Duke of Whitlow really cared about his daughter, and therefore did not let her out into society. There was another detail that irritated the woman. Caveland's smile now looked extremely stupid. Caveland's mother, putting down her cup and saucer, said that she would like to speak to Iris Whitlow alone, which did not please Caveland very much, who firmly refused his mother's request. Caveland's mother asked him, with displeasure, if it was okay for Caveland to marry without telling his parents, and without even trying to make concessions. Caveland responded that the responsibility for the decision was his, but he was not going to leave Iris when she continued to be called by her father's name. Caveland's mother, not pleased with her son's refusal, asked more fiercely if it was true that he had sold the family mine, but his father asked her to calm down. Caveland's father took his wife's hand and said that Caveland had a point and that they should all talk together. Caveland's mother looked at her husband. She was reluctant to back down, but after thinking about it, she decided to agree with him because there was a grain of truth in it. Caveland's mother, again calling Iris by her old name, said that what she was about to say to the girl might upset her, so she chose to apologize in advance. Iris interrupted Cavelin's mother very politely, smiling broadly at her, as if nothing she had said had affected her at all, and everything was fine. Iris said Cavelin's mother should have called her by her first name, or just Eerie, and made her feel at home. Cavelin's mother thought that Iris had a gentle but determined character. The girl was surrounded by a gentle atmosphere, but her eyes were burning with a living fire, hinting that Iris's growing up was not at all calm. Thinking about this, the woman asked how exactly Iris met Caveland. Iris responded with absolute calm and utmost honesty that she had gone to Caveland herself and proposed to him, which shocked her husband, who had wanted to keep it a secret. Ignoring Caveland's reaction, his father asked Eerie why she did this, as it was quite an unconventional move. Iris replied that she was just too eager to escape from the Whitlow family, which was causing her a lot of problems. There were many things in Iris's past that she would like to leave behind as just memories. For example, once her hair was set on fire, the girl desperately called for help, running through the corridors of the house, but no one was in a hurry to save her. Only Guger, seeing what had happened to Iris, rushed to the child's aid and poured water on her, extinguishing the flames and anxiously asking if everything was okay with Iris. Gauger dried Iris's hair with a towel as she cried, asking her how this could have happened, wanting to go and deal with the child's abusers. Iris even wanted to tell him the truth, but then she saw Brittany on the side, who was the culprit of everything that happened to Iris. Brittany stood with the maids, pleased with her stunt, and showed Iris that she should keep quiet if she didn't want big problems. Brittany clearly didn't regret what she had done. She didn't feel sorry for Iris at all. Perhaps she even wished that no one had responded to her sister's cries for help. Iris hugged Guger in despair, muttering into his shoulder that she was fine, that there was no need to do anything and look for those who did this. Guger asked in surprise if Iris was sure about this, hugging the child and trying to warm him up somehow, but Iris answered that everything was fine, as she always did. Iris begged Brittany to stop and stop bullying her. The girl sincerely tried to figure out what exactly she did wrong that her older sister hated her so much. Brittany always replied that Iris was just an illegitimate child from a maid who could not remember where her place was and even dared to take what belonged to Brittany. Iris tried to convince Brittany that she was innocent, but Brittany never listened to her. Brittany hit Iris, sometimes slapping her so hard that Iris would fall to the ground and struggle to get up. But that didn't stop Brittany. Looking at Iris lying in the mud, Brittany just laughed and said that Iris looked much more harmonious this way, because her place was in the mud. But that wasn't the worst thing Brittany could do. The worst was when she turned around and walked away. A wild fear arose in Iris's soul when she saw Brittany walking towards the exit of the barn, planning to leave Iris alone. With a wide smile, Brittany said that Iris should stay in the barn until she learned her lesson about where she belonged. Iris desperately begged Brittany not to leave her alone in the dark barn, but her pleas were never heard, and she was abandoned in that dark place. Brittany simply walked away, not caring that Iris might be scared, cold, uncomfortable, or simply not have enough food. Iris said that one day, Brittany locked her in a dark and dirty barn for several days, which caused the girl to develop a phobia of dark and closed spaces, and that Brittany's father and mother beat Iris for any offense. Iris said that she was despised and ridiculed by the Whitlow family, a story of the girl's childhood that horrified not only Cavelin's mother and father, but also the man himself, even though he partially knew that Iris was treated badly. Iris said that in the Whitlow family she had to work as a servant, and even the servants did not treat her like a lady. Everyone treated her more like a slave. The Whitlow family, of course, could not keep the secret of their relationship with Iris forever. Sometimes information leaked out, but in such cases, those who told the truth were always found dead. Iris said that in the end, only false rumors spread that the Duke of Whitlow was coddling his youngest daughter, and Iris was given the nickname of the Duke of Whitlow's Flower. Iris explained that Duke Whitlow planned to marry her off to Alfred Hooches in exchange for a gold mine, which is why she decided to go to Caveland. Caveland's mother thought that Iris was a very smart girl because she immediately told a story that simply could not leave Caveland's parents indifferent. Besides, although the girl looked calm, she was clearly scared, which meant that the story she told was true. Caveland's mother chuckled, thinking that there was no point in pushing away an intelligent and honest man. Caveland's mother asked why Iris chose Caveland. Iris wanted to answer, but Caveland interrupted her and said that he had sent Iris a letter. In the letter, Caveland allegedly asked Iris to reveal Duke Whitlow's weaknesses. The man needed information, and he was also curious to communicate with Duke Whitlow's Flower. Caveland thought that if his parents found out that Iris knew he was a beastman, the situation could only get worse. Caveland's mother was deep in thought. Caveland's mother eventually said that not everything Caveland and Iris said was credible, but she asked the girl if Green Manor was really better than her own home. Iris answered without hesitation that she had never been happier than she was with Caveland on this estate. The conversation ended on a very positive note. Caveland's parents walked around the estate. The mother noted that Iris was a very smart and beautiful child. The father said that, in addition to everything else, the girl's eyes were burning with the desire to live, which is very important. Caveland's mother said that she wished they had a daughter like Iris, for Henrietta's character was rather rude, to which her father remarked that since Iris had married Caveland, they might well consider her their daughter, and the woman could not help but agree with this. Caveland's parents were now in complete solidarity with their son's desire to protect Iris from any worries or suffering, and none of them even suspected that the cause of Iris's suffering decided that her presence was definitely missed in the Green estate. Brittany sat in the carriage, looking out the window with satisfaction, imagining how she would once again put her presumptuous younger sister in her place, returning her life to its previous course. The conversation with Caveland's parents, although positive, brought back very unpleasant memories for Iris, and there was another very important reason why the girl began to have nightmares. Iris tossed and turned in bed, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, muttering that it was all her fault and begging Brittany to forgive her. Iris called for help, clearly unable to get out of her nightmare labyrinth on her own. But at some point she screamed and with a sharp sigh managed to wake up and sat up on the bed, which woke Caveland. Iris covered her face with her hands, trying to catch her breath and stop crying from the horror she had experienced again. Caveland hugged the girl carefully, trying to share his confidence with her. The man said that everything would be fine, although his wife's condition worried him very much. 3 days ago, Brittany told Iris that she was planning to visit the Green estate. Immediately after that, Iris began to have nightmares about her childhood, and Caveland could do nothing about it. He could not even imagine that after everything that Iris had been through, even just the mention of the girl's sister could cause her so much pain. Caveland only hugged the crying Iris tighter. The girl, without removing her hands from her face, muttered an apology for continuing to disturb Caveland's sleep. The man hastened to reassure her that there was nothing terrible about it. But it seemed like Iris wasn't even listening to him, because the next moment she apologized for not telling Caveland that she was an illegitimate child, which greatly surprised the man. Caveland calmly replied that in fact he had originally assumed something like this, because there had to be some reason for the abuse of Iris in the family, and this seemed the most logical. Iris looked at Caveland with disbelief, but the man continued and explained that he did not think it necessary to ask Iris about this, hoping that someday she herself would be able to tell him the truth. And then Caveland was afraid to ask at all, fearing to open Iris's old emotional wounds, and was more worried about how to make Iris happy. Caveland asked with a smile if Iris had any ideas on this matter. Caveland's maneuver worked. Iris really was distracted from her memories and nightmares, and seriously thought about whether she could ask Caveland for something that would help her restore her mental balance. And soon Iris actually came up with what exactly Caveland could do, but it almost shocked the man, because his wife asked him to turn into a wolf and lie down next to her, so Iris hoped that he could protect her. Overcoming his confusion, Caveland replied that since Iris wanted it so much, he couldn't refuse her. So a few moments later, a large wolf was lying on the bed with Iris, grumbling about the fact that the bed would be covered in fur, which, however, didn't particularly bother the girl. Iris hugged the wolf tightly and closed her eyes, immersing herself in calm and confidence. Caveland said that he had a gift for the girl, which made her open her eyes in surprise. Caveland said that among the relics he found was a protective stone, the mention of which caused the girl to cry out in surprise. Caveland was surprised by Iris's reaction. He asked if Iris knew anything about this stone. The girl laughed nervously and replied that she simply thought that such a reaction to the gift would be appropriate. As Iris stroked Caveland's fur, she thought sadly that Caveland should never be allowed to touch this stone or ever use it. The protective stone, when used correctly, sent good dreams, however. When used incorrectly, it could plunge one into eternal sleep. This relic has always attracted those who would like to remain in a dream, to escape from reality, because with its help, they could easily do it. Caveland explained to Iris that there were several unregistered relics in the Holy Kingdom, including the protective stone. The man said that for now, they had only identified the locations of the relics that they did not need to touch and left them behind, as they were not yet strong enough to control all the artifacts. Caveland said that just one stone shouldn't be a problem, so the man could bring it to Iris and suppress its power to rid the girl of her nightmares. But Iris only thought that even if the stone did help her, she definitely didn't want to hide in her dreams, and it was unknown how the stone could affect Caveland. In Iris's past life, Caveland's parents and Henrietta died within the next 3 years, and Kay's younger brother, Elahart, unable to bear it, began secretly using the protective stone. Over time, Hart became dependent on the protective stone and hid from the real world in dreams. Caveland tried his best to wake him up, but to no avail. Caveland was ultimately kept alive only by his subordinates, but even so he looked like an empty shell, and Iris simply couldn't allow something like that to happen again. Caveland noticed Iris's dark mood and gently asked if his mention of the warding stone was the cause of her mood. Caveland said that while he was confident he could handle the stone's power if Iris was worried, he would find other ways to ensure she could sleep peacefully. Iris thought with pain that Caveland was doing too much for her, hugged the wolf tightly around the neck, and told him that he should bring her a protective stone. With her face buried in Caveland's fur, Iris thought that to avoid a repeat of the previous story, she would just need to break this damn stone with her own hands. But Caveland didn't want to rely on just one protective stone, so after a couple of days, when the weather was hot and sunny, the man took Iris somewhere. Iris squinted to see anything under the scorching rays of the sun. The girl was so preoccupied with thoughts about the stone that she simply forgot that Caveland wanted to offer her something else. So now she did not understand at all what her husband wanted to do. Caveland stopped at the stables, pointing Iris inside and saying that here they had come to the place he had planned to visit with her. Iris looked at the stable and the pasture next to it in surprise, delight frozen on the girl's face. The picture before Iris was truly peaceful. Horses were seen in the pasture, calmly chewing grass. The girl immediately heard the singing of birds, and even her fatigue from the scorching sun and heat went somewhere into the background. Caveland was pleased to notice that Iris was smiling enthusiastically, but decided to ask the girl if she liked it all, to which he received a positive answer. Caveland put his arm around Iris's shoulders and told her that the surprise he had actually prepared for the girl was just a little further away, and led her to the stables. As they got closer, Iris was speechless, although before that it seemed to her that Caveland could no longer surprise her with anything. Eugene was just coming out of the stable. A large, graceful white horse was walking next to him, and next to it, an equally snow-white foal was visible. But what surprised and shocked Iris most was that the foal had a horn visible on its forehead. Iris exclaimed in surprise, asking Caveland if he had somehow managed to get unicorns, to which Caveland conspiratorially hissed at the girl and said that from now on it was their shared secret. Iris asked in surprise why the horn was not visible on an adult horse, to which Caveland replied that unicorns can make their horn invisible when they reach maturity. This was a result of evolution for the sake of survival, but although the horn was not visible, it remained tangible. Plus, unicorns were smart enough to understand the intentions of a person. So if they recognized someone as their master, they remained loyal to him forever. And when they matured, unicorns could even fly. Iris petted the adult unicorn, asking Caveland what he named them, and laughed when Caveland said he named his mother White, the girl calling him a master of names. The foal wanted some attention too, so he snorted loudly and offered his head to Iris to pet him too. Iris smiled softly and said that she was just saying hello to the foal's mother, asking Caveland what name he had given the little unicorn. Caveland smiled and said that it was Iris who should have named the little unicorn. Iris looked at Caveland in surprise and confusion, but the man explained that this was his surprise and that Iris was now the owner of this foal. The foal seemed to sense this and nudged Iris's hand again. Caveland explained that the little unicorn was very naughty, so the man was not sure of his decision. Caveland didn't think the colt was very suitable for first training, but as long as Iris remained cautious enough, it was worth a try. Caveland said, with a caring smile, that he was absolutely confident that Iris could handle this restless little creature. Iris broke into a wide and genuine smile, happily thanked Caveland, and told him that she would raise the little foal with diligence. And Iris and Caveland didn't even suspect that in addition to the problems with Brittany, another danger was hanging over them. Hart was also extremely unhappy that his older brother decided to suddenly get married. But Caveland's brother was far away, and right now, Iris was experiencing all the joys of life associated with raising a small, but very active and mischievous foal. It wasn't that Iris was doing so badly, but the little unicorn was even too active and never stood still, which is why the girl had already fallen several times and also couldn't even out her breathing. Giving up, Iris simply fell onto the haystack, closing her eyes and trying to catch her breath. The girl thought that raising a foal turned out to be much more difficult than she could have imagined. Nathan gave Iris a lot of advice, which could have been used to compile an encyclopedia on raising little unicorns, but his advice was not very helpful to Iris, who needed to put theory into practice. However, despite the little unicorn's most mischievous character, he seemed to Iris to be the sweetest creature in this world, and she liked him very much. Iris sincerely tried to tame the little unicorn, but it only snorted at the girl, not even letting her touch it, which upset the girl and greatly strained Caveland, who closely watched the taming process. What bothered Caveland wasn't even the fact that the little unicorn was being naughty and driving Iris so hard that she couldn't get up from the haystack. Caveland felt irrationally jealous that Iris was looking at the little unicorn as endearingly as she looked at him. For this reason, Caveland approached the tired Iris, who was still enjoying the softness of the hay, and sat down opposite the girl. After looking at Iris for a few moments, Caveland suddenly moved closer to her face and kissed the girl, driven by this slight jealous feeling. Iris pulled away pretty quickly, asking what exactly happened that Caveland decided to kiss her so suddenly. The man asked in return why Iris pulled away so quickly. The girl became embarrassed and answered that the baby was looking at them, so she couldn't kiss. The little unicorn was actually looking at them, and it seemed to Caveland that the foal snorted particularly maliciously, which caused a wave of incomprehensible irritation in the man. It seemed that the little unicorn also didn't like the fact that Iris's attention was directed to someone else, so it was as if the air thickened between Caveland and the unicorn and electric charges began to fly. Caveland held Iris close to him, preventing the girl from turning around to look at the little unicorn, and said that since she didn't like kissing with that nasty animal looking at them, they might as well leave the stable and head to a more convenient place for kissing. Caveland, in a seductive voice that made Iris blush instantly, said that he was actually half-beast too, so seeing Iris with this little unicorn made him feel very strange. A few days passed. Iris settled comfortably on the sofa, leaning back tiredly, and thought about how this morning had been rather nervous. Caveland had said early in the morning that he wanted to go and get the stone, stating that he would only return closer to the wedding and had left immediately, the house seeming a little empty to Iris without him. But the inhabitants of the estate did not allow Iris to be alone with herself, constantly interacting with her and urging her to solve pressing matters. Although Caveland had left, his parents still remained at the estate, occasionally devoting their attention to Iris. Iris enjoyed talking to Caveland's parents, as the Green family was very kind to her, and they were incomparable to Alfred's family from her past life. With a smile, Caveland's father asked Iris if Caveland had really given her a unicorn, and Iris laughingly replied that it was true and jokingly complained that the taming process was very difficult for her. Caveland's mother suggested that Iris give the little unicorn a name, which puzzled the girl. Caveland's mother explained that giving a name to a creature can often be a way to bond with that creature, so it could very well help with the baby unicorn. Iris thought seriously about the words of Caveland's mother. She also wanted to believe that if she gave a name to the little unicorn, then he would at least become a little closer to her. Iris imagined the little unicorn, trying to find an answer within herself as to what name would suit it. After standing there in indecision for just a few moments, Iris finally came up with a name for the little unicorn, deciding to call him Windy. Caveland's parents only enthusiastically supported this idea, which caused another joyful smile from Iris, who felt their support and understood that this was exactly the kind of family she had lacked in her past life. But not everything was so rosy. When the topic with the unicorn was closed, Caveland's parents explained that in a few days the Whitlow family was supposed to arrive at the estate. They were not entirely clear how exactly they should react to Iris's family, who treated the girl so cruelly. Iris clenched her fists, realizing that the only reason for such a family visit was simple curiosity, and perhaps Brittany's desire to make sure that Iris was unhappy in her marriage. Iris told the Caveland parents that they should treat the Whitlow family as they saw fit, but they shouldn't fight over her, because Iris was able to stand up for herself. And Iris really did come up with a way to show the Whitlow family that she didn't want to see them. When they arrived almost the next day, James very politely informed them that he couldn't let them into the estate. To Duke Whitlow's indignation, James responded with a standard smile that Iris could not possibly receive her family on this day, so they should leave and return another day. The Duke of Whitlow was furious and declared that when the guests had already crossed the main gate, James should have at least accommodated them in the estate and not turned them back home. James, without losing his polite expression, apologized for the fact that, to his deepest regret, they simply had not had time to prepare the guest rooms, and this could very well happen to anyone when guests decided to arrive earlier than the agreed time. Brittany's mother decided to intervene in the conversation and ordered James to talk to Iris again, who could not keep them out of the estate. The woman believed that as soon as Iris learned that the Whitlow family had arrived, she would immediately personally place them in the best rooms. But the Duke of Whitlow told his wife to be silent, clenching his fists in rage as he wondered how James, some butler, that Earl's dog, had dared to insult them like that. Duke Whitlow turned and hurried out of the estate, stating that in that case they would come the next day, and very much hoped that they would be received in accordance with their status. Brittany looked at James with great displeasure, clinging to her mother. In a cold fury, she thought that Iris must have gone completely crazy. For several days now, James had not even allowed them to enter the estate, explaining that, unfortunately, Iris was too busy to receive them. Brittany thought furiously that as soon as she crossed the threshold of this house, she would definitely find a way to remind Iris of her place and teach her manners. Iris was swinging her leg boredly when James came to her and informed her that the Whitlow family had returned to their estate and wanted to visit her. Iris asked if the Whitlow family was still hanging around the main entrance to the estate as before. James answered in the affirmative, and the girl thought absently that only Cavelin's parents remained in the estate. Kay himself had left a week ago to get the stone, and Henrietta had left just recently on business of her own. James asked Iris if she believed that the Whitlow family would decide to go home this time, but Iris replied that on the contrary, she was absolutely sure that they would not go anywhere because they were too proud to return home with nothing. Iris smiled and told James that it would be a good idea to teach the Duke of Whitlaw some manners before Henrietta returned, and James was only too happy to second Iris's sentiments and said that it would be a good idea to teach the family a few lessons in good manners. And the Whitlow family was able to enter the estate, however. They had been sitting in the living room for several hours. Duke Whitlow was furious again, declaring that if this continued, it made no difference where exactly they were, they could have stayed outside. The Duke of Whitlow was furious, complaining that the treatment they received in this house was disgusting, that they were not shown a drop of hospitality, were not offered a cup of tea or food. James watched with great pleasure as the Whitlow family lost their temper, but he showed no sign of it by any gesture or look. James cleared his throat to get attention and politely said that, to his regret, Iris had asked him to tell him that she was still too busy, so the Whitlow family would have to wait a little longer. An enraged Duke Whitlow asked if James knew how many hours they had been listening to these excuses. Brittany put her hand on her father's forearm and asked him for permission to talk to James herself. Not as furious as Duke Whitlow, but still with a fair amount of displeasure, Brittany asked Jamie if Iris had ordered him to treat them this way. James's expression didn't change at all. He even smiled somewhat serenely and asked in confusion what exactly Brittany meant. Brittany asked if Iris had ordered him to treat the Whitlow family so rudely, to which James replied that this was not a correct assumption. On the contrary, Iris had ordered him to escort the Whitlow family respectfully, to which Brittany asked if the butler really thought that the attitude he was showing now was respectful to the guests of the Green Estate. James, still calmly, replied that it depended on who exactly was the guest at the Green Estate, which left Brittany puzzled. James bowed his head, supposedly in a respectful gesture, and explained that if he recalled how the Whitlow family had treated Iris, his attitude toward them now was extremely polite. Brittany looked at James in disbelief. The girl couldn't believe that the Green Estate could be known for what they did with Iris at home. Duke Whitlow jumped up from the couch in a rage and declared that what James was saying was absolute nonsense, while Brittany's mother tried to restrain him and said that Iris had simply deceived everyone again. Duke Whitlow seized on this thought, spread his hands, smiled guiltily, and said that this was indeed typical of Iris. Brittany said, with a kind smile, that there was no need to be strict with Iris for this reason, because everything was much more complicated, and that was why she did it. Seemingly embarrassed and looking down, Brittany muttered that Iris wasn't lying on purpose, because in reality, she just didn't want to marry Caveland Green. Brittany said that Caveland actually forced Iris and immediately covered her mouth with her hand, as if she was frightened by her words, and immediately apologized to James for such words about his master. James, without revealing his true attitude to this, replied that he would also be interested in understanding this. Looking away, James thought with irritation that Iris was being made to look bad on purpose, and they had all had to wait too long for the girl to voluntarily decide to open up to them. Iris had initially suspected that the Whitlow family might try to frame her as a pathological liar, and had given Jamie instructions to that effect. Iris asked James to pretend that he believed every word they said, and also to show them the guest part of the house. James was not sure that the Whitlow family would agree to this, but Iris explained that they would definitely not just look at the guest part of the house, but would try to find something in the house that could be used. For this reason, James opened the door, inviting the Whitlow family to leave the living room, and said that he would show them the western part of the house, where the guest rooms were located. As Iris had predicted, the Whitlow family didn't even try to show their interest in James' proposal. They immediately ran screaming that they simply had to see Iris immediately. James watched with slight bewilderment as the Whitlow family, who had so recently spoken to him about politeness and manners, disappeared into the distance. When James was sure that the Whitlow family definitely couldn't see him, the man chuckled and said thoughtfully that he, of course, had been ordered to leave the Whitlow family alone, but the butler was very sorry that he wouldn't be able to see what everyone else, and especially Iris, would do to them. The Whitlow family quickly got their bearings in the estate, and within a few minutes they were standing at the door of Iris's room, but they encountered another obstacle. Wallace and Eugene stood by Iris's door, responding with absolutely no emotion to Duke Whitlow's latest indignation that Iris was busy, so they couldn't let strangers into her room. Duke Whitlow tried to convince the men that he had only come to see his daughter and that they could not refuse him entry, but Wallace stood his ground and said that Iris could not possibly receive them at this moment. Driven to the brink, Duke Whitlow yelled that he was tired of hearing about Iris being busy with something there. They had been in this estate for too long and constantly heard this excuse. Duke Whitlow stated that Iris could not possibly have any worthwhile business to attend to that could truly be considered a worthy excuse for ignoring her family. Words from the Duke that did not please Wallace and Eugene very much. Realizing that Duke Whitlow was about to get punched in the face, Brittany quickly intervened and said that they should all calm down. With an innocent smile, Brittany asked if Caveland had accidentally hit Iris, since she might be avoiding her caring family because of the bruises on her face. Of course, such words did not diffuse the situation, but only made it worse. Especially irritated by all this was Wallace, who was really ready to go and beat up the entire Whitlow family. But Wallace's intention remained just an intention, because Christina appeared from Iris's room, asking what was going on and complaining that it was too noisy in the corridor. Seeing that the door to Iris's room was open, Duke Whitlow's spirits perked up, and, shouting that he couldn't do this anymore, he tried to break in. Duke Whitlow's attempt, however, ended in failure. Wallace and Eugene did not even let him try to cross the threshold and pushed the man away. Duke Whitlow fell against the opposite wall. His wife and Brittany immediately appeared next to him, sympathizing with the man. Duke Whitlow, without attempting to rise, asked how Wallace and Eugene dared to touch him at all, again trying to point out to them that he was Iris's father. But the reaction from Wallace and Eugene was not at all what the Whitlow family might have expected. Wallace smiled playfully and asked Eugene if he had heard what the Duke of Whitlow had just said, as if he were sharing some particularly funny joke with his friend. The men actually found it funny that the Duke of Whitlow was so insistent that he was Iris's father, but Brittany realized from the reactions of Wallace and Eugene that all the servants knew how the Whitlow family really treated the girl, which didn't fit in Brittany's head, because Iris must have been very ashamed to talk about how she was treated like a servant. Brittany thought that, in fact, Iris continued to be their lapdog, and therefore simply had to carry out any of their orders. At that moment, Iris appeared from the room. Iris, with a completely unperturbed look, noticed that it was too noisy here and asked what was going on at all that there was so much noise. The Whitlow family looked at Iris in shock, never expecting her to behave like that around them, showing her independence with her whole appearance. Iris, seeing the entire Whitlow family on the floor, sympathetically asked what had happened to their appearance. Duke Whitlow asked what all this meant, and Iris calmly explained that one had to notify in advance of one's arrival if one wanted a time to be set aside for the meeting. At that moment, Brittany ran up to Iris, took her sister's hands in what seemed like a caring gesture, and said that she was very sorry that everything turned out this way. Brittany said, with feigned excitement, that Iris apparently really didn't want to get married, but she was forced to, and it seemed that because of this, she was now angry and didn't want to see her birth family at all. Brittany assumed that Iris truly hated Caveland and asked to be frank if the girl did not want to see the Whitlow family for this reason. Iris just smirked at Brittany's revealing suggestions, turned to her room, and invited the Whitlow family inside. There was a tense silence between Iris and the Whitlow family. None of them knew how to start a conversation, or more accurately, it was the Whitlow family that didn't know, and Iris simply didn't want to. Brittany chewed on her nail and wondered why Iris hadn't denied anything in the hallway, since that would have given them a perfect excuse to make everything she said seem like a lie. Iris sat relaxed in her chair, watching the faces of her relatives and crossing her legs. This pose did not suit Duke Whitlow, and he asked how Iris could behave like this in front of older people. Iris laughed lightheartedly and asked to be forgiven for her rudeness, since the Whitlow family should know better than anyone that she had not been properly homeschooled. Duke Whitlow choked on his anger, unable to come up with a worthy response, while Iris said carelessly that she had completely forgotten to introduce her maids to the Whitlow family. Iris introduced Christina and Aruela, specifically drawing the Whitlow family's attention to the girls' very revealing surnames. And it really hit the mark. Duke Whitlow was extremely surprised that Iris was being served by girls from such noble families. The Duke nervously thought that in front of such maids, they simply could not treat Iris the way they were used to. Iris calmly said that, as far as she remembered, the wedding invitation had included the date of the Whitlow family's planned visit, and asked why they had decided to come earlier, since they clearly couldn't have time to miss Iris. The family hesitated, but Brittany replied that they were just worried, because Caveland took Iris so suddenly, as if he had kidnapped a girl. Nothing was heard about the wedding, plus dirty rumors about the girl were spreading around. Iris just laughed at such excuses, saying that what Brittany was saying was very interesting. After laughing and giving Brittany a sharp look, Iris said that Brittany was so worried about her sister getting into trouble that she deliberately provoked and sent Alfred Hooches to her, because of whom the dirty rumors began to spread. Brittany tried to object to Iris and asked how she could say such terrible things, but Iris, removing her mask of politeness, asked if she really looked like the Iris that Brittany knew. Iris said that if that was how Brittany looked concerned about her sister, then she was also very concerned about Brittany, whether she wanted to wash the dishes like Iris used to, or maybe be stuck in a dark warehouse with no food or windows, or maybe Brittany wanted to be beaten for something she never did. Brittany looked at Iris in horror, not understanding what her correct reaction could be right now in order to smooth over the situation in front of strangers. Iris looked at Brittany with disdain and asked if she really thought Iris wouldn't say that in front of her own maids. Duke Whitlow looked at Iris in horror, but was mesmerized, not fully believing that his youngest, eternally submissive daughter was standing in front of him now. Iris's determination, her calm demeanor, and her anger directed at the Whitlow family made him very much like her mother. When Iris's mother gave birth to her, she did not want to give her daughter to him, promising that she would definitely kill Duke Whitlow for everything he did to her. Iris told the entire Whitlow family to listen to her very carefully. The girl explained that if they wanted to make her out to be a liar, they could do so as much as they wanted. But if they tried to harm Iris in any way, they should be prepared for the fact that she would ask the authorities to sever any ties with the Whitlow family in this case. Iris said that if anyone decided to find out the reasons for her actions, she would not be afraid to tell the truth, and the Whitlow family would no longer be able to hush up the situation as they had done before. Iris confidently said that now there are too many people who know the truth, and this family will not be able to harm her anymore. Iris smiled, remembering how many people now supported her, and said that, on top of that, she now had the strength to stand up to the Whitlow family. After talking to Iris, Brittany was furious. They had to leave the girl's room, and now Brittany was asking Duke Whitlow if he was really going to leave everything as it was. Duke Whitlow frowned. He didn't like this whole situation either. He understood perfectly well that, no matter how much he wanted to try to convince himself otherwise, Iris was already out of their control. It was too profitable for the Whitlow family to maintain good relations with the Green family, which meant that they really couldn't belittle Iris anymore. Duke Whitlow rose wearily from his chair and told Brittany that they would have to retreat this time, which caused great indignation in the girl. Brittany tried to yell at Duke Whitlow, but her father replied that this did not mean that they would let the situation go, but that right now was the best time not to provoke a conflict. Duke Whitlow sternly told Brittany that this time she better listen to him and not do anything stupid, because he is worried about her future. Iris was walking with James, who noticed that the Whitlow family was going to stay at the estate until the wedding. This news did not surprise Iris at all. She expected it. Iris thought that the Imperial family had to send someone to their wedding, which was why the Whitlow family thought that they had to make a good impression on that person. Iris was even curious about how well the Whitlow family would end up playing the role of a caring family. But Iris was more worried about a completely different person. Iris turned to James and asked hopefully if Cavelin was really supposed to arrive the next day. James confirmed that everything was correct, and Iris drooped a little, once again remembering her past, which carried a lot of darkness and pain. Iris thought that the very next day, two people who were in love with each other in a past life were supposed to meet. Iris understood that back then, it was just a marriage of convenience. Brittany just got the trophy she wanted, and Cavelin, heartbroken by the loss of his family, needed the support of the Empress. But in this life, Iris wanted to change everything so that Cavelin would never need Brittany's help. Iris had been having nightmares for several nights now, and it seemed that the situation had only gotten worse with the arrival of the Whitlow family, although the girl had managed to fight them off. That night, Iris tossed and turned in her bed again, desperately calling for someone to help her escape from her dark nightmares that were causing new wounds. But fortunately, that night Cavelin returned, having decided to sneak into the estate secretly, so he jumped into the room through the window. Cavelin muttered that he had been running all night to see Iris faster, but ended up seeing the girl trapped in nightmares again. Cavelin looked at Iris with regret, sitting down on the bed next to the tossing girl. Cavelin ran his hand gently down Iris's neck, trying to calm her and drive away the nightmares, noting with displeasure her frightened reaction. Iris didn't wake up, but she clutched the blanket as if it was the only thing that could protect her from the danger in her dreams. Without taking his eyes off Iris, Cavelin tightened his grip on the hand holding the protective stone, activating it. When Cavelin noticed that the protective stone was working and Iris's sleep had become much more peaceful, the man kissed his wife on the forehead and wished her good night. Iris's face smoothed out, her breathing evened out. Cavelin smiled and quietly said that he would say hello to the girl when she woke up. Soon Iris really woke up. The girl felt really rested, which had not happened to her for a long time. Iris stretched sweetly, noting with pleasure that, apparently, she had finally managed to sleep without nightmares. Suddenly, Iris noticed that she was not alone in the bed, because next to her lay Caveland, whom she had not expected to see here so early. Caveland woke up from Iris's surprised cry and yawned sweetly, trying to break free from the shackles of sweet sleep, while Iris asked in surprise when he managed to return. Caveland merely wished Iris good morning, and the girl, a little upset, asked why he had not woken her up when he returned. Caveland reached out to Iris, kissed her on the cheek, and replied that he didn't want to wake her at all. It looked like she was dreaming about something sweet, and asked what she was dreaming about. Iris realized that Caveland used a protective stone. Because of this, she really dreamed something pleasant. The girl blushed, remembering that the last person she remembered from her dream was Caveland, but because of embarrassment, the girl could not admit it to him. Iris smiled gratefully and said that she had indeed had a very pleasant dream, thanks to the measures Caveland had taken for her. Caveland smiled sincerely and said that he was very happy about this and glad that the protective stone worked. Iris remembered another artifact that Caveland had once given her in a past life to help the girl. Iris thought that even though Teresa's earrings hadn't brought her luck in that life, maybe she could get lucky in this life after all. Caveland pulled Iris closer to him by the waist and asked what she was thinking about. Iris became embarrassed and replied that she was simply remembering her dream. Caveland asked with interest what exactly Iris had dreamed about. The girl became embarrassed and frantically tried to think of what to answer her husband. Laughing nervously, Iris replied that she had dreamed of her little unicorn, Windy. Caveland, having lost his joking mood a little, jealously asked Iris if she was really thinking about this impudent unicorn when such a handsome man was next to her. Iris thought that she had actually been thinking about this most handsome man, but since she did not want to admit it, she replied that Caveland himself had inquired about the content of her dream. Caveland said that he really hoped that it was him that Iris saw in her dream, and hugged the girl tightly. Iris noted with tenderness that she did not know that Caveland could behave like a puppy, but the next second the girl became scared. It seemed to her that this might not be reality, but still a dream in which she was stuck. Gently and very tenderly, Iris took Caveland's face in her hands, trying to shake off the state of panic that such thoughts led to. It was vital for Iris to feel the warmth of another person to convince herself that she was not imagining things. Iris ran her hands over Caveland's chest, still not entirely sure that this was not a figment of her imagination, but a real man. Iris's state was close to a trance, but she was brought out of it by Caveland, who hastened to stop the girl. Caveland looked away in embarrassment and said that if Iris continued to touch him like that early in the morning, he might not be able to restrain his desires for the girl. Iris jerked back, suddenly realizing how she had just behaved towards Caveland, and quickly apologized to him for her actions. Caveland looked at Iris with a rather heavy gaze, which the girl could not interpret for herself. Suddenly, Caveland grabbed Iris by the shoulders and pushed her onto the bed, hovering over the girl from above and blocking her from escaping. Caveland said, with a satisfied smile, that Iris didn't need to apologize if she allowed him to let loose. Caveland bit Iris's earlobe and said contentedly that in that case, he might even eat the girl out of sheer emotion. Iris looked tenderly at Caveland, who was hanging over her. The girl thought that every time she heard his voice, something inside her turned over. Iris touched Caveland's face and thought that she was no longer afraid with this man and wanted to know how passionate he could be. So Iris reached out to her husband and kissed him. Iris put all the trust she felt in Caveland into the kiss. She slowly kissed the man, who also trusted the girl, and did not even try to seize the initiative. But when the kiss finally broke, Caveland quickly moved away from Iris, and even turned away so as not to accidentally succumb to temptation. Caveland's reaction surprised Iris a little, and she asked what happened, whether she had done something wrong for the man to behave like that. Caveland muttered sheepishly that if Iris ever did something like that again, they would be in big trouble, because he definitely wouldn't be able to control himself. Caveland really wasn't sure he could hold back, but unable to resist Iris, he hugged her tightly again and kissed the girl. Caveland's kiss was more powerful, the man conveying through it his desire and emotions to Iris, who, sitting on his lap, felt this desire with another part of her body. By accident, Caveland squeezed Iris's thigh too hard, causing the girl to scream and pull away from the man. Caveland guiltily asked Iris for forgiveness, because he promised that he would not do anything that she did not like, or that would hurt her. Iris, however, thought with regret that, as on all previous occasions, it was she who felt awkward because they had to stop. Iris lay down on Caveland's chest, and the man laughed and said that he had simply been running to the estate all night to see Iris and was too tired to control himself. Iris thought regretfully that she would have liked to continue, but such thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Caveland, who asked if Iris had become so close to Windy that she even dreamed of this impudent unicorn. Iris chuckled and said that when she gives Windy an apple, the little unicorn tries to eat her hand. Cavelin replied that you have to be careful with unicorns because they can eat everything in their path. Iris suggested changing the subject, seeing that Caveland was still a little jealous of her own gift, and asked if Caveland had actually used the warding stone on her that night. Caveland nodded and suddenly began to rummage through the bed, obviously looking for something he wanted to show the girl. After a few seconds of searching like this, and without even destroying all the bed linen, Caveland proudly handed Iris a bracelet with beautiful blue stones. Iris reached for the bracelet with her hand, but Caveland quickly pulled it away, smiling and saying that the girl was not allowed to touch it. Caveland explained that this relic could be dangerous for those people who are unhappy or want to die. Iris asked in surprise if she looked to Caveland like someone who was unhappy or wanted to die, which was the warning this gave. Caveland, looking gloomy, replied that sometimes Iris seemed broken to him. Despite her pride, there were times when Iris seemed to him a very fragile person. Iris's mood also dropped a little. The girl thought that Caveland might be right in his fears. But, fortunately, now she was very far from the state she had in her past life. Iris looked at Caveland and saw in his eyes a strong concern and even fear. He was very worried about her. Iris thought that she originally wanted to destroy the protective stone, but since Caveland used it to make Iris sleep more peacefully and at the same time calmed himself down, then it would be possible to use this stone a little longer. Iris moved a little closer to Caveland and quietly said that she was not going to disappear under any circumstances. Iris took Caveland's hand and thanked him for being so concerned about her. The girl admitted that she really liked it when a man behaved like that. Iris asked Caveland to promise that he would never lose the warding stone or allow anyone else to use it. Iris's request surprised Caveland, but the man only hugged the girl and replied that he promised to fulfill the girl's request, and also said that he really liked Iris even when she grumbled. Soon Henrietta appeared at the estate and immediately rushed to Iris with hugs and asked how she was doing without her. Iris laughed and replied that she was fine and asked Henrietta how she had spent her time, to which Rhea asked if Iris was ready to spend the family fortune and if she was enjoying the wedding planning process. Iris froze, the first time she heard that they were going to spend a fortune on her wedding with Caveland, and it seemed to the girl that Henrietta was just joking. Henrietta exclaimed that she had completely forgotten one important detail and said that she would now introduce Iris to the one who was preparing her wedding. Nalani entered the room, whom Henrietta introduced as her colleague at the academy. Nalani bowed in greeting to Iris. Henrietta assumed that Iris must have heard of Nalani Janal before, since she was a very well-known person to many. And Iris did know Nalani, but only in her past life. Nalani was a society goddess with more power than Brittany, who became an empress. No matter how lavish the reception at Empress Brittany's was, without the presence of Countess Nalani Janal, it all lost its luster. Brittany tried desperately to get closer to Nalani, but for some reason the Countess was not very willing to attend her receptions and always kept her distance. Iris looked with a smile at Henrietta, who was fooling around with Nalani, clearly showing that they had a very friendly relationship, and thought about the fact that in her past life she had only managed to get to a banquet hosted by Nalani once. Iris and Nalani then made eye contact and looked at each other for a moment. It was a very deep exchange of glances. Iris couldn't understand what exactly Nalani's look meant then. It seemed to her that the Countess wanted to tell her something, but didn't dare. Iris thought that in this life everything could be completely different, smiled, said that she had heard about the glory of Countess Nalani Janal, and asked the girl to call her Ari. Nalani was clearly positive about Iris, so she replied that she had also heard about the girl, and allowed her to call her Neeli. Iris and Nalani met eyes again, and there was a brief silence between them, but this time even the silence felt quite comfortable. Nalani thought that this was not how she had imagined Iris at all. It seemed to her that the flower of the Duke of Whitlow and the sister of Brittany would be much more like her family. However, this dissimilarity was only a plus for Iris. Iris seemed to Nalani to be soft, but not weak-willed, sweet, but determined. Her gaze showed confidence that the girl knew something more about this world. So Nalani involuntarily wondered if such a girl could really grow up in hothouse conditions, as they said in society. Iris was talking to Henrietta when she noticed Nalani staring at her. Iris thought that this time, and in this life, Nalani even looked at her for too long, as if studying and trying to figure out her person. Henrietta, thinking that Iris's confusion was due to the rumors that were circulating around Nalani. Henrietta was quick to convince Iris that Nalani had no real designs on Caveland, and that she viewed him more as an enemy. Iris thought in surprise that in that case she didn't quite understand why Nalani decided to help Caveland with the wedding, but she didn't have time to clarify this point, because Brittany burst into the room. Brittany, believing that Iris was all alone in the room, angrily stated that she had been told that the girl was getting ready to eat, and asked how Iris could even sit down to eat without waiting for her older sister. A tense silence hung in the room. Henrietta and Nalani looked in surprise at Brittany, who burst in, interrupting their conversation with Iris. Brittany, noticing Iris's guests, realized that she had done something wrong again. Henrietta smiled at Brittany with mock politeness, laughing as she said that she had been forgotten to be informed that there were such guests on the estate. Brittany, realizing she had gotten herself into a hole, mumbled a greeting sheepishly, wondering in her mind where Henrietta Green could possibly have come from. Brittany turned her displeased gaze to the other girl present and was even more surprised to realize that the only one who could be next to Henrietta was her very close friend, Nalani Janal, in front of whom she had just put herself in a not very good light. Brittany looked at Nalani Janal with a bit of admiration. She always wanted this girl, with her influence, to become her ally. Brittany clenched her fists in rage, realizing that in the end, the one she wanted to see next to her clearly favored Iris, who had once again been undeservedly lucky. Iris noticed that something was wrong with Brittany. The girl was shaking. Apparently, this whole situation made her older sister very nervous. Iris chuckled, thinking that Brittany must have something to be afraid of too, but decided not to focus on it and instead help out her older sister, or rather pretend to do so. Iris smiled widely and said it was wonderful that Brittany decided to join them. Iris said that important guests had just arrived, so Brittany should share a meal with them, but Iris thought to herself that eating with Henrietta and Nalani would definitely be interesting. From Brittany's perspective, it was like a nightmare come true, as if Iris was deliberately mocking her by showing off her friendly interactions with Henrietta and Nalani. In Brittany's head, Iris was asking her if her dear older sister was jealous of her for being able to make friends so easily with people Brittany herself couldn't even talk to normally. Deep in her thoughts, Brittany didn't hear Iris calling her several times so they could start eating and chatting. When Iris finally managed to get through to Brittany and asked her why she was suddenly daydreaming, Brittany realized she had made another fool of herself and mumbled that nothing like that had happened. Iris thoughtfully suggested that perhaps Brittany had simply not expected an invitation to join them, but she supposed that Brittany must have known Henrietta and Nalani since she always attended so many parties. Iris asked if Henrietta and Nalani knew Brittany, which made the girl turn pale. Iris said with a smile that at all the receptions everyone really wanted to be friends with her sister. Nalani replied that if she had such friends, she didn't know anything about them. Brittany laughed nervously and asked Iris when she had time to say that to her, after which she quickly got up from the table, apologizing to everyone, thinking to herself that she needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Iris, without looking up from cutting the meat, asked where Brittany had suddenly decided to go, since she herself had said that she had come here to eat together. Brittany laughed nervously, trying not to lose face, and replied that she shouldn't have come. She was too selfish in her desire to see Iris. Iris smiled very softly at Brittany, who felt that this smile did not bode well for her, and that now Iris would do something else that would put her in an awkward position. And Brittany was right about that, because without changing her expression, Iris told Brittany in the most friendly way that she didn't have to worry about anything, and that she had just the opportunity to admire Iris and eat all the food that was on her plate. Brittany felt an irrational fear of her sister and wanted to leave anyway, but she ran into Iris's very cold gaze. Iris, smiling but still with that same dark aura directed at Brittany, offered her to sit down, but to Brittany it sounded like an order. This feeling was unusual for Brittany, and depressed, the girl nevertheless returned to her seat, half-heartedly picking at her plate. Nalani noted absently that if someone tried to leave the table, it was very impolite to those present, as it created too much noise. But Henrietta devoted all her attention to Iris, suggesting that she continue eating. There was a lively conversation around the table, but Brittany couldn't even concentrate on understanding what the girls were talking about, and she thought with displeasure that because of Iris, she couldn't even get a word in edgewise to join the conversation. Brittany felt angry at Iris again, because if it weren't for her, Cavelin would have married her, and Brittany wouldn't feel so out of place now. Iris, who was watching Brittany, asked with concern if everything was okay with the girl, because she was too silent, which was completely unlike her. Iris asked excitedly if Brittany felt uncomfortable being around Henrietta and Nalani, to which Brittany laughed nervously again and replied that of course not. She just had a feeling that if she said something, it would definitely be something bad. The smile on Brittany's face was quickly wiped away by Henrietta, who asked if Brittany had said that for the sole purpose of making Iris feel guilty. Henrietta said with a polite smile that she thought Brittany was the type to care very much about her little sister and asked if Brittany was holding back from doing anything else bad to Iris. Brittany nervously exclaimed that Henrietta had simply misunderstood her and wanted to justify herself, but Nalani phlegmatically interrupted her, saying that it was enough to talk about empty things. Nalani suggested that Henrietta and Iris finish their discussion about Iris's wedding dress as it was more important. Brittany looked at Nalani in disbelief, unable to believe that she had essentially just brushed her off and changed the subject to talking about the wedding. Brittany thought in shock that she was now called useless and empty, which simply did not fit into the girl's head, because this had never happened before. Clenching her fists, Brittany thought with cold fury that even if they ignored her now, once she became Empress, she would still show everyone what she was capable of, and she would remind Iris of the humiliation she had just experienced. The dining room doors opened, and James's voice was heard announcing that Caveland had arrived. Smiling and not noticing anyone around him, Caveland approached Iris, whom he had already missed quite a lot. Caveland kissed Iris. Iris asked him solicitously if he was hungry, to which Caveland replied that he had managed to eat a sandwich at work. Caveland asked, almost with hearts in his eyes, if Iris had finished eating. The girl asked why he suddenly decided to ask, to which Caveland replied that he would really like to take Iris to one place. Their romantic chirping slightly infuriated Henrietta, who cleared her throat and scolded her brother for not even noticing that he was not alone with Iris. Caveland stood behind Iris, leaning on the table on either side, and greeted Henrietta and Nalani, saying that Iris was shining too brightly, which was why he didn't notice anything or anyone around him. Henrietta grumbled that Caveland always acted like that towards Iris, while Brittany, who was ignored again, looked at the scene in amazement, not believing that someone could really love Iris, while Iris smiled at Caveland and pointed to Brittany, reminding him that the man had already seen her sister when he took Iris from her house. Caveland took only one quick glance at Brittany, not even bothering to say hello to the girl who had previously treated his wife badly. Caveland kissed Iris and said that the more important thing was whether the girl had finished her food, and when Iris answered in the affirmative, he simply took her out of the dining room. Brittany pursed her lips in displeasure. She had a hard time restraining herself from saying rude things to everyone around her, realizing that she already looked like nothing but empty space here. And Caveland led Iris to the park, where a beautiful black horse was already waiting for them, who was supposed to take them to a place that he really wanted to show Iris. Caveland asked Iris if she minded going for a ride, but noticed that she was nervous and asked if she was afraid of riding, to which Iris replied that she simply preferred walking, but she had nothing against riding horses. Caveland looked at Iris silently and inquiringly, perfectly realizing that the girl was being disingenuous, while Iris realized that she had failed to deceive her husband. Caveland said soothingly that they were about to ride on a noble horse and asked Iris to take one step back. Iris was confused, but automatically fulfilled Caveland's request since she trusted him completely, and Caveland deftly jumped onto his horse. Caveland smiled at Iris, giving himself a few moments to show off in front of the girl. After those few moments, Caveland extended his hand to Iris so that she could also climb onto the horse and not worry about something going wrong. Iris was nervous, but she trusted Caveland and held out her hand. The man grabbed it and pulled it onto the horse, sitting the girl in front of him. Caveland happily asked if Iris was ready for the trip, to which the girl, a little confused, replied that she was ready. And they really did gallop forward at that very moment, Iris closing her eyes and trying to hold on as tightly as possible so as not to fall. Iris felt that the speed that Caveland had allowed the horse to develop was still too fast for her. Caveland caught the girl's mood, said that everything was fine, and asked her to look ahead. And ahead, there really was a view that was worth these wild horse races. There was a lake visible, in which glare of light danced and trees were reflected. Caveland slowed his horse and explained to Iris that he was eager to get the girl out of the estate so she could get away from Brittany for a while. Caveland put his arm around Iris, not hurrying to dismount, and said that he had another reason for bringing her here. Caveland said he really wanted Iris to enjoy the view with him because it was incredibly beautiful. Iris smiled, thinking that Caveland was always so gentle, caring and attentive around her. Caveland, a little embarrassed, said that if Iris looked at him with such a smile, he would consider it an invitation to kiss. Iris hastened to convince him that she did not mean that at all. Caveland laughed, and jumping off his horse, said that he was only joking, inviting Iris to walk with him and explaining that it would be very difficult to get to this place later. Caveland helped Iris jump down, and she asked why it would be difficult to get to this place later. Caveland explained that Henrietta had planned to hold the wedding ceremony here, so construction was supposed to start here the next day. Iris was horrified to think how much money this construction alone would cost, but Caveland assured her that she had nothing to worry about. Caveland noted with embarrassment that he could not give Iris presents yet, but was quite capable of paying for their wedding. But Iris hastened to reassure him and said that, on the contrary, it was she who should think about what she could give Caveland. Caveland laughed and said that he was not such a useless husband. Iris, keeping up his humor, replied that it was not his usefulness that was important, but that Iris had a little more opportunity. Iris smiled cheerfully and said that soon Cavelin would see her buy him nice shoes, a suit, and jewelry. Cavelin looked at Iris with a slight confusion, starting to say that her behavior was provoking him, but did not have time to finish. Iris interrupted Cavelin, asking with a laugh if her behavior provoked him to make fun of her. Cavelin replied that Iris had understood his desire absolutely correctly. Cavelin asked Iris to close her eyes. The girl obeyed and asked what kind of joke Cavelin had in mind this time and what she should prepare for. The next second, a frightened squeal was heard from Iris, whom Cavelin very unexpectedly picked up in his arms, jumping into the lake with the girl. Cavelin laughed heartily, saying that that was pretty much the joke he had in mind, and that it had worked out quite well. Cavelin carefully placed Iris in the water. The girl looked at the lake, noting that the water was very clear. Cavelin asked her to be careful, since in some places it could be very deep. The warning, however, was not very useful, because Iris did not want to leave Caveland, and Cavelin himself was in no hurry to let the girl go. A comfortable silence fell between Iris and Cavelin again, in which they simply wanted to admire each other and try to prolong this moment. Cavelin asked why Iris was looking at him like that, in order to finally break the silence. Iris replied that Cavelin simply had such a beautiful smile that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Iris carefully approached Caveland. The man hugged his wife tighter. A pleasant harmony reigned between them, giving positive feelings to both. Caveland enjoyed the closeness with Iris, not wanting to leave this place and prolong this moment for as long as possible. Cavelin noted that his senses were heightened by the water, making it increasingly difficult to control himself. The task was not made any easier by the fact that Iris's clothes were completely wet, and the sight of his wife like that fascinated Caveland, as if inviting him to do more. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, otherwise they risked not making it to the wedding, Caveland suddenly splashed water on Iris. Iris, who had managed to relax in Caveland's arms, did not expect such an action from him, so she burned with righteous indignation. Caveland laughed, but said he risked a scolding from Iris's maids if he continued to keep her in the water, even in the fine, warm weather. Iris was only further inflamed by Caveland's excuse, so he quickly felt how wrong he was. Iris chased after Caveland, trying to knock him into the water, or at least douse him thoroughly to get revenge. They really had fun and were good together. Both wished that there were more moments like this in their lives. Upon returning to the estate, Iris was immediately sent to warm up, although she tried to convince everyone that she and Caveland had just had a little fun in the water. As Iris was drying her hair, there was a knock on her door, and James' voice was heard asking permission to enter her room. Iris just wanted to talk to him, so she immediately invited James into the room. Iris wondered what happened to Brittany after Iris left the cafeteria and if there was anything she should have noticed. James replied that when Iris left, Brittany just sat there, staring at her plate, unable to speak to engage in conversation with Henrietta and Nalani, who were quite happy with it. Iris suggested that the whole situation must have pissed Brittany off, and said that she was very curious about what Brittany could do about it. Iris asked James why he had come after all, and James hesitated a little, which was unusual for him. James said with concern that they had a new guest at the estate, but he felt that this visit was not a good sign and that they should prepare for something. This guest said he wanted to talk to Iris in person, but James wasn't sure if he should be allowed to see Iris. It turned out that Guger had arrived at the Green Estate, and he was sitting in the living room with a dejected look. It immediately became clear that the news he brought was not positive. Gauger apologized to Iris for coming to her with bad news, and the girl replied that her manager need not worry about anything and should tell her everything directly. Guger informed Iris that the gold mines that Iris had placed him in charge of had collapsed and were blocked. Guger said that they tried to break through from different directions, but everywhere the path was blocked by stones. Guger apologized to Iris for believing in him, but in the end, it turned out to be in vain. The news did not frighten Iris. The girl asked if the employees had checked the northern wall, to which Guger replied that he had personally done so, but the rock there was so hard that even skilled miners could not break through it. The idea that Iris came up with next horrified Guger, as the girl calmly asked if they had tried using bombs. Guger jumped up from the couch and indignantly tried to convey to Iris that they couldn't use the bombs, because they needed someone to detonate them, and given the depth of the mine, everything could easily collapse. Iris just smiled calmly and confidently said that the mine would not collapse and no one would die in the explosion. Guger couldn't believe that Iris was insisting on such a solution. The man said that he understood that the girl was upset, but if there were casualties, then they would no longer be able to bring people back to life. Iris, with her previous confidence, assured Guger that there would be no casualties and said that she would take full responsibility for this. Guger tried to dissuade Iris again, telling her that he was in charge of the mine and that what Iris had planned was too dangerous for everyone. But this did not shake Iris's confidence that she knew exactly what needed to be done, and that there would definitely be no casualties, since the mines were very resilient. Iris smiled and asked Guger to trust her, as in that case they would definitely not regret anything. In Iris's past life, gold mining in these mines was also stopped very quickly for the same reason that the man was now talking about. Duke Whitlow was furious, blaming Iris for believing that she was of some use to the family, but in the end, the girl turned out to be completely useless. Duke Whitlow blamed Iris for the problems with the mine because he could not bring charges against Alfred. Iris's ex-husband was often not at home. Iris then thought that Duke Whitlow's accusations were very unfair because both the marriage and the mines were all Duke Whitlow's choice and not the girl's own. Duke Whitlow was not going to sit back and do nothing, so it was his idea to use bombs on the collapse. They tried to dissuade Duke Whitlow from this idea, but the man didn't care about people, so the bomb was used. But apparently God was very unfair, so he performed a miracle for the greedy Whitlow family. Duke Whitlow found a real treasure in the mines, which could have made the family very rich very quickly, and this happened just before Iris's death. It was for this reason that Iris knew for sure that the bomb explosion would not cause any destruction, but would open the way for her to that very treasure. Sometime later, James discussed the situation with Caveland, noting that Iris's decision to use the bombs was very strange. Caveland asked what Guger had decided to do, and James replied that the manager had agreed to trust Iris, although he seemed very worried. Caveland said that then they really should detonate the bomb in the mines, which surprised James, and he asked if Caveland really didn't want to get involved in this situation. James noted that, of course, these mines belonged to Iris, but still, it was directly connected with county affairs, so Caveland had every right to interfere. James said that if the accident that Guger feared did happen, it would have a negative impact on Iris as well. But Caveland thought that it could really be a big problem for Iris, who had only just gotten rid of the unpleasant rumors. However, Caveland wanted to sort out the situation himself, so he ordered James not to interfere and to allow the girl to do as she wanted. For this reason, Caveland, standing at the window, tried to understand why Iris could suddenly give the order to use the bomb. Iris often looked like a person who knew much more than she could. This became clear if you remember their first meeting, or the fact that the girl was absolutely not scared when she saw Caveland turn into a wolf. Iris was always as if ready for the most incredible. It was Iris who had hinted to Caveland about acquiring this mine. Caveland wondered if she could have known what exactly would happen there, because logically, the news of the blocked ore that they had just started to extract meant huge losses. But Iris remained too calm. Iris was tormented by similar thoughts. She thought that good news about the gold mines should appear around the end of the wedding. Iris couldn't predict how events might develop in the future she had changed, so the girl really needed smart people around her. Iris leaned back on the couch, thinking wearily that they also needed to establish trade with the Kingdom of Talay. Caveland entered the room, giving no indication to Iris that he had spent the last few hours thinking about her secrets related to her knowledge. Iris asked in surprise if Caveland's conversation with James had dragged on that long, to which Caveland, sitting down next to the girl, replied that he also had business that needed to be completed. Caveland looked at Iris searchingly, noting her tired appearance, showing how busy she had been with various tasks. Caveland added that he also really needed to think. Iris's intuition told her that these thoughts were still connected specifically with her. Caveland was worried, but decided to ask Iris directly about what was bothering him, so he asked with a slight hesitation whether the girl by any chance possessed the gift of foresight. Iris felt panic rising. She couldn't understand why Caveland decided to ask her about this. The man explained to her that she always knew more than him, and even after hearing the news about what happened in the mines, she remained absolutely calm. Caveland moved closer to Iris and said that he felt that Iris had some special power, similar to his ability to control relics. Iris looked at Caveland in confusion, having absolutely no idea what to answer. She knew that questions would come up eventually, but in the end, when they did, she was completely unprepared for it. Of course, Iris knew what would happen in the future, but she had no guarantee that what had happened before would or would not happen again in the same way. Iris thought with pain that she had tried with all her might to change the future in which Caveland was to die that unjust death. But unfortunately, Iris was not at all sure that if she told Caveland about her past life, he would believe her. Iris truly believed that Caveland would never harm her, but when it came to this part of her life, her confidence in this melted away very quickly. Caveland noticed that Iris had become completely gloomy. The man understood that the girl had secrets that she was not yet ready to tell. He was interested, but at the same time, he did not want to push his wife away from himself. Sighing, Caveland said he was wrong, but at the same time, Iris said she couldn't predict anything. Iris hung her head low and said that everything was calculated thanks to the information that the girl knew. because if you know the past and the present, then there are things that can be easily predicted. Cavelin smiled and said he had never thought it could be a guess, and asked if Iris had guessed about James' animal form in the same way. Iris said that these were just logical conclusions. She just had enough self-confidence to take risks. Cavelin sighed regretfully. He understood perfectly well that even if Iris had just told the truth, the girl had still hidden a lot from him. Cavelin took Iris's hand, and moving closer to her face, asked if the girl realized that he still had too many questions for her. Iris smiled softly and replied that she understood that perfectly well. Cavelin said that if Iris was ever ready to share everything with him, then he was always ready to listen to her. Iris said that she would definitely tell Cavelin about everything someday, but she needed time. She was not ready for it now. The seriousness of the moment was ruined by Caveland, who, having gotten too close to Iris, became embarrassed again and recoiled from the girl. Iris thought she could tell from Caveland's expression that he wasn't happy with Iris keeping so much of her life quiet, but he really didn't plan on pressuring her, and Iris was eternally grateful for that. Iris felt that Caveland loved her, and she herself fell more and more in love with her husband each time. Even if Caveland said trivial things, if he simply breathed next to her, the heat spread through Iris's body. The girl thought that she would never want to contact men again, but in the case of Caveland, she felt that she herself wanted to be with him and feel his warmth. Iris felt like her thoughts were going in the wrong direction, so she pulled away from Caveland and shook her head. Caveland misinterpreted Iris's movements, so he decided that he had accidentally ruined the cozy atmosphere between them, for which he quickly apologized. Caveland added that it was also very important to him to make sure that Iris could sleep peacefully, and took out a bracelet with a protective stone. Iris was not very keen on falling asleep now, especially with the protective stone in use, and tried to dissuade Caveland from the idea. But Caveland activated the stone, and Iris fell asleep, frightened by the thought that she had no idea what she might say in her induced dream, and apparently she was right to be afraid. Caveland, the count who keeps the sacred relics, always had a lot to do: find the place where strange phenomena occur and determine the location of the relics, actively move with his subordinates, the shadows, and obtain these very relics, prepare for the fact that he will have to fight for the freedom of his servants, find someone who knows how to handle the relics. It was for this reason that every night Caveland and his shadows held meetings to discuss current problems. But this time, something clearly went wrong. Caveland looked like a man who hadn't slept in weeks, with deep circles under his eyes and an aura of hopelessness spreading around the man. His shadows, namely Eugene, Nathan, James, and Wallace, could not understand what could have happened to Caveland that he looked like this. None of them had seen Caveland in such a state before, so the guys couldn't even imagine what could have happened and how they could help him. Nathan tried to figure out if anyone knew anything, but from the reactions of the others, he realized that everyone here was on an equal footing. All the more unexpected for Nathan was the question from Wallace, who excitedly asked Caveland whether Iris had rejected him and whether this was the reason for his condition. Caveland raised his lifeless gaze to the shadows and only asked Wallace what he had just said, which, however, was already some kind of reaction. Wallace, still excited, asked Caveland to tell them what had happened, suggesting that Iris might have suddenly said that she didn't like Caveland, or perhaps Caveland himself had tried to do something wrong and gotten hit on the head for it, although it was Wallace himself who got hit on the head for his suggestions, and Nathan hit him and told him to shut up. James asked Caveland seriously what had happened to him, thinking that if Caveland was in such a state, then some tragedy must have happened. Caveland, after a short silence, decided to answer his subordinates and said that the reason for his current state was that he lost to Windy. Caveland's answer confused the boys. They thought they had misheard it, because there was no way Caveland would get depressed over some small unicorn. Caveland explained that Iris usually did not dream, but today, while the girl was sleeping, she called Windy's name and smiled happily. Caveland said he had hoped he would be the first to appear in Iris's dreams, but it turned out that Iris liked some cheeky unicorn face better than her husband. A puzzled silence hung in Caveland's office. The boys still couldn't believe that Caveland was talking about this to everyone seriously. After the meeting, Caveland headed resolutely to Iris's room. He was actually a little worried about the whole unicorn situation. Caveland thought seriously about what women liked, even discussing it at a meeting with his subordinates. Wallace came up with the brilliant idea that women like it when they are given something they love. It warms their hearts and evokes positive emotions. Because of this, Wallace got hit on the head again by Nathan, who said that Wallace was voicing things that were too obvious, and in a relationship, it is much more important to find out what exactly a woman loves the most. James, as the voice of reason and adequacy, suggested that Iris might have really liked animals, since it was Windy she dreamed about. James' words interested Caveland, who gradually ceased to resemble a living corpse, as an idea began to form in his head. James said there were many cute breeds of dogs and asked Caveland why he didn't give Iris a cute little dog. Caveland walked resolutely into his and Iris's bedroom and took off all his clothes, clearly interpreting James' words somewhat differently. After this, Caveland turned into a wolf and lay down next to the girl, believing that in this way he could earn much more sympathy from her. Caveland thought that he would never give Iris any new pet that might take away the attention that was rightfully his. Caveland closed his eyes and thought contentedly that one of his rather cute wolf form should be quite enough for Iris. Meanwhile, Brittany's mother was running around the estate in a rage, thinking that under no circumstances should she let go of the whole situation that was happening with Iris. Brittany just went berserk, throwing documents around and declaring that she simply had to become empress, but refused to tell what exactly happened to her. Duke Whitlow convinced the family that everything was going according to their plan. The Crown Prince's relatives singled out their family the most, since the second prince was on guard. The heir to the throne was planning to speed up his marriage, but this did not calm Duchess Whitlow. She was genuinely infuriated by the fact that Iris was acting too arrogantly. Because of this, it felt like something would go wrong in the near future. The Duchess of Whitlow went out into the garden and thought that she needed to persuade the Duke of Whitlow to speed up Brittany's wedding, as it could change a lot. Duchess Whitlow did not want to believe that the imperial family could change their mind, but nevertheless, she could not help but fear that they would find a more advantageous option for themselves. But the Duchess of Whitlow did not have time to think it over carefully alone. She suddenly saw Caveland's mother opposite her. Caveland's mother suggested that the unknown woman was probably the Duchess of Whitlow, but the Duchess of Whitlow said she had not expected to meet Lady Green there. Lady Green replied that her son Caveland was getting married, so she had to be there to supervise everything, and added that she would certainly have greeted the Duchess of Whitlow if she had known about her visit in advance. This made the Duchess of Whitlow frown. The woman did not believe that anyone here did not know that the Whitlow family had come to visit Iris. But a moment later, the Duchess of Whitlow's face broke into a smile. The woman convinced herself that she did not need conflicts with the Green family now. The Duchess said that she was not at all offended by the lack of greeting, and asked how pleased Lady Green was with their poor Iris. Lady Green laughed politely and said that she was quite pleased with Iris. She was so sweet and clever that sometimes Lady Green felt as if Iris were her own daughter. Duchess Whitlow's lower eyelid twitched nervously, shocked that someone could speak about Iris in such a way. But the Duchess quickly reassured herself that perhaps Lady Green had only said that so as not to offend the Duchess. With a cloying smile, the Duchess of Whitlow said that since Iris lived under the protection of the Whitlow house and hardly went out into society, she might be lacking a lot, so the girl's manners might be lame. The Duchess of Whitlow expressed the hope that Lady Green would be able to teach Iris everything. Lady Green said thoughtfully that she had already told the Duchess of Whitlow that she saw no faults with Iris, but nevertheless, the Duchess continued to insistently point out something negative about the girl. Lady Green suggested that such persistence might be because the Duchess wanted Lady Green to start picking on Iris. The Duchess of Whitlow hastened to justify herself, but Lady Green interrupted her and asked with a polite smile whether the training the Duchess had mentioned did not mean the rod. The Duchess of Whitlow laughed nervously and hastened to assure Lady Green that they had brought up Iris with care, spoiled her, and not allowed her to lift a finger. But, meeting Lady Green's icy gaze, she realized that they did not believe her. Lady Green said that if the Whitlow family spoiled Iris, it was very strange that the girl's hands were worn out in a way that even the maids who cleaned every day were not. Lady Green asked whether the Duke of Whitlow's flower was not really treated as some kind of weed, subjected to various tortures. The Duchess of Whitlow was outraged and said that if Iris had told this, it was terrible and an insult to the Whitlow family. Lady Green calmly replied that she was only drawing conclusions from what she observed, but if those conclusions were incorrect, she apologized to the Duchess of Whitlow. Lady Green coldly warned Duchess Whitlow that now that Iris was the daughter of the Green family, the lady personally took responsibility for ensuring that Iris would not be involved in any trouble or slander. For this reason, if anyone were to speak ill of Iris, Lady Green promised to take it as a personal insult and attack on the Green family. The Duchess of Whitlow could only mutter her gratitude for Lady Green's care for Iris and her concern for her. With that, Duchess Whitlow turned and hurried away from Lady Green, so as not to show her how much this conversation had infuriated her. Having retreated to a safe distance, Duchess Whitlow clenched her fists and almost growled in anger. She was irritated that everyone was treating her like this. The Duchess of Whitlow laughed evilly and said that the Crown Prince would not be able to leave Brittany, and they would have to see if Iris and Caveland could hold their wedding. And Iris and Caveland, in the guise of a wolf, were sleeping peacefully in the common room at that moment, and did not even suspect that the clouds above them were gathering ever darker and denser. The next day, Iris woke up yawning sweetly and noted to herself that this time she slept very well again. Looking at Caveland lying next to her in wolf form, Iris wondered in surprise when exactly he had managed to return and lie down next to her. Iris thought with relief that she had only dreamed of Windy that night, so she didn't have to make excuses for herself to Caveland. Iris was so deep in thought and memories of the dream that she didn't notice how Caveland, who had already turned into a human, reached out to her from behind. Iris let out a cry of surprise when she felt Caveland's strong arms around her waist. Caveland hugged Iris tighter and said that his wife had completely forgotten to give him a morning kiss. After some time, Iris showed her maids the dress she had to wear and asked if she looked like an ordinary city girl in it. Eruela said with an admiring look that Iris remained beautiful even in simple clothes. Iris thought with a smile that the scoundrel Caveland had asked her to wear such a dress, but had not explained why he needed it or where they were going. Christina couldn't help but be touched and said that, apparently, Iris had a date planned. Iris thought that even though she and Caveland were married, they were really just about to go on their first date, which was very unusual for the girl, because in her past life, she had only heard about dates from Brittany, but had never been on one herself. Eruela, meanwhile, looked shyly at Iris and said that she had a request. Eruela asked Iris very emotionally if she could accompany her mistress on this date. Eruela said she wasn't sure where exactly Caveland had decided to take Iris, but it would definitely be outside the estate, where Iris might face dangers that Eruela would be able to protect her from. Christina did not appreciate her partner's idea, took Eruela by the shoulder, and with a soft but dangerous smile, said that Caveland would sort everything out himself, so she should not interfere with this date. Eruela tried to justify herself, which only angered Christina even more, who no longer hid her emotions, which made Iris smile. After a while, Iris came out into the street, where Caveland greeted her with a smile. Caveland said that Iris looked too dazzling, and even the city girl's dress didn't look right on her. Iris replied that the maids had assured her that these were absolutely ordinary clothes, but Caveland suddenly threw a cloak over her. Iris looked at Caveland in surprise. The man said that even so Iris was too beautiful. Iris replied that even if she got dirty, she would still be beautiful for Kay. Caveland took Iris's hand and said that he simply had no choice but to walk alongside such a beautiful wife. In the city, Iris looked around with admiration. She thought that she had never walked the streets before, always traveling by carriage. Iris truly enjoyed the quiet bustle of the city that she had the opportunity to observe. Children were running around. Calls were made to buy this or that product. Iris smiled sincerely, trying to see everything at once. Iris said that everything around her was amazing. Caveland held the girl by the shoulder and was a little thoughtful. Caveland thought that James had come up with the perfect date plan for him when the butler became fed up with Caveland refusing all offers of a gift for Iris. James even wrote a list of the most popular places for dates and made a note so that Caveland would remember to tell Iris that she was beautiful. James assured Caveland that this would make Iris happy, but the girl's voice pulled Caveland out of his thoughts. Iris shared with Caveland her surprise that they had entered a part of town that was fairly quiet. Caveland replied to Iris that the reason for such silence was that there were good shops in that part of the city, which were frequented by nobles and rich people. Caveland showed Iris to one of the shops, offering to go there and explaining that he heard that it was a fashionable place for women lately, although it was a little expensive, but the atmosphere was worth it. The maid said that this store was known as a place for dates, and here you could also see small teaspoons that are not found anywhere else. Some ladies even collect them. Iris replied that she would be more than happy to continue walking the streets, which greatly surprised Caveland. Iris noticed that Caveland had drooped a little and asked if he wanted to buy himself those tiny teaspoons. Caveland reassured her that everything was fine. Iris came closer to Caveland, put her finger to his lips, and said that Caveland was sulking at her with those very lips. Keelan looked embarrassed, looked away from Iris, who was too close, and assured her that this was not the case at all. The next second, Caveland took Iris by the hand and pulled her along with him, commenting that they were going for a walk around the city. Iris looked at Caveland in surprise, trying to understand the reasons for the man's mood. Lately, Iris had been thinking that Caveland was actually just jealous of her and Windy, but Iris quickly forced herself to dismiss the thought because it was incomprehensible to her why Caveland could suddenly feel deprived. The couple walked out onto a busy street, Iris noting that there were more people there, and Caveland suggested that Iris go find a comb that she wanted to buy there. And Iris began to move between the counters, admiringly pointing out to Caveland what was sold there. Soon, Iris saw the combs too, and leaned over the counter to get a closer look, while Caveland, sure that they were for Windy, consoled himself with the thought that at least Iris seemed happy. The next second, Iris asked Caveland to give her his hand, which greatly surprised the man. Iris ran the comb over Caveland's palm and asked him if he liked the feel of it. Caveland said that Iris would be better placed to determine whether Windy would like the brush, but the girl said that she was choosing the brush specifically for him. Caveland was shocked by Iris's words, but the girl smiled sincerely and said that it was because Caveland always came first for her. Caveland became embarrassed, turned sharply, and without turning to Iris, asked her to follow him. Caveland remembered James trying very hard to convince him that the main thing on this date was for Iris to feel happy. Iris caught up with Caveland, who had moved ahead very quickly, and asked if everything was okay, to which the man replied that everything was fine. After a walk around the city, the couple sat in the shade of a tree. Caveland asked Iris why she decided to give him a gift. Iris replied that she was worried about the man's well-being. Caveland smiled and said that Iris's actions were never predictable. The girl chuckled and replied that Caveland would have to live with it now. Iris leaned her head against Caveland's shoulder and said that there were still many good times ahead for them. Caveland suggested that in that case, we should start with something good right now. Iris asked what exactly Caveland meant, and the man explained that his wife had a wedding dress fitting coming up, which he himself was looking forward to. Iris smiled genuinely. Caveland had completely misunderstood her statement. However, if it made Caveland happy, she saw no point in trying to dissuade her husband from anything. The next second, Iris reached out to Caveland and kissed her husband. The result of this meeting was a very happy Caveland, who with a broad smile wished good morning to his family and Nalani, and, throwing open the curtains, remarked that the weather had been simply wonderful that day. It wasn't that it was bad, but Caveland's good mood was so annoying to those around him. Henrietta asked if Caveland had gone crazy and wondered why he was so cheerful so early in the morning. Caveland, with hearts flying around him, replied that he was very happy because he imagined how happy the future would be for him and how many good moments he would have with Iris. Even Caveland's mother was surprised by this behavior. Nalani phlegmatically said that, apparently, Caveland's date with Iris had gone very well, while Henrietta asked what Iris could have said that Caveland was almost ready to fly. But Henrietta also wondered if Iris was really okay, imagining the commotion that must have surrounded the girl who was choosing her wedding dress. Iris and Caveland's wedding was to last 4 days, with pre-wedding days, the wedding itself, a celebration the following day, the hosts having to dine with the guests who had arrived before the wedding eve, and during the final celebration, there would be countless invitations to dance, and Iris had to choose a new dress for each event. Iris stood in the middle of the chaotic room, thinking that she had never imagined that the wedding would require so many dresses. 3 dresses were prepared for events on the eve of the wedding, 2 for the celebration after the wedding. 4 dresses were needed for the dinners, and in the end, there was 1 special dress left, the wedding dress. Iris tried to get Henrietta to understand that 10 dresses was a bit too much, but the girl replied that they were taking pity on Iris, because in all fairness, she should have changed into a new dress every hour. Iris sighed heavily, realizing that she could no longer get out of this trouble. At that moment, Nalani entered the room. Next to Nalani was a girl whom Iris recognized with surprise as the designer Tylet. There were many admiring rumors about this girl. People could not help but recognize Tylet's talents. Tylet was the most popular designer on the continent. If the royal family of another country asked for a dress, they would most likely be refused because her schedule was too full, even though the cost of her dresses was extremely high. The prestige of the Tylet clothing brand itself made all the girls go crazy. Dresses from Tylet allowed their owners to look perfect, which is why the brand was recognizable. In social circles, a girl in a dress from Tylet always became the star of receptions. Nalani calmly asked Iris if she had finished choosing outfits. Iris replied that she was already at the finish line, had already decided on the dress to finish, so she suggested starting to fit that one. Tylet watched the fitting closely, commenting that the length of the dress needed to be adjusted since Iris would be doing a lot of dancing. Iris was a little embarrassed. She felt that she would hardly dance much at her wedding. Nalani asked how Iris was doing with her dancing skills. Iris laughed and asked if it would be presumptuous of her to say that she was a great dancer. Nalani replied that in that case, they wouldn't have to worry about it. Iris's expression darkened for a few moments, remembering that she had learned to dance in a past life, and not voluntarily. Alfred wanted the perfect accessory by his side, which is why he taught Iris dancing very strictly. But Iris quickly pulled Nalani out of her memories, noting that due to the previous rumors, all the attention at the wedding would be focused on Iris. The day before, no one was supposed to ask Iris to dance out of respect for Caveland, but afterward, she had a very busy program ahead of her. Iris blinked a couple of times in confusion. She had heard about this custom when she married Alfred, but he passed her by. It was indeed not customary to invite the bride to dance on the eve of the wedding, but people of high status, such as members of the imperial family, could invite the bride to dance, which would mean showing respect and blessing of the family. If no one asked the bride to dance before the wedding, it would mean that the marriage would not be recognized, which made Iris a little nervous. Nalani suggested that they hurry up, since they needed to finish trying on all the dresses. Meanwhile, Brittany was furious again because the maid told her that Iris was preparing Tylet for the wedding. Brittany thought with displeasure that Caveland was spending too much money on Iris. Brittany, furious, decided that she simply couldn't allow Iris to wear anything more expensive than Brittany herself, so she went to sort things out with her sister. Brittany brazenly burst into the room where another dress fitting was taking place, instantly changing her disgruntled expression to one of concern when she saw that Iris was not alone. Brittany asked why Iris hadn't invited her sister to the dress fitting. Brittany looked around with envy, noting that apparently the maid had not lied to her. Soon her gaze fell on the girl who was adjusting the dress on Iris, and Brittany, with surprise and horror, recognized this girl as Tylet. Nalani approached Brittany and asked her why she came. Brittany replied that she thought she could help Iris with something because her sister was very indiscriminate and often chose inappropriate dresses. Tylet noticed that all her dresses looked great on Iris, and she would be glad to give these outfits to the girl because it would be good advertising for Tylet. Brittany faked a laugh, replying that Tylet's outfits were already famous, but if she gave them to Iris, it would be just great for Iris because Brittany's younger sister loved expensive outfits so much. With feigned concern, Brittany turned to Iris and said that she was very concerned about the girl's extravagance. With a happy smile, Brittany asked Iris why Duke Whitlow didn't pay for his daughter's wedding, since she was so used to spending big. Brittany was absolutely sure that Iris would refuse and that she would be branded as a wasteful woman, but she came across Iris's calm smile. Iris responded that Brittany had come up with a great idea, which shocked her sister. Iris said she was very worried that Caveland was spending too much money on the wedding, and it would be great if the Whitlow family would cover the costs. There was an awkward silence in the room. Brittany didn't know how to react because their family simply couldn't afford a wedding for Iris. Brittany couldn't believe that Iris didn't immediately say she was just joking. She thought she should be ashamed. Brittany was desperately trying to figure out what she could do to take control of the situation. Brittany asked Iris if rumors would spread if the Whitlow family took on the costs of Iris's wedding instead of her fiancé. Iris calmly replied that since Brittany herself suggested it, there was nothing to worry about, and no one would dare to start any rumors about the Green family again. Iris smiled and asked Brittany if it was a problem for the Whitlow family to spend money on their youngest daughter. Iris added that Brittany herself said that the Whitlow family loved Iris very much, which finally made it clear to Brittany that she had lost. Brittany gritted her teeth in anger, her world falling apart as she realized she couldn't do anything to stop her sister. She had to accept that the Whitlow family would indeed have to foot the bill for this wedding. Naturally, the news that they would have to pay for the wedding did not please Duke Whitlow, who scolded Brittany for showing her face to Iris at all, even though Brittany did not admit that it was she who gave Iris the idea. Duke Whitlow said furiously that Brittany should have at least explained to Henrietta, who was with Iris, that it was simply indecent for the bride's family to pay for the wedding. The Duke of Whitlow noted that the Green family was educated enough to know that this put them in a bad light. Brittany tried to say that the Whitlow family's honor was at stake, but the Duke cut her off, saying he was going to make a formal complaint to Caveland. Brittany wanted to stop her father, but Duke Whitlow said it was just crazy to leave all the wedding expenses to the bride's family. So soon the Duke of Whitlow was in Caveland's office, who, with a polite smile, said that he had just wanted to look for the Duke to express his gratitude. Duke Whitlow angrily declared that Caveland had nothing to thank him for, because even if Iris had suggested that her family should bear all the expenses, Caveland, as a smart man, should have stopped her. Caveland said there appeared to be a misunderstanding, as it was Brittany, not Iris, who came up with the idea of covering the expenses. Duke Whitlow asked what the hell was going on, and Caveland replied that Brittany had come to Iris herself and suggested that the Whitlow family cover the cost of the outfits and the wedding. Caveland said he didn't see anything strange or surprising in the situation, since Brittany was so worried about her younger sister, which is why she decided to help with the wedding. Duke Whitlow was shocked, and for a split second didn't even know what to answer. Pulling himself together, Duke Whitlow asked Caveland if he was taking advantage of his daughter's naivety. Caveland asked with interest which of the daughters the Duke of Whitlow meant. Duke Whitlow exclaimed that, of course, he meant Brittany. Duke Whitlow said that in any case, if the Whitlow family took on all the expenses, the Green family would be spoken of unfavorably, so they should pretend that this conversation simply did not happen. But Duke Whitlow met with an icy look from Caveland, who said that it was the Whitlow family that would be spoken of unflatteringly. Caveland said Brittany had promised to pay for her sister's wedding with too many celebrity guests, so if the Whitlow family went back on their word, they would be the ones being laughed at. Plus, it was an honor for the Whitlow family to be related to the Green family, so their desire to help Iris financially should not have surprised anyone. Caveland said there were so many people who wanted to be in the Whitlow family's shoes that the Duke had no choice but to take the job. Duke Whitlow was faced with a very difficult choice, as most of the family's savings had been spent on bribing the Crown Prince's inner circle to push him into marrying Brittany. So paying for Iris's wedding would mean either going into deep debt or, if they refused, the loss of family pride. The loss of pride could have led to the Crown Prince using this reason to refuse to marry Brittany, so the Duke of Whitlow really had no other choice but to agree. Cavelin grinned and pulled out papers from his pocket with bills for the rented equipment, dresses, and jewelry, as well as for the food for the reception. The man handed these papers to the Duke. Cavelin said he would never forget that the Duke of Whitlow had gone to so much trouble to arrange Cavelin and Iris's wedding. After this, Cavelin left, leaving Duke Whitlow to realize the situation Brittany had put her family in through her own carelessness. But this situation, however, once again made Cavelin think about the fact that Iris was too clearly predicting the events that subsequently occurred. Shortly before his conversation with the Duke of Whitlow, Iris had asked Cavelin to request from Henrietta an account of all the major items of expenditure on the wedding. Cavelin was then very surprised as to why Iris was doing this, but the girl explained that Duke Whitlow would definitely come to voice his complaints. Iris then said that she was almost certain that the Duke of Whitlow would choose to protect the family's honor because they were very actively trying to marry Brittany off to the Crown Prince, so the Whitlow family did not need gossip behind their backs. Cavelin smiled softly, thinking that Iris was very clever, not noticing that the girl had entered the room. Iris approached Cavelin, asking if he was finished with Duke Whitlow yet. Cavelin replied that everything turned out as Iris expected. Iris kissed Cavelin on the cheek, telling him he did a great job. Cavelin said that such a kiss was not enough to justify the reward. Cavelin was embarrassed and looked away from Iris, thinking that even though it was an innocent kiss, even that felt strange now. Cavelin said that he had taken the money from the Whitlow family, as he and Iris had agreed, but he was concerned that if the Whitlow family had their sights set on the title of Crown Princess, they would not sell their assets, in which case the Duke would have to take out a loan from the bank, and if the Whitlow family could pay off that loan, then all was well, but if they could not, then the Green family would have to take on the debt. Iris replied with a calm smile that Cavelin had nothing to worry about. She promised to sort it out herself. Cavelin asked if Iris would share her plans with him, and she replied that perhaps later, but only if Cavelin did something nice. Iris smiled and said that Cavelin would definitely understand when the time was right. But the next second, Iris caught a very dark look from Cavelin. Iris wondered what had happened to Cavelin, since his face was gone. Cavelin asked Iris to pretend she didn't notice and pulled his wife in for a kiss. And, as was usually the case with them, Cavelin again went a little further than a regular kiss. But Cavelin quickly came to his senses, so he quickly backed away from Iris. Moreover, Cavelin hastened to leave the room, saying that he would find out what to do with Whitlow's debts later. But for now, he had some things to do. This sudden action of Cavelin's surprised Iris very much. She could not understand what had happened. To Iris, Cavelin's behavior in general had seemed rather strange lately. Cavelin went into the garden to get some fresh air and think outside of all this. Cavelin thought he was going crazy. He decided to wait until Iris herself told the truth, but he could not hide his disappointment. Because of this, the girl could think that he was completely out of control of himself. Usually, Cavelin didn't have such feelings, and the man sincerely did not understand why he was behaving this way. Cavelin's thoughts led him to the training ground, where he was spotted by Eugene. Eugene was very surprised not to see Iris next to Cavelin, because he tried to spend all his time with the girl. Cavelin simply replied that he wanted to stretch his legs, and Eugene ordered everyone to move to the adjacent parade ground to make room for Cavelin. Keeland picked up the sword and stood frozen in front of the training equipment for a few seconds. Cavelin thought that the problem with his emotions was not just Iris's secrets that he wanted to know. The kisses that helped get him out of the situation left Cavelin wanting more. Cavelin began to strike the projectile furiously, thinking that Iris's smile made his heart beat faster, and when their eyes met, he could not come to his senses for a long time. Cavelin thought that if this continued, he would simply not be able to stop at some point. Cavelin was afraid that his emotions might hurt Iris. Imagining this situation, Cavelin struck so hard and desperately that he simply broke the training sword. Eugene rushed to Cavelin's aid, noticing that something was wrong with him. Eugene handed Cavelin a towel and asked what had happened, which clearly had the man's thoughts far from the training ground. Cavelin wiped beads of sweat from his face, replying that nothing of the sort had happened. However, Cavelin didn't understand what was happening to him. Even being at a distance from Iris, he still wanted to kiss every inch of the girl's body. Cavelin suddenly realized that if Iris had reacted just a little more vividly in the room, he wouldn't have been able to stop. Eugene, noticing that Cavelin had withdrawn into himself, called the man and persistently asked him to share with him what was troubling Cavelin so much. Cavelin didn't want to pursue the subject further, so he replied that Eugene had nothing to worry about. Eugene was not satisfied with this answer, so he said that if Cavelin did not tell him everything, he would go and bring the whole team here. The threat was effective. Kavlan gave in and said that he wanted to touch Iris, hold her, feel her, but he was afraid that he might break her if he lost control. Kavlan said he understands when Iris is hiding something and it makes him angry, but it makes him even angrier when he sees something hurting Iris. Kavlan said he wanted to see Iris with a happy smile. He tried not to say anything about his feelings to the girl, afraid that it would push her away, but his heart was simply breaking with emotions. Kavlan asked Eugene how this could be controlled, which brought a knowing smile to the man's face. Eugene said that these feelings were impossible to control because what Kavlan described was most like love. This came as a sudden revelation to Kavlan, but after a moment's thought he muttered in surprise that he seemed to really love Iris. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace, the crown prince received an invitation to the wedding from Caveland, marveling at the brilliance of the letter. The flower of the Duke of Whitlow was surrounded by mystery. The crown prince knew that Iris was very beautiful, but he would not marry someone just for beauty. The crown prince had heard rumors that Duke Whitlow's flower had grown up to be quite vain, and that Iris's sister, Brittany, on the contrary, was modest and considerate, which his servant confirmed, saying that it was for this reason that Brittany was very worried about her younger sister. The crown prince remarked thoughtfully that if he were to attend Caveland's wedding, he would see Brittany too. The crown prince chuckled and said that in that case he should definitely attend this wedding, to which the servant objected that the crown prince could see Brittany not only at this wedding. The crown prince rose from the table, replying that he had been curious as to what woman his old friend Caveland had become involved with. The servant asked with concern whether the crown prince was going to ruin the wedding if he suddenly didn't like Iris. The crown prince laughed heartily, and when he had finished laughing, he replied that he had no intention of upsetting his friend's wedding. The crown prince also noted that he is not the only obstacle that Iris will need to overcome. And indeed, Iris had just met a man who clearly did not have positive emotions towards her. Caveland's brother, Elihard, arrived at the estate, met with Iris, and immediately declared that she did not belong there. Iris thought with surprise that she hadn't expected to be liked by the entire Green family, but such open hostility was unexpected for her. Iris said thoughtfully that it was most likely Elihard in front of her. Elihard was offended that Iris had addressed him too familiarly and made a remark to her that she was impolite to him, calling her Iris Whitlow. Iris's goodwill instantly evaporated, and the girl coldly noted that Elihard lacked politeness as well. Iris said that even if the wedding ceremony had not yet taken place, she was still already Caveland's wife, and therefore bore his surname, which Elihard could not help but know. Iris explained that for this reason, Elihard could not address her as Duchess Whitlow. Iris asked Elihard coldly if he was going to criticize Caveland's choice. Elihard gritted his teeth and said that Iris should be happy that she bears the title of Countess of Green. The man asked what deal Iris made with Caveland, because his brother simply could not marry someone like her just like that. Iris sighed wearily, suddenly realizing that behind Elihard's hostility was hidden his confusion and fear of losing Caveland. Iris said that even if there had been some kind of agreement between her and Caveland, she was not obliged to tell Elihard about it, and she asked if Elihard was upset because he felt like his brother was being taken away from him. Elihard decided to approach it from a different angle and asked if Iris had heard of the villain from the Green family who beats women, but the girl replied that apparently this person was not that famous, which made Elihard growl. Suddenly, Elihard's expression changed. He noticed the aura of the earrings that Iris was wearing, but the girl's aura also seemed strange to him, so he extended his hand forward. Elihard only wanted to count the aura in more detail, but Iris managed to get scared that this man could really hit her. But Elihard was interrupted by Jaime, who rushed to intervene in the situation as soon as he saw Iris alone with Caveland's brother. Elihard removed his hand, greeted Jaime, and expressed his regret that Jaime had sided with Iris. Jaime stood in front of Iris to block her from Elihard and looked at the man with great displeasure. Jaime wondered when Elihard had managed to return, because if he had known about his arrival in advance, he would have definitely locked the door. Elihard noted that a locked door would hardly be able to stop him, and Jaime would simply look ridiculous in this case. The man asked if Jaime had a reason for such a reaction. The man suggested that Jaime was simply fascinated by Iris. Jaime wearily replied that he very much hoped he would not have to draw his sword to fight Elihard, which angered the man. Elihard stated that Jaime would not dare do this in front of Elihard Green. Jaime replied that Elihard had insulted Iris Green, so he could not hide behind that name. A heavy silence hung between the men, and Iris was also in no hurry to intervene in the conflict. Eventually, Elihard lowered his head and said he admitted defeat. But the next second, he looked up at Iris with a look of burning fury and said that marriage was a family matter. Elihard said that he was quite within his rights not to acknowledge Iris, and that he had yet to find out whether Duke Whitlow's flower was poisonous. Elihard Green was a man with incredible senses. In recognition of his outstanding swordsmanship, he was made vice-captain of the Paladins. But he excelled most not in swordsmanship. His unique ability was the ability to see the souls of creatures and things. The kingdom even kept him under lock and key, protecting his gift, because thanks to this power, he could determine the authenticity of relics. Although it was known to all that the souls that Elihard saw were more like obsessions, tenacity, obsession, and determination. Souls could resemble other strong, sometimes noble emotions, but it was this ability that made Iris a mystery to Elihard. Elihard clutched his head, grumbling that Iris's aura simply didn't look like that of a person raised in a cage. Elihard muttered that if Iris had at least pretended to be fragile and sweet, he would have easily ignored her. But the man could not ignore what he did not understand. Elihard thought that it was most like Iris's soul already bore the trace of the relic. The holy relic was essentially in a clear form, as if it could be easily removed. But Iris Whitlow's soul was fused with the relic. They were as fused as possible. But that wasn't the only problem for Elihard. Iris fascinated him too much. Like the rest of his family, Elihard had already been hit on the head by Henrietta, who had scolded him for calling Iris by her last name, Whitlow. Elihard's parents also calmly said that Iris was a very sweet and kind girl, hinting to the man not to offend her. James, Caveland, Elihard had the feeling that everyone in this estate was under the influence of Iris's strange energy. Elihard thought that Iris might be more dangerous than he might have imagined. Elihard thought that Caveland always had a calm and unshakable soul as he entered his brother's office. Caveland turned and greeted his brother with a joyful smile, chiding him for Elihard coming to him last, which seemed like the wrong order. Elihard thought that Caveland had always been the only person he could trust, assumed that Caveland himself must have noticed the oddities around Iris, so, plopping down on the sofa, he said discontentedly that something was clearly wrong with this woman. Caveland asked rather coldly which woman exactly, and Elihard, not noticing his brother's change of mood, replied that it was Iris Whitlow. Elihard wanted to continue talking about his suspicions, but was interrupted by Caveland. Caveland asked if Elihard really thought he had initially misunderstood which woman Elihard was talking about. Elihard was at a loss, almost for the first time meeting such a cold gaze from his brother, but decided to speak out and quickly said that Caveland's sudden wedding to the daughter of Duke Whitlow made him worry. And besides, this woman, although only for a short time, had a strange movement of the soul, because of which Elihard himself almost fell into her net. Elihard found this very suspicious, especially since he had never encountered anything like this before, so he felt something bad about this whole situation. It seemed to him that something terrible could happen because of Iris. Caveland replied that he was aware, which made Elihard think with satisfaction that he had been right in that his brother had also noticed Iris's oddities. Caveland said that Iris was a very special woman, and Elihard looked at his aura. Caveland's aura clearly showed that he was dissatisfied with Elihard. The man muttered in disbelief that it seemed Caveland was under Iris's influence. Caveland replied that he chose Iris, and she became his wife. Caveland complained that Elihard had insulted Iris by calling her Whitlow, and Elihard asked in disbelief if Caveland was really scolding him over some woman. Caveland took Elihard by the shoulders and replied that he was not talking about any woman, but about his wife. Caveland said he believed what Elihard saw, and would have no doubt fought Iris for his brother if he had been harmed. Caveland explained that in the current situation, it was Elihard who deserved to be scolded, since he had shown disrespect to his brother's wife. Elihard plopped down tiredly on the sofa from which he had managed to get up earlier, and replied that he hoped that Caveland was right, thinking that Caveland could not trust Iris without reason, and had never been wrong about people. Elihard added with displeasure that if things turned out badly, he would try to help Caveland at any cost, even if he was against it. Meanwhile, Iris was having a fun time alone with Wendy, who was not at all willing to listen to the girl, but to whom Iris complained about the turmoil that had reigned in the house of Elihard. Henrietta actually caught Iris in the estate and asked her if Elihard had done anything strange to her. Iris was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't hear Elihard approaching from behind her and sarcastically commenting on how careless she was to be in the clouds right next to a unicorn. Iris screamed in surprise, dropped the apple from her hands, and indignantly asked when Elihard had managed to approach. The man replied that he was not obliged to report his movements to her. Elihard said that he did not understand why Caveland would suddenly decide to give such a precious creature as a unicorn to someone like Iris, but the provocation did not work. The girl replied that Elihard should directly address such claims to Caveland. Elihard said that Iris had a very strange way of winning the hearts of people in the Green Estate, but it couldn't work on him. Elihard also noted that Iris was still his daughter-in-law, whether she liked it or not, So he decided to show her how to properly handle a unicorn, because he couldn't allow one little unicorn to become a disgrace to the Green family, who failed to tame it. Elahard sat down in front of Wendy, handing the unicorn an apple. The man said that unicorns were very intelligent creatures, so it was necessary to treat them with all sincerity. Elahard said with a wise look that there was no other intention when feeding a unicorn, but at that moment there was a crunching sound, and it was clearly not an apple. While Elahard was lecturing Iris and not looking at Wendy, the smart unicorn decided to show everything he thought about this man, so he bit not only the apple, but also his hand. There was a scream, but after that, Elahard sincerely tried to pretend that Iris had only imagined it, although the man was shaking. Iris thought it sounded like a bone breaking, but Elahard, without trying to remove his hand from Wendy's mouth, laughed nervously and asked whose scream it was. Wendy finally let go of Elahard's hand. The man said in a calm tone that everything was fine and that he and the unicorn should forget about this incident, thinking to himself that he had embarrassed himself greatly in front of Iris. Iris asked worriedly if everything was okay. Elahard, unable to stop shaking, proudly replied that there was nothing to worry about. Elahard claimed to be the deputy chief of the Paladins, and it was just a bite from a small unicorn. But the trembling in his body betrayed that Elahard, although he tried to put on a brave face, was currently experiencing quite a lot of pain. Iris smiled softly, thinking that she now understood why Elahard didn't seem like a bad person to her at all. Elahard was just a grumpy younger brother to Iris, who had been deprived of his older brother's attention, especially considering that she herself was already about 40 years old. Iris petted Wendy, thanking the unicorn for finally letting go of Elahard's hand and apologizing for the fact that they were still rather immature in raising such creatures, so they could make mistakes. Iris promised to try even harder in the future, while Elahard watched the girl thoughtfully. The thought flashed through Elahard's mind that now everything looked as if nothing strange had happened to Iris. Elahard shook his head, trying to convince himself that even though Iris's aura wasn't glowing right now, the aura of a normal person shouldn't glow at all. Iris asked if Elahard's arm was hurting too much. Elahard did not answer, but asked Iris not to tell anyone about what happened. The girl laughed cheerfully and replied that she could not promise that. Iris coughed into her fist and said that Elahard shouldn't be too jealous of her either. Elahard wanted to indignantly ask why he would suddenly be jealous of Iris, but the girl did not let him answer. Iris suddenly poked Elahard in the cheek with her finger, which shocked the man. Elahard, having come to his senses, turned around and very quickly ran into the house, yelling at the end that it was precisely because of this behavior that he still doubted Iris. Iris watched in surprise as dust rose up after Elahard ran away at high speed. Iris smiled genuinely, confirming that Elahard did indeed remind her of a cute teenager. Elahard came running to complain to Nathan that Iris treated him like a little child, but he was not met with understanding. Nathan said that from the outside, it was Elahard who looked strange, because since the day Iris arrived, there had been no problems in the estate, and Cavelin looked very happy. Nathan said that Cavelin had never even thought about marrying anyone before, for the sake of his family and mission, but now he was in love. Nathan said he was just glad Cavelin finally had someone he loved, and looked very coldly at Elahard. Nathan said angrily that Elahard looked disgusting, since it looked like he was just jealous, as if his brother had been taken away from him. Nathan was still grumbling at Elahard when the man interrupted this stream of negativity towards him, and asked since when Nathan suddenly decorated his pistol, which he was holding in his hands, with so many jewels. Nathan looked at the gun in surprise, then explained that it was simply a wedding gift for Iris. Nathan said quite happily that the weapon would be useful for fragile Iris to defend herself. Elahard was confused, and Nathan decided to finish him off and said that Eugene and Wallace had already thought up what they would give Iris that morning, and asked what Elahard was going to give. Elahard, who had forgotten about the gift, realized that he was lagging behind the others, and suddenly became excited and inspired by the idea of finding the best gift for Iris. Meanwhile, Iris sat with Cavelin and happily recounted to her husband how Wendy had bitten Elahard. Cavelin noted that Elahard's hurt pride was a worthy price to pay for his rudeness to Iris, but the girl did not support her husband. Iris asked in surprise when exactly Elahard had been rude to her. Cavelin replied that he knew his brother's character very well, so if Iris became uncomfortable, it would be quite possible to arrange for Elahard not to be at their wedding. Iris asked in surprise why she should suddenly feel uncomfortable. Cavelin admitted that Jaime had told her about how Iris had met Elahard for the first time, and the girl replied that sending Elahard back to the Holy Lands was by no means a good idea. Iris smiled sincerely and said that Elahard was part of Caveland's beloved family anyway. Iris wondered if Caveland wanted to receive a blessing from Elahard as well. Iris added that although she is absolutely happy, it cannot be denied that there are people in the world who do not love her. They have no reason to trust or love her unconditionally. Iris said it would be arrogant of her to want everyone to love her. Kayvlin was surprised and a little tense by Iris's words. There was pain in them. Kayvlin tried to find the words to convince Iris that she was wrong. For a split second, Kayvlin felt as if he and Iris were infinitely far apart. Kayvlin knew that Iris was trying to get some idea across to him with those words, but he didn't understand what it was. Iris at that moment seemed to Kayvlin to be a completely different person, with her thoughts somewhere very far away. Kayvlin remembered that Elihard had said that Iris had a strange soul, even if his brother had disliked Iris, but he was not one to lie. Kayvlin thought it might have had something to do with how Iris saw the future, reassuring himself that he had no reason to doubt his wife anyway. Kayvlin speculated that he had the power to suppress the abilities of sacred relics. Elihard had the ability to see other people's souls, and Iris might also have a special gift. But that didn't change the fact that Kayvlin was overcome with disappointment because Iris's world remained something unknown to him. Iris, however, reflected that Kayvlin must have sincerely believed that everyone was supposed to like her. But more than Elihard's hostility, Iris was worried about the Crown Prince's imminent arrival. Usually, the imperial family rarely left the palace. The Crown Prince was even more cautious. But when invited to the wedding, he replied that he would be happy to come. Iris wondered whether the Crown Prince would be her friend or enemy, and whether he would come only for Brittany. Yovet Akbachid, he was the only child of the late Empress, the Crown Prince, but 3 years ago, after the death of his mother, his position was shaken. But Yovet continued to occupy the place of the second son of the Empire and, thanks to his outstanding abilities, possessed enormous power and the respect of the Emperor. Now this man, Yovet Akbachid, the Crown Prince, came to the Green Estate. Iris and Kayvlin met Yovet personally, bowing their heads respectfully before him. Yovet smiled and asked Iris and Kayvlin to raise their heads. The Crown Prince was clearly in a friendly mood. Yovet thanked Iris and Kayvlin for inviting him to the wedding. Kayvlin replied that it was an honor for them that the Crown Prince had decided to attend the event. Yovet, however, cast aside his goodwill and carefully studied Iris, for whom he had come. At first glance, Iris looked beautiful, just as Yovet had thought based on the rumors. Yovet thought that they were sending him a portrait of Brittany, but he was also curious to see Iris, whom Duke Whitlow loved more than her older sister. Yovet noted to himself that Iris was pretty enough for Kayvlin to succumb to her charms, but if she was all looks, the Crown Prince would be very disappointed. Iris was surprised to see a smile flicker across Yovet's face, but that didn't matter right now. Iris thought that in her past life, the Crown Prince wanted to start an important business at this time, and she should have taken care of it at the wedding, while Kayvlin offered to show Yovet the estate, unaware of his wife's plans. Iris and Kayvlin's eyes met, and Kayvlin remembered the conversation he had had with the girl the day before. Iris begged Kayvlin to brag about her to Crown Prince Yovet in an exaggerated manner. Iris said that he really needed to make Yovet doubt whether Kayvlin was okay, and also to emphasize Iris's intelligence. Kayvlin wondered what benefit it would give Iris if Yovet knew that she was very smart and far-sighted. Kayvlin, looking gloomy, asked if Iris was going to keep it a secret, but Iris said she would tell him everything, much to her husband's surprise and delight. And Iris did tell, making Kayvlin think that he wouldn't even have to lie to Yovet, because his wife really was extremely smart. After finishing her story, Iris asked if her plan would work. Kayvlin answered, without a doubt, that Iris was very smart and could see right through people. Iris smiled and said that although she was asking Kayvlin to praise her exaggeratedly, he shouldn't have lied to Yovet. Kayvlin led Yovet into the guest rooms that had been prepared especially for the Crown Prince. Kayvlin asked Yovet if he liked the rooms, to which he replied that everything was fine. Kayvlin bowed slightly to Yovet, telling him he could make himself at home, which did not please the Crown Prince too much. Yovet asked if Kayvlin was just going to walk out of the room, given that his aides were waiting outside. Kayvlin asked if Yovet had any more assignments for him, to which the Crown Prince jokingly said that if Kayvlin did not stop this senseless officialdom, he would kick his ass. Kayvland and Yovet attended the academy together when they were children. Kayvland was the only person who treated Yovet as an equal. This was especially valuable for Yovet at that moment, considering that he had just had to endure palace intrigues. Kayvland had always been a friend to Yovet, a man he could trust his back to without a doubt. For this reason, when the officialdom was finally thrown aside, Yovet demanded that Kayvland explain himself. Yovet asked Kayvland to explain the whole story about the marriage, because the situation looked very strange, to which Kayvlin tried to joke that at 27 it would be strange not to get married. The excuse didn't work, and Yovet noted that what was even stranger was that when Princess Mary, who was not without power and beauty, tried to court Kayvland, she was ignored. Kayvlin didn't even understand who exactly Yovet was talking about, but the Crown Prince said that although Iris was beautiful, Mary was the first woman who came to mind when talking about beautiful women in the Empire. Mary even stayed at the Green family mansion some time ago. Iovette sighed with displeasure and said that just at that moment, Whitlow's flower suddenly appeared. Caveland corrected Iovette with displeasure and said that if Iris was a flower, then it was the County of Green. Since their marriage was already registered, the Crown Prince said bluntly that he did not trust the Duke of Whitlow. Caveland replied that even if Iovette did not trust Duke Whitlow, the king was considering Brittany, the Duke's eldest daughter, for the position of Crown Princess. Iovette replied that the history of the empire said that it was better for the Crown Princess to be from a less influential family, so such an alliance was advantageous to him, and noted that Caveland was a completely different matter. For him, an alliance with Mary would be much more advantageous than an alliance with the younger Whitlow. Caveland replied that Iris had already helped him a great deal, and besides, he had not married for any reason other than to benefit her. Iovette replied with displeasure that since Caveland had decided to marry Iris, it was worth making sure that rumors did not spread that he had bought his wife with a gold mine. Iovette asked if Caveland knew that people behind his back were wondering if Iris was really worth it. Iovette wanted to continue, but Caveland interrupted him, saying without a doubt that Iris was worth everything. Caveland blushed slightly and smiled, repeating that Iris Green was definitely worth everything. Iovette looked at Caveland in surprise. It was the first time he saw his friend from this side. Such a smile from Caveland was unusual for Iovette. The Crown Prince was even confused, not knowing how to react, but from Caveland's next words, he was even more confused. Caveland said that he was sad that Iovette thought that he had chosen his wife only for her looks, for Iris was completely different from the others. Her intelligence and foresight amazed him. He believed that even a sage could not surpass her in wisdom. Besides this, the girl's heart was the warmest and strongest of all that he had ever known, and he believed that no darkness could devour her. Iovette could not believe what he had guessed, but Caveland openly admitted that he had fallen in love with Iris, had given his soul to this girl, and was ready to overcome his pride in order to calmly wait until she decided to open up to him. Caveland advised Iovette to get to know Iris better and then repeat this conversation with Caveland again. Caveland was confident that this would be useful for Iovette too, and that he would not regret it. Loving someone has always been an expectation and an inevitable disappointment in meaningless actions. Caveland walked through the corridors of the estate and thought that he could never have imagined that he would be able to overcome his pride for someone. Moreover, Caveland could not imagine that he would ever be able to say this out loud to anyone. Caveland leaned against the wall, wondering if his true feelings had come out when he spoke with Iovette. The sensations were very unusual. Caveland felt another stab of disappointment, but reminded himself that he had to wait until Iris decided to tell him everything about herself. Meanwhile, Iris's preparations for the wedding were completed, and Christina and Aruela sincerely admired the girl's beauty and her dress. Caveland entered the room, happily informing Iris that he had come to pick her up. Christina reported that Iris had just finished preparing for the wedding, and Caveland had just seen the girl and was literally speechless. Before and after the visit of Crown Prince Iovette, the estate of Earl Green became a place of frequent visits of numerous guests. Some of them stayed in the western wing, specially set aside for the stay of guests before the wedding. Others preferred to stay nearby or in their own villas. Iris no longer showed herself to guests. As was customary, the bride had to remain in seclusion until the party before the wedding. It is for this reason that Brittany became the hostess who hosted the guests at the events leading up to the wedding. Brittany went out of her way to present herself in the best possible light in front of the influential guests. Guests noted that Brittany apparently really cares about Iris, since she is so friendly with guests. Guests said that Iris's absence as hostess was completely unnoticeable, and that this was due to Brittany. Brittany smiled sweetly and replied that she was very pleased to hear such words, but her sister, of course, was also preparing diligently. But Brittany wouldn't be Brittany if she didn't try to do something nasty, so she turned to men, telling them to be careful. Brittany tearfully said that Caveland was a bit jealous, so if anyone asked Iris to dance, they might incur his wrath. The guests also considered this to be just Brittany's concern for Iris in a quiet celebration, so they took her warning seriously. Brittany watched the guests walk away to the other side of the room, her thoughts not at all about caring for her younger sister. Brittany chuckled, fully aware that by starting the rumor about Caveland's jealousy, she had put the celebration in jeopardy. Brittany laughed quietly, hiding her unkind grin with her hand. The girl thought that she had promised Iris that she would not leave her alone. Brittany thought that no one would dare to invite Iris to dance now, which meant that the girl would be laughed at, and no one would recognize her. Brittany herself planned to shine next to the Crown Prince and become the main star of the event. And the guests really have been paying attention to Brittany so far. Duke Whitlow, with whom Brittany was walking arm in arm through the hall, seeing his daughter's overly elevated mood, asked her not to behave thoughtlessly. Brittany didn't pay attention to her father's words, but agreed. Duke Whitlow asked his daughter not to try to look good in front of the crown prince. She needed to pretend that she didn't know about any wedding contract. Brittany agreed to this too, mentally wondering when the crown prince would come. The girl really wanted to finally dance with him. Suddenly, it was announced that Crown Prince Eovet Okbasid had finally arrived for the wedding. Everyone around suddenly froze. Brittany tried to see where the crown prince was so she could intercept him for a dance. Eovet smiled and said that he was not the main hero of this evening, so everyone should continue celebrating. Brittany couldn't take her eyes off the crown prince. She couldn't wait to get to him. But for now, Eovet was surrounded by other ladies who showered him with compliments. Brittany bit her lip and thought that she wanted to be closer to the crown prince to the point of impossibility. Brittany thought Eovet was as handsome as Caveland, but she could only watch for now. Duke Whitlow held Brittany tightly to his side, rightly fearing that his daughter might do something. But Brittany was saved from Duke Whitlow by aristocrats who called out to the girl because they were eager to gossip. The girls surrounded Brittany and asked if the king really chose Brittany to be the crown princess. Brittany pretended to be embarrassed, laughed, and replied that it was just a rumor. Brittany said not to believe everything you hear and noted that it was a special day for Iris, so she can't wait to see how beautiful her little sister will be. The girls said they had heard that Caveland was captivated by Iris's beauty. The focus of everyone's attention suddenly shifted to Iris, which Brittany did not like at all, considering that it was inappropriate to talk about Iris's beauty when her older sister was standing next to her. Brittany consoled herself with the thought that Iris's shame was imminent anyway. Having regained her calm mood, Brittany even smiled, but at that moment it was announced that Caveland and Iris had arrived. All eyes were glued to the couple who entered. No one could look away. Neither could Brittany, who looked at Iris in shock. Iris's dress certainly wasn't going to get lost among all the others, although Brittany hoped it would. But the dress Iris wore was too special, too beautiful, and the girl herself looked too happy, which infuriated Brittany. The girls around were whispering that the dress, of course, suited Iris very well, but was a little unsuitable for a bride. However, in any case, the crowd clearly felt admiration for the couple who entered, and Brittany thought that this was not at all what she wanted. Meanwhile, Eovet walked past, not even paying attention to Brittany, and headed straight towards Iris. Bowing before Iris, Eovet asked permission to invite her to the first dance, which finally destroyed any hopes Brittany had.